I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. I have
It's actually not German Z. Please spell our name correctly, please. So it's actually Germans. I'm sorry about that, and I will try to do better for now. And one thing that will be interesting also to know about these two teams is that they both have 8 players registered in their roster. So like the first question for me will be like, who are going to play for this first match? Whose 5 member will be selected between the two teams? So I'm excited to see what is going to happen and also to get into the draft when the team are ready.
Honestly, there is just so much good stuff to look forward to throughout this one. So, when you're looking at the double elim bracket that we've got going, so that there's 8-player rosters that people have been signing up. First of all, love the commitment as well, like just having that freedom, as you say, just to kind of swap out players depending, because everyone's going to have their what they're best at, their weaknesses, and you can kind of switch them out. But in these earlier on rounds inside of the double elim brackets with the best of one, you don't necessarily have that option, really. It's kind of got to stick your team out and, well, got to hope for the best, really. But honestly, it's going to be incredible. We've got some fantastic teams coming up here, but for now our attention is going to be on Team Beast versus Germans, and I believe we have a draft coming up for you very, very shortly as well. So a big thing, Mugi, to talk about, I guess, is with the current patch that we're playing on, Kira is disabled for this one. I know that she was running rampant inside the Pred Esports tournament just a few weeks ago, but this time there's going to be no Kira on the board.
Yes, can I ask it all the participants to know what she should be doing with the Kira, if she should be allowed or being banned? Most players decided to not have her in the tournament because for many players, they have some FPS issue with her, and people just want to keep the competitive integrity with not like, oh, I lose a team fight because Kira pressed R and the purge just destroyed my computer.
Oh, I mean, that would technically be, I guess, a victory by default, I suppose. I mean, if you literally don't have access to your PC, you can't play the game, just saying. Best sort of victory is going to be a technicality at least. But even though the Kira is not available for either of the teams, we still have, a lot of, the rest of the AD carry roster available to them, which, honestly, is still in a pretty good spot, especially after the item changes that we had just 2 patches ago.
Yeah, I know that Revenant is a big favorite at a lot of player. I felt like Murdoch kind of fall off a bit of flavor for a little time, but like the past week when I was like watching many screams of the EU team, it started to come back in full flavor. So I would expect to see probably like all 4 of them, especially since like also the Sparrow is a little bit on the side where she's not taken that much, but since Muriel is now getting into picks much more often because now you have other priority ban like Crunch, Severog, and the lane Muriel Sparrow is still super, super strong.
Absolutely, and especially with a lot of the ADCs being quite viable, we actually do get to see them kind of drop down in the draft as well. You want to know what you're picking into so you can actually get the best value for your money as well. Outside of some picks, which, a lot of teams, players in this ecosystem are actually just starting to be known for, swapping that Revenant going in towards the mid lane. I know that when I was last commentating, we were watching Epps when he was playing on Press Tab for top tier Predecessor tournaments a couple of weeks ago. That Revenant was an absolute nightmare, had to be banned away in that set as well. Even, whispers and rumblings of the Murdoch in the off lane as well. Which is just what I like to see in some of my solo queue games, at least. So it's great. It's great to see really what these teams want to do inside of this draft. So Team Beast's going to be on your left-hand side, having the first pick and the first ban as well. Germans gets a second ban and also gets to take that double rotation. Mugi, you said you talking about things like the Severog and a Rampage ban. Do you think we're going to be seeing something like, the Steel taken away, maybe even bans towards something like a Muriel?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're starting maybe to go for the ban, and
Okay.
I wasn't expecting that. To be fair, because I feel like EU is really oriented towards the front lane ban. They try to both compete to get the Severog, the Rampage, the Steel. Those big front line, and here we go for a Gideon ban, which actually caught me off guard.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, Gideon has been inside of that mid lane, not kind of a big deal, shall I say? That you've had, you know, the Gideon, the Fae, and the Gadget have kind of been sort of that holy trifecta. You do get a sprinkling of Howitzer in the midst every now and again as well. But you know, Gideon, so much roam potential with that black hole ultimate that can be just thrown on top of any other big circle ultimates as well. It's a scary ability to deal with. So whilst, you know, not taking away the traditional bans, I think it's still, you know, a very respectful ban to deny at least. But there are a lot of picks still available, and Muriel is not going to be one of them. The Muriel banned off, but that leaves Steel, leaves Rampage, Sevarog, Richter.
Yeah.
Where are we going to go from here?
Yeah, I think like now it's kind of a question of either do you want to go for the Rampage that opens up like a super strong jungler and you can secure this aspect of your team, but then also like Sevarog is like a guarantee for the late game and the mid game to have like this front laner that is almost unstoppable. And that means that you will leave like probably like the two other tanks to the enemy team. So that's something that you have to take into account. I would say it's okay to leave Steel away, because if the enemy team goes for the two other front laners, that means that you still have Decker on your side, so you can just counter like a little bit this Steel with the Decker pick. I know that in EU we kind of like to do that, and we can see that it's the Rampage first pick, so they decide to go for a strong jungle and try to get domination on that side.
It's mostly the junglers being the trendsetters, the pacemakers of any game that they're into. Naturally, where we as casters and viewers will also look towards. So yeah, securing that very powerful jungle, as you say. But you know, you talked about the Sevarog being left open, instantly snapped up, as well as that Decker as well. Although slight issue as well is that in these drafts, particularly for me, maybe not so much a pet peeve really, but just in my humble opinion as well, is that taking these picks, you kind of know where these characters are going, right? You know Rampage is most likely going into jungle. Sevarog can be played jungle, but most likely going into that off lane. The Decker's going to be the support regardless, so you don't really have that flex potential. But okay, cool. Gonna get to see a Howitzer as well. Fantastic.
I just wanted to stop you there, because like in EU, Decker is played off lane, mid lane, and support. It's actually
Okay,
a
I will
very big
stand
flex pick.
corrected. I will stand corrected.
That's why a lot of teams like prioritize it, and they really like them, because yeah, Decker can go almost anywhere in EU. Like some people kind of find it strange. So yeah, so we have Howitzer and Richter. That is the answer. So here I think like probably like on Team Beast, like you said, we will have the Rampage jungle. Rampage, it's always jungle almost. And also like in EU, sometimes they play Sevarog mid as well. Like the meta draft in EU is super strong.
At this point.
But yeah, so we have the Richter. I feel like the Richter is taken like super early, especially since there is already a Decker against it, which can be troublesome for a Richter. And I don't see yet like super like juicy target on Team Germans for the Richter. But they might have a plan, and they kind of maybe go for like a specific composition that Team Beast has in mind. So we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, that Riplash coming out from the Richter just near enough is a death sentence. Mostly dependent on how far ahead the Richter and the team is. The Richter hooks someone's in, they're just going to get instantly eviscerated, especially you'd expect that in a competitive environment, everyone on comms, everyone hopefully on the same page as well. But a Richter with a Riplash, if your team is far behind, actually you may be hooking someone in, you might actually die for it as a result. So it's going to be interesting to see, but I do love the combo with the Rampage as well. So just to guarantee that hook is, you know, chuck a boulder at them. You know, if that 1.5 second stun means it's a very easy hook to hit. And actually, I think with the amount of lockdown coming out from Team Beast, I think even if they do end up hooking a suboptimal target, like they actually grab the Sevarog, for instance, or take away the Decker, I think there's still going to be a lot of follow-up damage to actually deal with them at least and get them out the fight. But this draft's starting to evolve a little bit more, and there is that tasty target you were looking for. The Drongo will be picked up for Germans as their ADC.
Yeah, Drongo is a target that is very nice against a Rampage, because he can have this on-self feel, so he can survive a little bit the onslaught of the beast. And they go for crunch, which is very interesting, because like back in a week or 2 weeks ago, like crunch was first banned, first pick almost every single game, and now we can see that it's the 7th pick of the draft. a pick that kind of full of flavor, but still a very strong pick, probably to go into the jungle where we keep the Sevarog on the offlane, and Crunch brings a lot of objective control because he has like very good damage on objective and also like sustainability.
Yeah, and I'm also just loving the fact that whenever I see a crunch, I'm just thinking of myself, right, double forward crunch, dashes straight in to engage these fights. You've also got, the AoE can pump out, the uppercuts to deliver that knock-up as well. So much versatility that crunch can bring to the team. But speaking of that, Team Beast rounding out their composition, the Revenant and this Bellica, and I do really, really like this Bellica pick.
But the thing I'm wondering is who is the offlane for Team Beast now? Because like for me, Rictor and Bellica, when you already have an Howitzer, they both contest for the support slot. And so would it be the Rictor or the Bellica going into the offlane? Or maybe we go for Howitzer offlane with Bellica mid lane and Rictor support? Like there's maybe something here that they can surprise the enemy team with.
Yeah, this feels like a very prepared draft. And, as we talk about best of ones, you're going to start to see drafts like this where it's kind of a pre-prepared plan that teams are going into to catch people off guard, casters included as well. This is actually such a really powerful draft for Team Beast because, as you say, there's so much flexibility that has been brought out here that only really Team Beast know what they want to do with it. But now, looking towards this last pick as well, it seems that we are going to be missing the more traditional mid lane at least, but Bellica, Howitzer gone, the Gideon banned away. Kind of going to be a toss up for me between the Fae and this gadget.
Yeah, and I think like Fae can be hard to pull off, especially with all like the assassination they do have on Team Beast. Like I really like their composition about like the fact that the Revenant, the Bellica, the Howitzer, that's all target that can just like one shot an enemy squishy, and they have the Rampage and the Rictor and even the Landmine from the Howitzer to set up those skills. So far I feel like they have really strong potential to pick up target, and that could be scary.
Yeah, another thing that's going to be scary though is going to be this Germans team composition when we hit the late game, when we hit those 5v5 ultimates. There's a lot of wombo combo potential here. Containment cage, fly trap being thrown, Drongo just free casting, subjugations, crunch, probably hitting multiple members with each of these knockups. This is a terrifying team for me, Mookie, if we do when we get past that 20 to 25 minute mark.
Yeah, I have to agree, especially since we have the Rictor, the Revenant, and Bellica that are not like super mobile pick. If they got hit by the fly trap into a gag grenade, that's probably like triple kill instantly. So they have to be very, very careful for this Fae.
So the draft for you all, my friends, is before us. Mugi, I'm just going to ask you a very, very loaded question. Purely based on the drafts that you've seen in front of you, which team do you want to back to take this first game?
I feel like in terms of team composition and ease of execution, I have to go with Team Beast. I feel like it's a more synergistic team comp, and they don't rely too much of having like amazing fly traps, and also like the early game should be for them and they can snowball out of that. So my pick would be for Team Beast purely from the composition of their team.
So Mugi is going to be putting their hats behind the Team B's composition. Also, let us know in the chat to get a nice bit of hype going as well. Where do your allegiances lie? Of course, this is the first round of our double elimination brackets as well. So it looks like the players are ready. The teams are ready. We are going to be loading into game as well. So just going to lay down some of the storylines we're going to be setting out for this team. What are you expecting within the first few minutes, Mugi, from both these comps?
From what I've seen, I think like they should have like pretty a lot of action on the duo lane. Like both like Bellica, Revenant like to be aggressive, but also like Decker, Drongo are both pick that can like really poked out. So I think we should be watching a lot of action on the duo lane. The Rampage and the Crunch are both jungler that can be like very active on the map pretty early on, so I would like to see them involved. I think it's more on the off lane that would be like more a sleeping lane. Of course, there is a Sevarog. The Sevarog won a stack Of course, like for the people watching here, we'll be looking at the point of view of Team Germans. And so we will be watching the Team Beast on the opposite side of the side, and we have the vision of Luga that will be the support for Team Germans, playing the Decker and likely trying to put some aggression on the dual lane. From what I'm seeing on the minimap, there is like no weird tentative of invade or such. They're just trying to get the control of the map and see what the enemy team is doing.
You can see the ward being dropped by the Revenants as well, just to the left-hand side of that wall. Just looking at these other compositions, whenever I see Rampage and a Richter on the same team, it feels like every single Shadow Curtain is just terrifying to me. Like the potential of an invade, the potential of someone just lurking beyond the veil to set up a team for a really easy first blood. I just say, like, I'm gonna harp on about it a lot, but in a best of one, when like from a morale perspective as well, just to possibly give up that first blood. But glad to see that Germans not going to bite or take the bait. At least this is a very good position, monitoring every aspect of the jungle entry, and this means they can go into their lanes without having to worry about being ganked to the opposing jungle.
Yeah, I think we should watch out. Like probably the Rampage, we either try to get a gank on this dual lane, taking advantage of the strengths of Revenant in the early levels with the Bellica, or maybe try to punish this Faye, because Faye is also like a very juicy target, and we see already the aggression going on and the poke being taken by Team Germans.
Yeah, but not really going to expect much until about that level 2, as both of these dual lanes just posturing as well. So much damage actually onto the Revenant. I believe he has had to use his first health pot as well. You can see some information coming out here as well. I do like this from teams as well. It's just keeping a track. You can see Luga just typing in a cooldown inside the text chat so everyone is aware of it. A really good heads up as well. I do like seeing this from supports.
Now we have the level 2 timing going with the stasis bomb.
Done. The beam comes down as well. That's a blink as well, having to pop the health potions to get away underneath the tower. But a very early start here, and immediately blink cooldown is going to be recorded for everyone to see as well. This is it's such a tough start, and just immediately off the back of that stasis bomb. But here comes the Rampage looking for a boulder toss, but a stasis bomb would dissuade any further egress into that dual lane.
And like this aggression, like from Team Germans, like forced the Rampage to come here. Like so much pressure has been taken, and even this rotation of the Rampage won't be a kill because it need to elevate the pressure. But in the meantime, there is a solo kill with the Sevarog against the Richter that has been put in off lane.
Gonna go back to what I said in the draft. That Richter, the Richter hook strong behind, could be a bit of an issue for sure here. But that first blood going into the solo lane, that snoozing lane as we were setting up inside the draft as well, that's got to feel fantastic, especially from a jungler perspective, to say that, hey, I don't necessarily need to immediately run over there. I can my solo laner is ahead, so I don't need to worry particularly about relieving any pressure at least. But it's a good start here for Team Germans.
Yeah, and that's a scary start for Team Beast, because like the Sevarog is now ahead, so he will be kind of free to stack, and Sevarog is not a pick that you want to gank. It's not a pick you want to invest a lot of resource on, because it's almost unkillable. And so like this Sevarog will be an inevitability in the later stage of the game, so they have to be careful about that. And we can see that now it's just like in front of the Richter. I think he hasn't back yet, so he can't really like utilize all the goal he gained from the first kill, but he's like completely like zoning this Richter away, and yeah, that's a rough start for the Team Beast offlaner.
Yeah, you can even see just like with the stacks as well. We're talking about the late game potential. Just look at that, just wailing onto this Richter, the subjugate route, the body blocking coming out as well. Have to be careful for a Whiplash response. Turn your back on a Richter at your own peril, at least. He's going to be careful there. It's going to be the Whiplash, but it's just a bit too far forward and doesn't take any further tower shots. Nice big 18-second cooldown to sit on, at least here. And it feels like, the Richter's just lost a lot of that pressure.
Yeah, and we're coming closer to the 5 minutes mark, so I think like maybe we'll see some action around the mid lane for the respawn of the river buff. And see like also this Faye, okay, they're only level 5, so no ultimate yet available, but we see that the crunch is coming to the right side of the river buff, probably securing that one. We don't see the rampage yet, probably on the left side. This has to be careful if she drop down. Okay, no rampage here.
Everyone just kind of, every mid laner, I think, watching this game just took a very sharp inhale of breath as you just dropping down into that river, at least. You know, just a boulder from the next postcode, always going to give you a little bit of a headache at least. But I do like this, setting down the wards, preparing for the Fangtooth as well, getting that vision down on where exactly this rampage is.
Yeah, and I think like Team Germans will be looking to do something with the level 6 of the Fae. Like the Fly Trap is a very game-changing ultimate, and once you get it, like you can almost like secure a kill or at least a flash. And so like maybe try something on the mid lane or a rotation on the dual lane, I would say.
Yeah, a lot of posturing going on here at least, and you know, are sitting on some resets that have been coming out as well. So no first items just yet, at least. But right now, you know, 6 minutes into the game, not really a bloodbath at the moment, as it just turns out that that solo lane is where is going to be a particular thorn in the side of Team Beast. It's going to be the Sevarog picking up yet another solo kill onto that Richter again. And you can see what that's going to lead to as well. Great containment phase onto the Bellica as well. Drongo just deletes the Revenant immediately. And now the Bellica stuck under the tower, takes a slow from the beam. But now here comes a Rampage, a boulder toss, a blink away. But the Pounce is going to follow as well, looking for something. But there is going to be the stun. What a Juker's way away from the Rampage as well. Now here comes the crunch, maybe bit off a little bit more than they can chew as the crunch comes in. The forward crunch looking for a knock-up, but it's going to be the basic attacks. The jungler finds the kill and this Rampage is punished for it.
We can see like once again like this dual lane like dominating Team Beast dual lane, meaning that even with the Rampage rotating, they can't get kills and they even die for it. And in the end, like the chase was pretty long. I think like this Rampage was unfortunate because he blinked on top of the head of the enemy player, and that bounced him a little bit further away and couldn't use the last auto attack to finish it. So a bit unfortunate, but in the end, it's 2 kills for Team Germans and 0 kill for Team Beast. So they're starting to build up this lead on the off lane and also on the duo lane, which should open up objectives like pretty quickly for them, I think.
Yeah, speaking of, they actually want to keep their foot on the gas pedal as well. You see, just posturing in and around this mid lane is the crunch. Looking towards K. Carroll on this howitzer, waiting what's going to be used to knock up the CC chain. The fly trap pulls back. There's no possible chance of an ultimate to come out as the SLM is able to pick up the kill onto K. Card. How is unable to get into that ultimate, and it's just a pretty well executed gank coming out from the Germans jungler.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Like they set up everything. The CC chain was perfect. Like probably like excellent communication to set up this gank, and that means that when you have those perfect CC chain, that's almost a kill. But now we have a fight on the Revenant that got like silence into the stasis bomb, and that's another kill for the duo lane. And we are like that in 6 minutes already 6-0 for Team German. So they're really like starting to get away with this game.
Keeping the pace, and actually, you know, the Fae just lurking behind in that in the red side jungle for Team Beast as well. Possibly thinking of a rotation, but Bellica just going to sit under the tower at least. Go back towards the mid lane because there do be camps to pick up. There do be some farm across the map as well. And see, you can feel the confidence coming out from this duo lane as well. Just watching Luger just preemptively aiming this containment fence as well, just making sure to get their aim. And now the Rampage trying to help out their solo lane. The Scuba, great sidestep coming out from Llama on this Sevarog as well. Got to wait for any further CC, but they're not going to care about this. The Sevarog remains relatively unkillable right now, especially with that Skewer cooldown being used as well. The Rampage just has to lick their wounds and go back into the jungle.
And here you can see like the strength of a Sevarog that is a little bit ahead, and that I've already finished Raymond. He's just unkillable. You can try to gank him, but if you want to gank him, you need at least 3 people.
Oh, no.
And you can just go in with the Colossal Blow and probably finish it with the Phantom Rush, the Siphon. And yeah, more stacks for the passive. Thank you, sir.
72 stacks from 91 CS as well. Like this is a clinic on how to farm. Not just that, granted the free kills is going to definitely help out with that passive stat, but a large percentage of their passive is being stacked. Of course, Sevarog gaining that extra HP when killing minions with any of his abilities as well. So it's a really good mark of a Sevarog player to get their passive stacked up as well and just have access to even more spikes on their shoulders as well. We also did see yet another kill coming out, and even now in the mid lane as a solo kill coming out from the Fae on this Howitzer, a Fangtooth being started up, and I don't think Team Beast are in any position to stop this.
No, they have no chance to stop these FangTooths. That will be the first FangTooth of the game. Like, we have pressure on the dual lane, we have pressure on the mid lane, we have pressure on the off lane, which naturally like comes down that it's pretty easy to get to this objective. And I'm wouldn't be surprised that now the Crunch, after finishing his blue jungle, will try to look out for the mini prime as well.
And at this point, with how far ahead Llama is on this Sevarog, this objective feels incredibly free as well. Like, it feels to me that Germans actually want Team Beast to contest these objectives. They want a little bit of resistance, because that just means they can add to their KDAs at this point here. But Mugi, I've got to say though, like, we approached 10 minutes in, near enough averaging just over a minute per kill as well. What on earth do Team Beast need to do to find a way back into this one?
Well, in this situation, when you're so far behind, you kind of have to take like a few gambles. Like, you're never gonna kill this Sevarog, so you have to maybe, like, now that the tier 1 on the offlane is lost, you have to create like numerical advantage somewhere else and try to use like their comp that are very good to pick up target and try to assassinate target. While we watch for a fight in the mid lane, it's a 3v2, flash away from the Howitzer, being chased by the Iron Strike, almost dead, and probably he's dead.
Yeah, just so far ahead, honestly. Like, we're kind of running out of superlatives to say at this point for how far ahead. This snowball is well and truly rolling as well, and we're only 12 minutes in. I think for me, like, I want to see Germans really utilize this lead even more, like really push their advantage. I like this going over towards the mini prime, and this Richter is just going to be caught out between all 4 members. There's not somewhere you want to go. Actually, the look away, the BM, the disrespect, the stasis bomb, and then just watch as the explosion happens behind you. That is a very stylish way of doing it, I must say. But that is just a free kill. 11-0 in favor of the team we're watching. My word, this is running out of control.
And what is scary is during like all this time where the Decker wasn't there, because they were actually like securing the mini prime, like the Drongo was alone. And even in a 1v2 scenario, like Team Beast didn't even manage to get back the pressure on the dual lane. And we can see that Drongo is even healthier than the 2 opponents. So that's very scary, trying to go for the stasis bomb, missing by a inch, getting stopped by a seismic assault, and that should be like the reset and no kills taken here. And unless they try to go a little bit too aggressive here, while in the meantime Howitzer is dead again from this fight, probably kill on cooldown by the fly trap.
On cooldown, and also it looks like there was the gank coming in as well. And meanwhile, whilst all of this is going on, Llama's just having the time of their life over by the right hand side tier 2 tower. It feels to me like this Rampage just cannot enter his blue side jungle anymore, because he's just going to be dealing with this Sevarog. And as we saw from the gank just moments ago, I don't think Llama particularly cares if a Rampage runs at them, at least. And you can see tower starting to fall. Duo side, that pressure has just been building so much. And actually, even looking towards the mid lane tower, I am really liking this a little bit of macro here with rotations and knocking down and getting some of this latent XP around the map.
So it seems to feel like that my pick for the team that will win based on the composition is not going so hot right now. You can see like the whole map is like just screaming blue, like Germans are in control of absolutely everything, even the enemy jungle. Both like Team Beast are under tower, they can't really like go out. They have to try to maybe take like some very risky play with aggression. We can even imagine like using the Rictor with a flash in skewer to try to get a pick on the shutdown, maybe on the Drongo, on the Crunch, on the Fae. The Sevarog, you have to forget about it. Like the Sevarog, you're never gonna kill it. At that point, you have to fight where he's not.
Yeah, you have to decide that is a battle that you're probably not going to win at that point. But, maybe just looking towards this dual lane, because what what Germans have to worry about here is that you have members sitting on shutdowns, right? And if any pick, like we spoke and highlighted about this pick competition, you know, the Riplash, the Boulder Tosh, it can happen. Like these picks can be set up, and particularly if you can get it onto that crunch, if you can get it onto the Fae as well, that's a lot of gold available here. But for now, the dual lane just keeping them pushed aside. You can see just a chunk of the Revenant's HP gone and a blink forward as well to confirm that one. Belica has to go away. The Rampage as well, trying to play bodyguard, but sitting inside that gag grenade forces them once again under the tier 2 tower. And that's just going to be another pick on this Revenant.
And that was very well played because initially they trapped the Belica. And they're probably gonna kill this Rictor as well. He's very low.
You just can't do that, my friend. You cannot watch as your tier 2 tower fall. You just gotta go back to the inhib at least, and with the mini prime buff minions coming from the Fae as well. This is a right inhib coming down at 15.5 minutes, and I don't think Team Beast can really do much about it. You can see you can see Keycard approaching there, able to throw down some abilities, but this Sevarog is at near maximum stacks of the passive now. It's 128 for them. Razorback completed, going to go into a second item as well. It's tough. It's gotta be. It's so tough.
Yeah, they're just unrelentless. Like they just keep pressuring, and like only the saving grace here, I think, on this inhibitor on the right side is that the mini prime like just falls off. Like the cooldown was done, but in the meantime they managed to get to the second FangTooth, and it's not even like while they were doing that they were doing nothing else on the map. They just like keep like utilizing the whole map, taking their advantage to the fullest.
Yeah,
and it's 15-0. It's rough. At least like try to go for like this one kill, like super wombo combo, trying to shut down someone, getting back into the mood and trying to kind of claw up from here. Like, but you have to try something like that is risky and with like numerical advantage, because otherwise you're never gonna kill any of those players.
Yeah, for Team Beast, there must be, you know, there's looking up at the hill you've got to climb, the mountain you've got to climb. I think we've promoted up to just sheer vertical cliff that you've got to somehow scale to get back into this one. But for me, I mean, it's just by how far ahead. This is now Germans' game to lose at this point. It's going to take a series of pretty costly mistakes and errors that Team Beast have to punish, but with that, how far behind, I think even Germans' errors can go relatively unhindered, at least, as you can see. Actually, no 3 members surrounding by here, and this is what we possibly call a caster curse, because Luca having to blink away, but now the reinforcements arrive. The fly trap, 2 members brought to their demise. A triple kill for the mid laner. The entire jungle, the entire map is their oyster. Mid lane tier 2, you're going to be under siege. Tier 1 left side under siege as well. Oh, I just don't really know where to go from here, Moog. I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah, and the Director is gonna die here as well, I think. Like, that was pretty rough, but at least I like the ID. That's what they should do. Like, they have a little timing of a 1v3, trying to catch out this Decker. Unfortunately, the Decker still had the blink and go away, and then they got flanked and rotated on. Yeah. But that's the right ID. Didn't work well. Rough. Now that's gonna be maybe an inhibitor on the mid lane. We see that the Jungle is also like split pushing on the left lane, like so much pressure putting here, and even after those inhibitors they can just disengage, going for the mini prime, which means they will have the mini prime for the real prime. But at least, yeah, that's what they should have done, trying to force something. They're gonna press forward. German Z, good double stun. And
yeah, it's gonna keep going. The raid's about being popped as well into the Behemoth as well. But by the way, that is a tank rampage, and just can't deal with the burn coming out from this Fae. 18 minutes in, and they're already knocking on the door of this court for now. But they want to play it a little bit safer. Want to go for that left-hand side inhib. At least the fly trap catches onto the howitzer. Into the stasis they go, but it's just going to delay the inevitable. Drongo's there. That's a double kill coming out. A delayed team wipe for Germans as well. As sub 20 minutes, they're gonna go for the end here, Mugi. It's been an absolute decimation of
But
Team
we
Beast.
have the saving grace. Like the neural disruptor from the Blika managed to get the kill in this team fight, and so at least they managed to not get completely 25-0, and instead of 25-1, German seems to be like the better team on that match. But yeah, that was That was rough, but they still managed to get this last kill, which makes me happy in the end.
For sure, and as well for the side of Team Germans, you got to think. Hang on a minute, you know your perfect record in that game. I daren't say any towers were taken down for the side of Team Beast or any objectives going their way either. That was just brutal pulling apart here, and you know, thankfully, double elim. So Team Beast, you know, they are not out of the tournament just yet. They go down into the lower bracket. Germans are going to advance as well. We're going to go and take a very short break, and we'll be bringing you game 2 very, very soon. And welcome back to our continued coverage of the FangBooth free events here on April 1st and April 2nd. I'm TJ DJ. Joining me in the casting booth for game number 2 on the broadcast is going to be Falcon. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing very well. I am very excited to be here and see what's going to happen in the next game.
Yeah, if to the observant ones amongst you in chat, you may have noticed the team names being drawn up at least. This is going to be a best of one between the Omega Police Department versus Mythics. And the excitements, I think of the potential matchups we could have had in this bracket, this is going to be a really fun one.
Yeah, the fact that we're having this as our second game spectating is really good. Both of these teams are hopefully going to run quite deep, even with the losers bracket. So to see them this early face off against each other is just going to be a pleasure and a treat.
Of course, here, but you know, we do have a little bit of a process to go through. A draft in front of us, and a ban from last game as well. The Severog, and now the Muriel being picked up as well. But this draft going very quick here, Falcon, because we already have practically any percent running this composition. At least we're already like 3 picks deep for OPD.
Yeah, both teams already know what they want, getting them as fast as they can. OPD getting the Rampage the first pick. Again, same as last game, very strong jungler, very good frontliner. And then Mythics going for the steal support, most likely in the crunch, can be in the off lane and in the jungle. Again, both a very good frontline for both teams, with OPD then picking the Howitzer and Decker for 4th and 5th pick for their mid and support roles.
Yeah, I really do like to see the steal in these drafts as well. It's such a good pick to take early on because you do have that flex potential that me and Mugi were talking about in the last game, but granted in relation to other heroes at least. But with the steals, like you want engage, you've got the bull rush, you've got the steel stam, you want peel, you want protection, you want bodyguard. Just steal is the one that you go for at least. So really happy to see them here, and you know, especially when you're dealing with a pick composition coming out with, you know, this Rampage, Boulder Toss, the Stasis Bomb as well, you're going to need all the help you can get. Yeah,
and especially with his E, the fact that you can just put a wall down, either block the initial engage or any of the follow-up afterwards, is such a powerful ability. As they eventually picks Revenant as well for their 6th pick, as we wait for the 7th pick we picked up. I'm surprised we're seeing so many Revenants already. I wouldn't expect to see that.
It's an interesting one, for sure. I think it just depends what you really want to go into. Like when I think of a Revenant, I'm thinking very strong. You know, hitting 5 shots is just going to delete anyone that actually that decides to go into you. You've also got the ultimate as well, the Reckoning coming out, so you've got a bit of safety as well. But you know, going away from a more traditional team fighting ADC like the Drongo, like the Sparrow or the Murdoch, which remain available. And with these last 2 picks, we are going to be seeing which one of the ADCs that the Omega Police Department are going to be picking up here.
Yeah, I would love to see a Drongo here, just to get the silence out and make sure that any steal engage is okay.
Yeah,
that's
all right.
In the off lane.
Fantastic. And the Murdoch. Okay. Thoughts? Questions? Where do you want to start?
I want to start with the Simbi. So, looking at the Confident Team Mythics, we're assuming that it's going to most likely be a steal off lane here. Simbi can bully that quite hard. With the spam wall abilities, there's no real point putting the wall down, and even if you do, Simbi's just going to dash straight through it and continue bullying you. Again, you do have the stun and your CC, so you can get on top of her. Then you can obviously do quite a bit of damage with the Crunch Jungle coming along as well. On a 1v1 basis, this Simbi should be able to control this lane pretty easily.
Yeah, and also going into their melee matchups as well, just constantly staying inside that circle rhythm, able to use the line dashes as well, that double bit of mobility. Do you want to engage and then engage again? Do you want to go in, trade, get out? A lot of versatility inside of the Simbi pick.
Do you worry about it, considering that you are picking it into a Crunch and Richter, when if you have to go in a Simbi, you can spam your Q, but your majority of damage is going to be going in with your Ast, with your circle rhythm, and getting the much AoE as you can, especially if you have Tempest. And the fact that Crunch can just uppercut you, Richter can ult you, it is going to be a bit of a tricky situation for the team fighting.
Yeah, and this leads me to go down a line of questioning of, how do you think Omega Police Department are going to get this Simbi to that point, where she's able to just basically have free reign of the map.
Well, I think prior to 6, should just leave her alone. Simbi should be able to bully out the steal, and only if Crunch is coming along will still be able to do anything. Once you get to 6, then I would like to see OPD to focus on that solo lane. Try and hopefully pick up mini prime for her, and just let her serve in those waves, get maybe a tower or two, and just accelerate her as much as they can. Whilst the dual lane just holds still, as we see.
Yeah, and I feel as well, like, yeah, as the players are loading into the game in the background as well. So I once again call upon the chat of the FangBooth community. Where do your allegiances lie? And Falcon, I put you on the spot just like I did to Mugi just moments ago. You look at these drafts, you look at these players based purely on the draft. Who's advancing to the next stage of the upper bracket?
Or based purely on the draft, I would say OPD. I do think that the Rampage is going to be enough front line with the Decker to lock down any of Team Mythic's characters, and I will be 100% honest, I am extremely biased against Richter. I think he is the worst character in the game, and I don't think he should be in this tournament as much as he is at the moment. So that is going to be me being biased, and I'm saying OPD should be able to get away with this, but I don't think it's going to be clean.
There's bias, and I'm going to be dragging out the soapbox for you right now. You can't expect to be dropping a bombshell like that and want to carry on as well as if nothing ever happened. But hey, you know, this Richter pick, might prove you wrong.
It could do. I am going to say if a player can play Richter well, then he can be destructive and can single-handedly win team fights. But I think with the game state as it is, his hook is quite clunky. It is, as least, never mind, let's go and talk about this. As Decker has to pass away.
Immediate blink coming out less than a minute into the game before the minions have even spawned as well. So we are back on the game, as you can see. I'm actually really liking this as well from the Shinbi, just getting that really deep vision, especially on the buff as well. If you want to get through this early game, you need to know where that crunch is going to be at all times, and that's one way of doing it for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And the fact that you know that they tried to invade onto your red side, so that should be quite easy to put a ward down afterwards, because you should be quite safe since everyone else is on the other side of the map. But it seems to have actually been cleared away.
Yeah, even not having vision is vision in of itself. He's like, well, we know they're not there, for instance.
Hang on a minute. We got Crunch off lane. There's a Richter jungle.
Yeah, Richter jungle as well. Does this absolve any of your criticisms of Richter, or does it?
I think Richter jungle is his best role. Obviously, a lot of people play him support. I think with his Q and his E, his clear's not terrible, and his gank strength is pretty strong. I think a Richter coming in from the frog wall with his whiplash and his right click is a lot stronger than just having it in lane and just trying to bait a player, another person's out.
And also just comboing with the abilities as well, stuff like the landmine inside that mid lane. You've got the boulder toss, that age-old classic. It's near impossible to miss a stationary target, and there's a lot of tools.
But say that, if we look on the opposite side, you see Morose's health being about 10 HP there, as it seems like they already had a quick fight in the solo lane, and that Simbi has come out on top.
It's gonna be a risky one as well with that matchup. I know we kind of we did not dance around it. We actually did talk about it in the draft as well. But seeing that Shinbi pushing up the crunch out of the lane does surprise me. I feel like whenever a crunch is inside of the solo lane, there's going to be at least 2 to 3 solo kills. It just, where do those kills fall?
As we get. Oh, nice poke there. Both the duo late there. Oh my god, Ray getting the kill on the jungler. Seems like Richter has come over for a gank, but that has gone quite badly for Team Mythics as they get the turnaround.
Yeah, that's one that I think we want to keep for the instant replay as well. Wanting to know exactly what happened there, because the Crunch was at their tier 1 tower. I'm not really sure there. I would assume low HP having to back off, and then Shinbi picks off at the XP.
Most likely.
But that's just, we've got to just really infer.
We see Rampage looking for the solo lane as well, seeing if they can get maybe a tower dive going through.
Yeah, especially if that crunch is going to be low. I believe we are going to be switching over to the left-hand side XP camp will be donated over towards the Rampage, which I do like. You want to make sure you keep these junglers as ahead as possible. But this is, a pretty good start for the Omega Police Department here.
Yeah, I think the Crunch is going to have a better time against Simbi compared to a Richter or a Steel. But he needs to get 6. He needs to have that CC with his uppercuts, his extra damage with his ult, before he can really counteract that Simbi, because he, again, is just going to be poked down with that Q.
Yeah, it's a tough old time, but maybe it's just a welcome change of scenery as well, as Crunch players, with how much they want to box as well. They normally are the ones pushing out, they're the ones rotating, and this time they're having to sit on the stall outside their tier 1 tower, at least for this time. But a few minutes have passed, and outside of that action inside the solo lane, this duo lane has just been relatively, I say, about as peaceful as Predecesso can get at this point. There's been some heavy trading, but no one really in danger of any kills just now. But you can see that Mythic's just keeping the pressure on, keeping them underneath their tower.
Yeah, what I'd really like to see from Mythics is that they got the Blink out from Decker pre-minions. I would love to have seen this Richter, instead of going into that solo lane to help with the Crunch, just come over to this duo lane. They know that the Decker has no Blink. If they can force out the Murdoch, then both duo laners don't have any Blink at all, and they can just keep them bullying them with that Revenant. But that doesn't seem to have happened, unfortunately.
No, and even the Richter having to go back into their jungle as well. Try to get the secure help with the River Bug, but actually there's a really good steal by this howitzer. See, Import just using that pounce, jump up the mid lane, show their presence, try and relieve a little bit of the pressure. They know that the Richter is in that left-hand side jungle, and that might be a potential pressure point to exploit here. Berserker already down to a 3rd HP, got to deal with it, but now Morose over there as well to help their jungler out, and a lot of return damage coming down, but the Rampage here as well. The Riplash will find its mark and pull them back, and it's going to be Morose turning that damage around and equaling up the kill count for Team Mythics.
Yeah, both solo laners didn't have 6 there, so Simbi didn't have her ultimate available to try and burst down the Richter, and the Crunch at level 5 does have all his abilities. He does have a lot of damage available. And with Import not being there in time, that was quite an easy 2v1 for Team Mythics to get the secure off. Unfortunately, Morose did have to blink out to make sure he did survive, but I feel like that is going to be worth any day of the week.
Yeah, and it's just got to feel so good as well, not just from a gameplay perspective, but also just from a morale as well, where you've just been constantly wearing the storm against this Shinbi, just to get that kill. That's kind of a get you back moment, shall we say. But it's going to be really what happens from here on out here. As you can see, some more action inside the mid lane. You've got the Make It Rain coming down very early. A lot of damage coming down onto the Bellica, and Backroll has already gone down as a combination of ultimates come out. A pick for the OPD outside of this Fangtooth pit as well, which they are looking towards.
Yeah, both teams not letting us talk at all, as they go into another team fight in the mid lane this time with both support and Revenant coming over to try and help. Unfortunately, somehow only 1 kill actually coming out of that. A lot of blinks being used and a couple of ults, but only 1 kill, and that actually went to Decker as well, so not too much gained by either team there.
No, I think if you want that kill to go on, well, if you're on the side of Team Mythics, if you want that kill to go on to anyone, get it onto the support at least.
Yeah, definitely, because Decker is building towards the Dynamo, so it's going to be quite good spread against the quite tanky front line of Team Mythics with the Steel, the Richter, and the Crunch. But compared to having it on, let's say, the Howitzer, who was very close to getting that kill, is going to be a bit weaker. His imports coming over.
Containment Fence is going to catch onto the Steel. There's going to be a Blink Wave on the Revenant. The Boulder Toss from the Behemoth Ultimate, and that is going to be EYGM biting the dust as Import gets the gank down. And also the Murdoch getting involved as just Latina picking up that one. Not for free, though, as the Richter showed himself into that solo side, and they're at least able to answer back on the Shinbi. So it's a 2-for-1 across the map.
Yeah, 2-for-1. I would love to see OPD here do Fangtooth. The Richter is on the solo side. Should have been quite easy to pick up, but they are deciding to back and play it safe instead. And again, Mythics trying to keep this Shinbi down as much as they can, which is a good call, but they are suffering on the other side of the map because of it.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see where these junglers want to path, where their priorities lie. As you said, with how you said in the draft as well about how they're going to try and get.
Never mind, we're not team fight.
That's
Let's go.
Yeah, no, we want to talk about it, but a mini prime is much more important. It's going to go the way of the team Mythics, but now a fight inside. The skewer's not going to find much value, and the Richter will go down straight away. The containment defense as well, but a howitzer makes it rain from above and crashing the damage down. But no one's really falling yet. Morose will be the first target, but quite a tanky one as that crunch. It took a while. The Bellica drops, and now the attention onto the support as well. OPD cleaning up house outside of that mini prime. They lose the mini prime, but they at least get 3 kills back.
Yeah, 4 kills actually, as the Richter did die just at the start of the fight, has come back up. Yeah, just as we want to continue talking, they decide to have another team fight, and OPD come out really strong in that one.
What they're doing. I see how they're doing. You know, just non-stop action, non-stop fighting. Hey, I'm all for it. No, it doesn't matter about my voice box at least, but hey ho. 10 minutes approaching here, and you know, we want OPD in such a good position around his Fangtooth, but for now, I'm not. You know, you've got members over on this side of the map at least. Rampage sitting in that red side jungle. Not really a lot of wards coming down at least. So I'm kind of in sensing that the Fangtooth is at fort right now, but not really what they want to go for immediately.
Yeah, I imagine both teams have used quite a lot of their ward power already on that mini prime, so they have to wait for the cooldowns to come back up to get those back onto Fangtooth, or until they reset. This decker should be getting close to her crest. She is actually going for the Guardian crest, as we saw last game. They went for the Consort crest instead, so going for a different active this time, as we actually have both junglers come over to the dual lane as well.
Just using that mobility as well, actually just able to jump around. But unfortunately, there is a cooldown on the double jump, my friend, having to blink away at least. Trying to juke out this Richter, causes a lot of problems. The Whiplash does go wide, but that's a lot of body blocking. There is no way Cynic gets to play the game at that point. TYGM able to get a kill on the Revenant at least, and that's going to go a long way. It's still a little bit of a hill to climb to equal out the kills, but you know, Team Mythics being more proactive.
Yeah, again, the start there. See what else they can do. Looks like they're going for the Fangtooth. But I don't really know what Cynic was trying to go for there. Obviously, trying to duke it out until his double jump was back up. But you got a Steel and Richter. They're just going to walk on you and press their buttons.
And press the buttons and press the keys. They did. Fangtooth will be picked up for Team Mythics here as well. And you got to feel like this is a huge pickup as well. As this game is going to go on, Omega Police Department, you know, staying that left-hand side, getting the invading down, keeping this Richter jungle behind, and now they're actually going to go for a tower dive.
Morose, get out of there!
Here. Morose has got absolutely no idea what's going on, but it's actually going forwards, bought a bit of time, but Synergy is appearing there. The R2000, the all-kill, and a boulder toss to add insult to injury. 3 members will collapse. They pick off Morose, and they're also going to grab a tier 1 tower as well.
And getting this blink as well. He should have just realised he was dead there. You're not getting away from a gank like that. Wasting the blink makes it a lot harder to play for the next 5 minutes as well. As I don't think losing the first Fangtooth is as detrimental as you would say here. It's quite late in the game. It took it over 10 minutes. So Prime was going to be a while. Mythics can look for the third Fangtooth, but that is not going to be for at least another 10 minutes.
Yeah, just finding ways to actually really get back into this game. And I want to compliment OPD as well, is that even though they do lose the Fangtooth, they don't let it go for free, right? Even if one hand's doing one thing, they're doing something with the other on the opposite side of the map. There will be an answer back. But I'm looking at these towers, and actually for both teams as well. Mid lane tower currently sitting about half HP as well. Not much attention outside of that skirmish about 4 minutes into the game. We've seen any attention thrown towards this Bellica and Howitzer lane.
No, well, both of those mid laners are just going to be throwing their abilities from max range. So they're not going to get that close to each other. They could have gone aggressive, but I've decided just to farm as much as they can. I imagine both of them going zero kill. So they're just trying to get as much mana as they can. Yeah. As obviously junglers are trying to pay attention to this solo lane and dual lane as much as they can as well. As we see, Cynic actually has his crest ready for running next backs. I would like to see him get Sanctification here just to get tenacity for his team. Against the large CC from Team Mythics, as we get a double invade on Important Synergy. See what they can get.
They're going to go for a stun onto the Richter once again. Synergy running for the hills at least, as OPD just keeping the pressure, never letting Berserker actually exist in this game. They pick off the Richter jungle once again, and you can really sense the game plan coming out, and it also helps as well, the long arm of the law. But now members over here, the steel slam will come down by a little bit of time. Containment fence coming out once again. There is the other ultimate, should we say, but Synergy picking up that one, and now Revenant left alone underneath the tier 1 tower will at least get one back onto the Murdoch. But Omega Police Department just really not taking any prisoners right now.
No, they get the invade onto the jungle. They find the Richter, pick him off. Meanwhile, in the solar lane, Ray with his Simbi managed to get Morose down to about 1 HP, and Julie gets a snipe afterwards. And why stop there? Let's just now dive there, tier 1 as well. Julie does unfortunately fall down for OPD, but at least for Mythics they get that trade. But that's not going to be a trade they wanted, unfortunately, as they lose 4 people for 1.
And you kind of get a sense of maybe a little bit of deja vu from the first game that we had on broadcast, is that, as soon as this snowball starts to roll down the hill, it just keeps on picking up more and more snow, getting larger and larger. The Omega Police Department doing such a good job. They're playing around with their lead very well. But I will ask you the weighted question, Falcon, for Team Mythics. What do they need to do to get back into this one?
Well, what they need to do first is they need to get these items on the front, I would say, and get a front line built up. I would say, 5v5, if they can get a few items, their front line should be able to hold out quite well. And, well, if we just get another pick here.
Well, it's certainly looking that way. Containment fence, there's no mobility for this Richter, and it's actually going to be Cynic picking it up with the basic attack.
Got 3 kills already.
Yeah, this Decker is certainly happy to pick up the kills, get some of that gold online. All going to help towards the support items. That's just a point-blank stasis bomb onto the support as well. The Riftwalker's having to come out and a blink away from the boulder toss as well. Mythics running once again back towards their tier 2, and this is firmly in control for the Omega Police Department to look towards what looks like this mini prime spawning soon.
It's already down. Import has it.
Well, you know what? Fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. But this is what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to push some waves at least. I can see the Shinbi pushing onto the tier 2 tower left-hand side. Long Arm of the Law comes down.
Getting actually 3 of them there, but they're not obviously doing much damage.
Hitting 3, and that could be, something to play around with at least. It's near enough forcing resets to come out. This tier 2 tower, the mini wave should be coming up very quickly as well. Left-hand side, you see another kill happened onto the steel as well. They're knocking down these towers so quickly as well. I'm very impressed by some of the macro going on here from the Omega Police Department.
Yeah, they've got the mini prime. They need to be using it as much as they can here, which they have done successfully. Already got to tier 2. In the solar lane, they hopefully get another tier 2 as well. FangTooth is up as well, so they'll probably go and get that, whilst their Team Mythics is trying to reorganize themselves. But this is what's happening. Their front line in Team Mythics is not strong enough to survive. They're getting dove by the Shimmy and Rampage, and they're just dying. This Howitzer is basically free hitting them with the Murdoch as well, as we get a near team fight now.
Ocean, right-hand side outside the FangTooth, containment field go down, but this is such a tight corridor to fight in as well. This is where the AoE starts to hit, and UIGM actually taking down Julie at least. That could be a big pick, but the health bar is just a little bit too low. Ray is able to at least trade back. Stasis Bomb will score a field goal and go wide, but now you can see the Bellica left alone with the FangTooth as Ray will pick up that kill straight into a FangTooth steal, secure as well for this one. But Mythics kind of blown out the water here. Started with a good pick, but it's just once again OPD just have their number.
Yeah, really good pick by HIGM there with the Revenant ult, but Julie on the Murdoch isn't the big carry in this game. It's Ray on this Simbi and this Howitzer that is doing the most damage. They're still alive. They're still able to free hit, and unless you do something about them, your tanks aren't going to be able to survive. They're just going to go down like we've seen.
Yeah, and I have to feel that this pick competition, the Richter hooks as well, just really might spell the demise as well, because there's been so much effort and time and resources given into making sure this Richter jungle can just never exist inside these team fights. It just feel like, they're in a numbers advantage, even if there are 5 members on the map in these team fights. OPD just playing around their advantages extremely well, with the FangBooth down. But there is going to be a little bit of a lull time, and I think Mythics really need this right now, because they do need to kind of reset, they need to reevaluate where they are, and try and get a game plan right now.
Yeah, but even if we look at what are they going to be able to scale very well? They've got Revenant, who in the mid game is not the best ADC. It's going to be outboxed by the Murdoch with the auto attacks. But if you can get a few more items online, you get that 4th hit, should be able to do quite a bit. As Ray is getting chased down by most of Team Mythics there.
Yeah, look,
Or
really
are
looking
they
for that
chasing him?
down. Oh, the stasis bomb from the other postcode actually sets up a long arm of the law, and that's so much damage being returned down. The Iron Strike with the blink as well, really wanting this Revenant, and Ray will be able to pick it up at least using all their abilities. Another stasis bomb will connect. The boulder toss went live. R2000 rocket from long range as well. It doesn't matter how Armada Police Department fights these team fights. Is it long range? Is it short range? They are just winning every single time.
Yeah, that rocket seemed to do 2,000 damage to them. Oh my god, that was a lot of damage. I don't know how much magic resist they have yet, but I imagine they're getting as much as they can right now. As, again, they were trying to chase down a pick, but Omega Police Department managed to get a rotation down really well. Just perfect rotation by Cynic to get the stun, and just chasing down afterwards.
Yeah, just only praise really for the Armada Police Department. They're playing around their abilities so well. I mean, you saw that stasis bomb come out, and immediate long arm of the law followed up as well. That's what you want to see from these combinations. They're playing this team comp. They know Ray is the raid boss. Or should I say raid boss? Haha. But yeah, don't worry. We got plenty more bad jokes to come along. But anyway, here 19 kills to 5 at least. We are past the 20-minute mark, so it's not going to be the quickest game we've seen on broadcast today at least. But objectives coming up here. But Armada Police Department's very much like Team Germans were in that last game, more than happy for Mythics to contest them on these objectives. They want to fight because they know they can win it.
Speaking of objectives, all Prime is spawned. It's been 20 minutes. Are they going to look for it as much as they can, or are they just going to bait for it? Team Mythics looking in, but Steel is on 1 HP already.
Synergy didn't even walk up the steps and just took 3/4 of the health bar in under a second. That is insane right now, and really gives you an idea of just how far ahead the Armada Police Department really are. All Prime being started up, and you've got 3 members just purely on zoning duty as well. More than happy to let the Rampage just deal with this All Prime. Murdoch's will get some damage tucked in as well, but no, Mythics, you've got to make a decision, my friends. You either have to go for the Hail Mary, or you have to retreat away. Behemoth will still be available because this Rampage is getting quite low.
Looks like they're going on Ray instead.
Yeah, they were definitely looking for something. At least the Behemoth have come down, and there is the Slayer as well to secure the All Prime. As health bars very low. Ray is just a one-man killing machine right now, and now the rest of the team are happy to add to their totals. That's 4 members. They drop like dominoes outside of the All Prime pits, and it's only Morose who's able to limp away from that one. 4 kills and an All Prime buff as well. OPD, firm control.
Yeah, Ray just saying to Team Mythics, I don't need a tank to frontline. I'm just going to kill you guys instead. I don't need a tank. And OPD given an easy All Prime.
Oh my.
That.
As a trait of being a caster, sometimes you do get left speechless. It's not a great trait to have, but sometimes you just witness something like that where you're hit by 3 amounts of CC and you just drop as well. It's like you just let what you see on your screens kind of tell the story at least. And Richter takes the jump pad, but these players know exactly where that jump pad will land. Immediate stasis bomb on top as well. Yeah. You have to feel this is going to be the end of the game here, unless Mythics can pull off a miracle.
A miracle's going to be needed, but
actually,
not with a Rampage folder like that.
Wow.
And that is going to be GG for OPD.
The Armada Police Department advance to the next stage of the bracket, a commanding victory over Team Mythics. And what started off in that game as quite a back and forward brawl between these two teams really did spiral out of control there, Falcon.
Yeah, Synergy in the mid lane and Ray in the off lane, both playing AP carries, seem to have basically been able to play the map. They had easy time farming. Team Hicks, to be fair, did try and shut down Simbi as long as they could, but that level 2, level 3 gank onto the Simbi where the Victor died,
one last time. No more falls and no more climb. I don't want to be the shadow of the bigger picture. It makes me shallow. So I'm gonna stay out of the midnight shine against the night sky. Fight back and never go hide. I'm gonna stay right on the bright side. Stay out of the midnight shine against the night sky. Fight back and never go hide. I'm gonna stay right on the bright side. I'm gonna stay right on the bright side. I'm gonna stay right on the bright side. Stay out of the midnight shine against the night sky. Fight back and never go hide. I'm gonna stay right on the bright side. I've been fooled with one last lie. I'm gonna float and start to try. I don't want to be the shadow of the bigger people that make me shallow. So I'm gonna stay out of the midnight shine against the night sky. Fight back and never go hide. I'm gonna stay right on the bright side. Stay out of the midnight shine against the night sky. Fight back and never go hide. I'm gonna stay right on the bright side. I'm gonna stay in the bright side. In the bright side.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business.
Hello, welcome back and thank you for the wait on that. We were just waiting for some of the teams to be done. I'm Falcon and I'm again joined by TJ for the next game, which is going to be Team Immune versus Cheat Clappers.
I mean, I don't know about you. I was just really enjoying that. I mean, I can't remember who said it in chat, but that Decker secure montage that we got to see from that last game as well. But that was in the past. Now,
Look,
yeah,
kill steals don't exist. It's
secure.
everything.
I said secure. I said secure.
Yes. Look, supports need money. They can't farm, so they need to get the kills. That's how it works, right?
But
Exactly.
No, but yes, but no. Well, we'll see what happens in this game as well, because maybe one of these teams gonna maybe give us another argument or another way to look at it. Team Immune versus Cheat Clappers. This is our round 3 game. The winner of this will advance to the upper finals. With a spot in that grand finals, which will be played tomorrow as well. This game still remains a best of 1. As it's about time that we welcome our reigning champions, a team that don't really need any introduction if you've been keeping up with FangBooth. Team Immune. What can we say about these guys?
Absolute dominant. I think it's going to be the easiest way of saying it. Yeah, won both of the Fang 2 so far. Don't think they've actually dropped a game either, especially in the best of 3s. So again, fan favorites, tournament favorites. Everyone's favourites. There's not much else to say, really.
And especially when you have a little bit of that pressure as well. But Team Immune, as you say, back-to-back Fang booths as well, and also playing over in NA as well. They were the winners of the ATS back in February. Now PCC. So this is a team that can do it not only in EU but also in NA as well, even with all of that ping. Such a good team. Definitely have set the benchmark for what newer teams and tier 2 teams really want to strive for as well. And we get to see it firsthand in this game here. So a draft going on for Alcon. The Sevrog is going to be the first ban, and unlike our previous game, we actually do get a bit of a chance to talk about the draft instead of it being speedrun.
Yeah, again, Sevrog, we saw in the first game of today, absolute dominant in the solo lane, probably the best solo lane at the moment. If you don't want to first pick it, you're just going to have to ban it. So I just want to talk about Cheat Clappers quickly, because we talked about Immune once, but we haven't talked about CC just yet. A group of players that have played previously in previous tournaments, but on different teams, have come together last 2 weeks or so. They've done a lot of scrimming, basically scrimmed every single day, so I think they have had as much practice as they can have, so hopefully they can show up today as they ban Howitzer.
Does feel like a little bit of a gauntlet to be thrown down here as well. But yeah, just having a little look down my little player database here. I can see some members, Bondrew, Skype Hamster, Bila playing on NEO in the last Fang booth as well, just 1 month ago. So, players that are definitely no stranger to the competitive environment of competitive Predecesso at least. But, I've always wondered about this Howitzer ban for Alcon, but after the game that we literally just witnessed moments ago, I'm kind of understanding it at least, and Cheat Clappers just really do not want to deal with it, and that leaves a few of these power picks open. Rampage is once again going to be first picked in the draft.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real reason to talk about why Rampage is first pick. It's just all you have to do is look at import last game, and you kind of see why this happened. And It's interesting that they banned Howitzer and not Gideon, because when I think of MT's player pool, I think of Gideon first. It might be due to how strong Gideon was last month, and I think Howitzer's definitely gotten a lot stronger since, with Gideon Nurse as well. So it definitely makes sense for the Howitzer ban, and they're trying to limit MT's champion pool. They might see quite a early mid pick as well by CC. We'll have to see, but they need something to do with Rampage. Still is up. I'd like them to pick that. They can easily flex it wherever they want. And I'm not 100% sure they'll go for the second pick though. Probably leave Jungle for a bit later on.
They kind of have a free reign here, at least. You know, Muriel not being banned, they are going to go for the Crunch and the Decker. It's going to be their picks, at least. Pretty solid, pretty standard picks. We've seen both sides as well. The Crunch and the Decker when they get ahead, and also when they get behind as well. So, you know, staple picks of the predecessor meta at the moment. I'm just having a look at, you know, of the available picks right now. You know, Muriel's had 2 bans thrown against her in the games we've seen, and hasn't gone picked up at least. You know, that Steel, which has been high prioritized as well, once again stays inside the pool of available heroes as well. And it feels like Immune just have a lot of different paths available to them with these next 2 picks.
Yeah, they've already got the jungler, so they know what they're doing in terms of that, but next is going to be kind of what they want to prioritize in laning. Do they want a certain lane to be as strong as they can? With Immune, normally it's going to be their dual lane with Neft and Clearcast trying to get a lead with MT and trying to secure those tanks as fast as possible. Most of the time they leave Tang out to dry, which can have devastating results for him as they pick up the Bellica and the Revenant. This is most likely going to be support Bellica, I feel like, for Clearcast, just to have that dominant dual lane, as I was saying.
Yeah, and dual lanes don't get more dominant than the combination of Neft and Clearcast as well. And just seeing Neft on that Revenant pick, which has been kind of a staple ban against Team Immune when you go deep into best of 3s and best of 5s, just not letting Neft get this pick. And certainly it feels to me that Team Immune are going to be pretty happy with what they've got so far. It doesn't feel like they've been necessarily forced onto anything due to the draft. So how do you see respond to this?
It's going to be hard. Nothing you can really pick in duo is going to be able to compete with the pressure that Bellica and Revenant is dealing out. I'd like them to pick up a mid laner here just to try and get some sort of prioritize in that. But it also depends on if they're taking the crunch into solo lane or if they're putting it into jungle. We have seen last game it was the solo laner, but of course the first game was the jungler, so we don't know what's going to be with that. But I think they definitely picked the mid laner up here, and in turn, they could leave ADC to the last, but I think they would want a counter pick if they could. So I think just picking up the Murdoch here is going to be quite a good thing. Murdoch does quite well against Revenant, stops his slow with his Stimpack, and can keep the range with his passive up as well, so has some sort of box option. But we'll see if they agree with that as well.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. Yeah, this is definitely, it feels like you really have to, you know, plan out this draft. As I say, there's still that flex potential. Of course, Mugi was talking about how this Decker as well, especially in EU, can be flexed into multiple roles as well. But now when you go 3 or 4 picks deep into your draft, it's now time to define what you want to do. Do you want to pick? Do you want to poke? Do you want to brawl? Do you want to team fight? What do you want? Strong offlane, split pushing? There's so many different flavors available to you, and they're going to keep up with a relative amount of flex with the Steel, but it will be that gadget picked up as well. So they do have their mid lane. They're going to leave the AD carry pick all the way until last.
Yeah, and this screams to me already team fight. You got the Steel ult, you got the gadget ult. You just want to get 5v5 or even like a 2v2 in mid lane. Steel is most likely going to be in the off lane now. The crunch is going to be in the jungle. Could be the other way around, but we'll have to see once it gets into the game. But CC is definitely looking for that team fight options. They want to be able to contest the FangBooth, they want to be able to contest the Orb Primes. So we'll see what Team Moon wants to do for their mid laner and off laner here. Gideon is still up, does pretty well, but I don't really know what MT would want to play here. Tang as well, big gadget player, might be playing something a bit more traditional in the off lane, might be playing the Feng Mao or something like that as well.
I mean, well, we did see Shimby off lane being played before, and I'm looking at this countess. And if you've seen Team Immune play, Tang does play a very mean Countess as well. So that is another option available to them. But
I mean, you say that. Best player in Team Immune for Countess is Clearcast in support. I played against it once and it was terrifying. Never again.
I mean, to be honest, if I just met Clearcast in any game, it would be terrifying regardless of what they picked. I'm not gonna lie, at least. But this time they're going to go for the Muriel. Not going for the counter support, shall we say, but pairing it up here. So that Bellica moving actually into the mid lane, but okay, double ADC as well. Now this does throw quite a few spanners in the works now for Arkhan. Where do we want to start?
Oh my god, I don't even know. This is why I wanted CC to pick the ADC first. This is why having that counter option against whatever Team Moon has just done would have been so much better instead of having this widget. We can only play this now. Bellica mid is most likely the case, and then one of the ADCs is going to be in the offlane on Tang's hands with Muriel in Clearcast. Revenant or Drongo could be either one. I'd imagine it's going to be Drongo, as CC picks the Sparrow up. Again, big team fight in ADC.
Yeah.
Needs to appeal though, which should be good enough for Deca. But Team Moon is going to go for those 1v1s, I can already tell, in the 2v2s.
Yeah, well, I mean, just with how, with Team Immune's reputation, shall we say, and there's a reason that we're talking a lot about Team Immune as well. It's difficult not to with the sort of record that they have inside of these tournaments as well. So yeah, that mechanical prowess that we've seen and we've got to know them as well, really going to come out. So I do agree with you there. These skirmishes, this early game, less than 10 minutes, you want to see where Raw Twice goes on the rampage, boulder tosses, combining a lot into these into the rest of the abilities which we've seen, like seismic assault can come out, Drongo can throw down the ultimate over there, gag grenade, a lot of options, reversal, but we ignore CC's team fight orientated combat at our own peril is what I want to say. Like if they're able to hit the late game and it's just going to be one bow combo, might just decide the game.
Yeah, Steel ult into a gadget ult, you got Sparrow just doing about 10,000 damage a second.
Yeah.
They can be terrifying, but they need to get to that point first. And that is going to be the big challenge in this game. Team Immune has all they need to close this out in 20 minutes. And they've shown previously that they can do that.
Yeah, and also we'll be on par with the games we've had on broadcast today as well. So a 18-minute and a 24-minute as well. So these games not actually hitting that deep late game. But right now, CC really want to take us through a marathon right now.
Yeah, and I imagine Team Immune is probably going to be looking for this off-lane sort of action here. Especially with the ADC. As soon as you see an ADC, be it in your solo queue games, in your 5v5s, in your tournaments, you know immediately that their jungler is going to try and camp you as much as you can, just to make sure you can't do anything, and you're not going to be able to play the game. Team Immune might just leave Tang out to dry. They might just say, you know what, you're going to be the bait, we're going to do everything else on our duo side, have fun. Or they could be funneling their resources into Tang, trying to say, look, we're going to match them, we're going to have these 2v2s in this solo lane, and we're going to do as much as we can.
For sure, and we get to see exactly what they can do as our next game is up on your screens. Team Immune versus Cheek Clap as a spot in the upper finals available for either of these teams. It is going to be Tang taking the Drongo into that off lane. Yet to see really again, is this the crunch or the steel jungle for now? But just looking at the overall posturing as well, kind of just making sure that all these jungle entrances are watched. We did see, what can happen in the level 1 with the pre-1 minute blink if you allow it to go through. But now actually very, quite forward thinking here. And Tang actually going to get a lot of bit of trade damage onto Bondru, taking down to it's just to above half HP, should I say, before the minions have even spawned here. And, I love the positioning from Roll Twice as well, making sure that they can't just be an immediate punish.
Yeah, that's the power of a solo lane carry. You're just going to be able to bleed out. The range advantage is going to be so strong. And that also gives us the answer. It's going to be a crunch solo lane with the steel jungle. Which steel can do a lot on the map. We've seen, especially last tournament, I believe it's Team Mythics have a steel jungle. And he basically solo carried that game so hard. So we'll see if CC can do something similar, but already off to a bad start in the third lane. Bonju not even able to get the minions. So shouldn't lose anything, but probably won't be able to CS very well.
Yeah, but
If you can get near that.
Yeah, the problem is though is that Tang's got that minion prio anyway, so this is just what you want to see from your solo laners. It's zoning them away from that bubble, because whilst Bonju is not getting the gold, he is still hitting that XP at least. So this is this is the zoning that we want to see coming out, and especially range into melee. And I'm just thinking more about this matchup as well, is that anytime Bonju actually just steps up and tries to engage on this Drongo, I feel like this is just a gag grenade thrown at the Drongo's feet, right? And then all of a sudden, this ability-based boxer that is Crunch is really nullified.
Yeah, you'll see the similar things with, if for example, someone's playing Grux or something like that. As soon as you step up, you're just silent on your feet, you stay in there. Okay, they're going to be able to auto you, but they're not going to be able to use any of their abilities, not going to be able to CC you, and if in an auto fight, the carry's just going to win every single day.
For sure, especially with the irradiated rounds. But yeah, we can see actually some invading going on here. The Team Immune duo pushing up the ECC duo underneath their tower. This allows Raw Twice to actually just get some of that first five as well. Actually going to hit the first stun as well, but just going to walk away. It's not a kill lane just
Oh, hang
yet,
on. One goes on 1 HP.
Wow, look at that. Tang and Bonju, just as soon as we walk away, is going to be action. You can see here that a blink came out on the duo side as well. So already Team Immune starting to take these micro leads.
Yeah, doing really well. Getting some counter jungle as well, as Team Immune actually saw the steal on that board by the 2-man on the solo side for them. So they knew that they were quite safe and managed to get it. Tang, on the other hand, is not deciding to play safe. Looks like he's fighting there in the solo lane.
As it's actually a solo kill as well. First blood in the solo lane. Tang drops to about 70 HP, but it's 70 more than 0, and that's why it's still on the map at least. But this is already got to be alarm bells coming out here for cheek clappers.
Yeah, there's going to be really issue. He has used his blink, we can see. We're not entirely sure what happened. We know that they went down really low earlier, so they seem to have had a second fight, which Drongo got on top of. But CC now needs to know this Drongo has no blink. We need to deal with him now, otherwise he is just going to be unstoppable.
For sure, you need to punish the immobileness of Drongo right now. And doesn't have his ultimates. Has the slow from old Rusty, has the gag grenade. But if the likes of a Crunch and a Steal, it feels like there's enough CC just between the two of them that they should be able to deal with this Drongo. But that's something that's got to be in the back of the mind now for the jungler for CC as well. Is like you got to put resources to the left hand side. That means that you lose pressure over towards that Fangtooth side.
Yeah, but they've got to go for something. They can't.
Oh, absolutely.
They're not going to be able to do everything on the map. Team Immune has these lanes that are designed to just win. Every single lane they have is a winning lane, and the CC needs to choose one of them to try and set it up. But at the moment, it seems like Steel is just set at farming as Eyeball is having another look.
Oh,
yes,
from
that's a
the
dash already.
curtain. The forward Crunch comes down, a gag grenade at the feet. Bondru incredibly low. The red rounds ticking away, and now just knows there's no way out. Raw Twice, he would even pick up the kill for themselves as well. Things going from bad to worse here. As speaking of that steel jungle, we haven't really seen a gank just yet though. But I'm just looking towards that red side. There is a little bit of action there.
Sticking to the steel jungle, it seems that they met the Rampage jungle and having a slight fight on the left side of the river. As it looks like they're pretty healthy. I will just jump in away. Not sure how healthy the steel is, but it's going back in, so probably not that much as he's continuing to actually do the 2-man camp.
So, half HP did get the slay down, but our Raw Twice does have the advantage. It's actually going to be interrupted. The boulder toss, the third time is the charm, and it's going to find that CC in the backup arrives in the form of Empty, who will pick off 7-1 here. But now 2 members turning on towards Empty as well, and the boulder toss actually has still on cooldown as well, but Empty is able to at least get away from the collapse, and this is a risky back at least. If anyone can piece together that there's only one place that Raw Twice could have gone, but no, the recall comes out complete, gets away, and starts to buy some of them items.
Yeah, I will actually had quite an easy back there. Epps had no mana on his gadget, so he wouldn't be able to do anything, and Bondroid has lost so much in that solo lane, he can't really afford to continue chasing on and needs to catch his wave. So he was pretty safe to just back there. But that goes bad to worse. If the steal gets behind and starts getting counter jungled, then he ain't going to be helped in any lane anytime soon.
Yeah, and then as that snowball starts to go down the hill, it picks up the snow, it gets bigger and bigger. Like, there's a reason I'm talking about it a lot, because it's just what has been happening. And as we said in the draft, Falcon, that Team Immune have so many tools available to utilize that. These are winning lanes, and it looks like for now that they definitely are, at least. But at the moment, outside of that action in the solo lane, mid lane and the duo side have just been very much back and forward trading here.
Yeah, it's not too bad, as the gadget's actually gone missing. He might be looking to try and... No, man, he's back in mid lane. I was going to say, he might be looking to try and get a gank on the solo lane, but no, he's come back. He just seems to have done with a buff. I was actually looking mid lane again. Might get some action here.
So yeah, looking for a ball toss. She's going to take straight to the bugle as well. The seismic assault will knock up as well, and the gadget is able to get away. Doesn't expend the blink though, but it's a free recall, and now Empty is just kind of clear to rotate as they please. Epps sticking around though, has got the health pot, so we'll be able to get a little bit of that mana back here. But I'm just wondering when we're going to be seeing these rotations come out, which has become Team Immune's kind of what's the word? Kind of their signature in these fights.
I don't think there'll be that many rotations out, honestly. Both lanes are winning quite handily at the moment. I'm not sure what the CS gaps are, but I imagine at least in the solo lane it's going to be about 1 million.
Well, it's a 2-level lead as well, actually. And that's going to collapse towards it, trying to burst him down. But Tang doesn't care, just walks straight into melee range and knows that he can win that 1v1 every single time. That is a 2-level lead on the crunch as well.
Tang's not having 6, he can't have the knockup. He's got the only CC on his right click. He used that already. You've got no more damage. You're just going to die then. And this is going to be the issue with solo carries. And they've had no jungle impact at all. It's been a isolated lane apart from the one gank by Ivor. So, yeah, it's 79 CS to whatever CS Bondroid has. I'm not 100% sure what it is. And I think at the moment, the only sort of rotation team needs now is probably some by Clearcast, maybe look towards mid lane, and just try and start accelerating this Bellica.
Yeah, wanting to break through, really, because aside from these fights, have just been near enough, 1-for-1s, really, or solo. Actually, not even 1-for-1s, only solo kills. You're disruptor, my word, that's a lot coming out there. The Decker support comes over, but walk around with no HP at your own peril, because that's what the Bellica can do. And now they think they've caught on to Empty, but the reversal of fortune lives up to the name, and the reinforcements arrive. RO twice with the pounce, and 7-1 goes down as well. They find 2 inside the mid lane.
And Tang rotates as well to mid lane. They're going to be able to get turrets here as well. As what we saw there was the Bellica experience. You get knocked up, you get right-clicked, and then you get ulted, and then you die. It's a very easy combination.
It must have been 2/3 of the HP bar just gone.
Yeah, you got to remember though, Bellica's ult will scale off of the opponent's loss of mana. I don't know how much Epps had, but I imagine with the drone being used,
it must not have been a lot.
It's not a lot at the better times, and that is just going to die, especially if Ivor's boulder setting it all up as well. As they actually get mid tower as well, with the Bellica going into the off lane. But not going to have a good time against Bellica either. As soon as he goes in, you're going to get knocked up and are just going to die.
For sure here. Now, you want to see, how Team Immune are going to really utilize it now. Like, the solo lane is a pure inferno right now for the side of cheat clappers. It feels like, they've got to really go in towards these objective fights and utilize, those level 6s. They can't do that around the mini prime, at least, as Team Immune are going to pick up that one. The buff goes the way of Empty as well.
Yeah, picking up for the Bellica, allowing her to press out the mid lane and hopefully help the duo lane as well. I would like to have seen it on Drongo, I will be honest, just to see what other carnage he can create. But on a map-wide sense, it makes sense to have on the mid laner and just trying to do as much as they can. And let's be honest, Tang doesn't really need mini prime. He's got enough help anyway.
For sure. I mean, there's no tower for Bondry to really stay behind, and we can look towards what Empty wants to do on this pick as well. Because right now, the only tier 1 available is in that duo side, and there's not really been much action aside from excuse me, an early showing by Raw Twice get the invade on those 5 camps next to the duo side. It's kind of been very, self-sustaining over there, shall we say? As you can see just how much the poke is coming in here.
That's about to change.
Yeah, this is what we call a caster curse right now, but this is what we should be expecting as Empty, from the Shadow Curtain. Actually forces out the blink as well.
Yeah, if we got knock up, that would have been a dead Decker, but misses knock up, allows the Decker to blink out. Still going to get the tier 1, but
yeah, Fangtooth as well being started up. This is just Team Clappers just being pulled apart strand by strand here.
Yeah, so the way this game has worked is basically solo lane managed to get ahead. That allowed the mid laner to have a couple more ganks, which got them ahead, allowed them to get the mini prime onto the mid laner, and then the mini prime was used in the dual lane to get tier 1 and then get the Fangtooth, and that's where we're at right now.
Very clinical predecessor that we get to see here as well. This is I've been bringing up the idea of game plans, right? What you want to play around here, and it just feels like, again, Team Immune were happy in the draft, but also like everything is going according to plan right now. It's a very methodical and calculated way to look at these things as well. But Cheek Clappers really have been just stuck under their towers. It has been an oppressive game for them to deal with, and over on the left hand side, I might even get even more oppressive because that's 7-1 going down on the jungle steal as well, and soon the solo laner will follow as well. 8 kills to 0.
Yeah, I was about to say, at the very least, CC hasn't got much more to lose. They can stay in the tier 2 towers. It's going to be a lot harder to siege them, and Mini Prime and Fangtooth is dead. Immune just decides to go and kill them instead in the jungle. Bits works, and now they're going to push on the solo lane tier 2. I very much doubt they're going to be able to stop that, as MT finally backs and gets his crest and the Azure cure. Yeah, that's going to be a big power spike.
Oh, for sure. Here, getting the stacks online as well. Not even that it feels that MT needs it, if I'm being honest, and even actually adjusting the graphic settings as well, such as the nature of this game.
Love to see it.
Absolutely, it's like, well, if I want to enter these fights, I may as well have the highest graphics and have it as cinematic as possible.
That's why I play on low FPS. Low FPS, low settings. I have the maximum FPS I need. Otherwise, my 1060 is going to die.
Hoarding the FPS.
I need everything I can get.
Oh dear. Well, you can just see, actually, I want to highlight this, the level disparity. I know not many members of Team Immune actually pressing tab that often, so we can only really see what we have in front of us, but that's 4 levels that Empty has on 7-1 on this steel jungle.
Yeah, you'd almost think that's a support steal instead of a jungle steal with the level disparity, but again, he's been counter jungle a ton, especially even 2-3 minutes into the game. We saw Ivor on free camp next to Dura lane taking that. They've gone into jungle multiple times, killed them. We see there, like, they know where he is every single minute of the game.
Yeah. It's kind of monitoring from afar at least, getting that all-important vision, shall we say, because let's not forget that this is still a steal. They can still hit huge knockups with the ultimate. You still got the bull rush, you still got the light screen. Like the thing about the steal though is that even with how far behind they must be, there's only so much we can infer, shall we say. But their abilities are never not going to be useless, right? And that's what Cheek Clappers really need to take solace in for now. They just need to weather this storm. But this is they're kind of in a house full of twigs right now against a huge cyclone.
Yeah, I was about to say that storm is more of a hurricane at the moment, and it's not looking to stop anytime soon. As Dura lane's getting pushed up, Solar lane is tower diving in front of those things. No, it's taking out the tower already, so that's gone. And there isn't much left for them to take. Many primes come back up soon, so they might set up the lane to go and do that. As we wait to see what they do, it's definitely expected a 20-minute orb prime. They got double ADC. There's no reason why they don't do that, especially with the press they have. But until then, I guess they just continue farming up, putting the pressure on. They might look for more tower dice as Ivor comes into the mid lane.
Yeah, just constantly. So just constantly like turning this vice as well, just tightening it completely. You can see that, you know, Boulder Toss is interesting. I mean, that hits just next to empty as well. But it feels to me, you know, that Cheek Clappers just aren't really contesting on these towers. It's not so much that they don't want to. It's I don't think they can at this point. You know, the inhib on the left hand side, half HP. Mid lane tower is going to soon drop as the minion wave comes down.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
It's like,
at the
what on
same-
earth did Cheek Clappers do?
I mean, you go to the solo lane to save the inhibitor, then they're going to take tier 2 and duo lane. Like, every single choice you make, Team Immune is going to punish. So there is no real correct decision here, but they need to make a move soon, otherwise they're just going to be strangled. And they're going to die. In a terrible sense of saying things. Team Immune then takes the solo mini prime with Drongo. So you expect it about 17 minutes on. He has probably 1 or 2 items easily at this point with Crest. So easily able to take that.
I think what's most impressive as well watching this game, it feels like Team Immune are just playing predecessors to the maximum level of macro, right? They haven't relied on brawling or fighting. Don't get me wrong, they've got picks, maybe 1 or 2 at most is what they've had this game. But outside of that, it's just been, we get a pick, we do something with it, we recall, we get our items, we go again. Over and over and over again.
I would say the majority, yes. I wouldn't include Tang in that, as he's just decided to play 1v1 this entire game and get about 4 or 5 kills. So, but that is going to be the nature of a ranged carry in the off lane when he just left alone. But the rest of the team, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Fangtooth going down as well, and you can see just kind of where the battle lines are being drawn right now. Imagine a dotted line from the tier 2 towers, just separating them. That's kind of how much control CC have over this map right now. Everything else is all blue.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. I've been in this situation before, and it is the case of you're getting strangled, you know you need to do something, but it depends on the comms. It also depends on the morale as Neff gets a kill on the Sparrow. It's somewhere, I'm not even sure where that was. It looks like in right jungle.
Yeah, right hand side jungle where that looks to happen as well. Taking the tier 2 tower to the right hand side. We need to see some contest here from Cheek Clappers. It feels easy for Team Immune, right? They just go to a lane, they take the tower, they rotate. They go to a lane, take the tower. Oh, objective available.
They've decided to do something go against Tang.
3 members onto Tang, but Tang does not care. Actually takes down Bonju in the middle of that. The gag grenade at the feet, and here comes a reverse of fortune. Going to knock up 2, set them up, and knock them down. Tang will take down all 3 members. A triple kill for the Team Immune offlaner.
Yeah, fair play to Cheap Clackers. They did try and do something finally, but against the Drongo, you got the ult, he's got the mini prime, so he takes someone out before anyone Immune even reacts. Then you got the reversal of fortune, and you got the rampage ult. He just blinks in onto the Sparrow. That's gonna be a rad kill.
Oh wow! 296 crit from that one as well. My word, that is vile.
I don't think Team Immune is gonna need the prime, but they're probably gonna do it anyway.
At this point, you're just kind of 100% completionist run of Predecesso. Make sure you get 1 of every objective, 1 of every camp, 1 of every tower, and then take the core.
Of course, you know, you got to do the perfect game. As you got 3 items.
Well, don't want to cast the curse that one, because last time we thought we had a perfect game, there was a member dropping right at the end, so all eyes are going to be on whether or not that goose egg for Cheek Clappers is going to remain that way at least. But, you know, again, we're seeing signs of life. You know, 3 members collapse onto Tang. Granted, again, Tang and the rest of Team Immune perfectly respond to it, but there's signs of life, at least.
Yeah, Cheek Clappers must know this is being done, but I don't think there's anything they can do to contest it. They need to defend on the Zero lane against the Bellica, and the rest of the tier is just farming up to defend the lanes. Very easy to get. Clearcast has Marshall as it's shown on tab there. With Jura ADC, that is going to be a very, very good item. The extra attack speed and the extra magic damage on hit is going to be very useful. Even with Ivor, most of Rampage's jungle does jungle damage does come from his auto
Oh,
attacks.
there we go.
Cast the
There
curse,
we
let's go!
I mean, that's not a caster curse. I just said, is this going to be a perfect game? And that's going to be the first kill going away of Cheek Clappers, picked up by Epps in the mid lane as well. And that's going to be a huge shutdown gold as well. But the problem is, though, is Tang is just escorting some super minions into the base.
Yeah,
as
Tang
well.
doesn't care about PvP. He's playing a PvE game. He's in the solo lane. He's just going to win
It
the core.
definitely feels that way for sure. The rest of the team just keeping the waves marshalling in. Tang is a raid boss in of himself right now. It feels like you need the entire party just to deal with this one as well. There's 4 members. They can't even walk up as well. Another wave of minions comes down. Light screen will block some projectiles, but the core down to about half HP. Bondrew walked up to the rest of the team, and now here comes Team Immune. All 5 members starting to put it down, even just damaging in the fountain at this point, knocking away. Containment cage comes down. The core is the target, though. There will not be any more shenanigans going on. 22 minutes is all that game needed. Team Immune book a place in the upper final.
Yeah, not the fastest game we've seen today so far, but definitely one of the most clinical. A nearly perfect game apart from the one death by... I'm 100% sure
It was empty.
Oh, empty. What a feeder, man. Can't believe it. Yeah, very easy for Team Immune, but Cheek Clappers will be going down into the losers bracket, so they're going to see if they can bounce back and continue from there. That is our game done, as we are looking, I believe it's going to be looking at some of the loser brackets now. As
For sure, here, and you know, just having with the amount of games being played on as we go into the squeaky bum time of the double elim bracket. Now there's no more second chances to be dropped down to the lower half as well. So we're going to be bringing that up as we take a very short break and get all of that set up.
Hello everyone, we're back very quickly as we actually are going to be watching another game coming up. This is going to be Alpha Wars versus Team 6, as they are in the losers bracket, so this is a best of 1, and whoever wins can survive, and whoever loses is out of the tournament, as we are getting pulled into the game immediately. I am joined by Mugiwara. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and there was already like some great match, and I can't wait to cast another game of great match for the day.
Yeah, as we are 100% into the game. We haven't had a look at the draft, so we don't know what was banned or anything like that. So apologies on that. But we're going to try and bring you as much commentary as we can for this game. As we have a look, there hasn't been a first blood or anything like that. It's 3 minutes into the game, as we are looking at a Richter jungle, and it looks like we are looking at Alpha Wall's side. So they have a Bellica Revenant in the dual lane, a Gideon in the mid lane, and a Severog in the off lane. And on the other side, Team 6, they have a Chimera in the jungle, a Drongo Decker in the dual lane, a Howitzer in the mid lane, and a Crux in the off lane. What do you think of these drafts then?
Well, so we see that Team Alpha always managed to get the Severog, which is always a very strong pick. There's a little bit of fight going into the dual lane, but I think they will just disengage for the gold buff, so we have time to discuss about those drafts. Grux is an interesting pickup because like it's a pick that have full of flavors. I feel like I kind of like the team fight
So
ability.
we are
but
going
yeah,
to a fight, sorry. Cyber is going to look for the Drongo, gets a nice sort of silence, and looks like for the Whiplash as well. Gets that, as Revenant isn't going to go for slow. Goes one more auto attack, gets the kill, and dual lane gets the first blood and second blood of the game.
And that's surprising because like this Rictor jungle, like being like proficient in a very early gank at the gold buff and managed to get 2 kills when on the other side we have a camera. Normally the Rictor is a little bit slower at clearing his jungle. So that's very well played. That would put this dual lane like very, very ahead. We see that the Revenant managed to pick up the 2 kills. That will be huge and will allow him to get fast to his Vanquisher and likely like start to snowball from there. While we see that in the mid lane, the Gideon is at 1 HP, unfortunately not dying. And so they didn't manage to get back a kill after this great gank from Cyber.
Yep, as we said before, this is the losers bracket, so both of these teams have lost the game already, but they are fighting for their survival in this tournament. As it does look like they are definitely going to be trying to do as much as they can. As in the dual lane, Delica comes from the other side, gets nice damage onto the Revenant as Radround is going off. He has a very nice burst by the Drongo, finishes him off with the Boomerang and the Radround's burst. As we see their junglers also just hanging around here, seeing if they can pick up anything, getting some wards down. Doesn't really have anything to clear it yet, though. As that's a nice turn back on to the Revenant, and also hopefully get some shotdown gold from the 2 kills as well. As it looks like this game is going to be very centered around this dual lane. It's going to be good for the Severog, allows them to stack up. And as I say that, never mind. The Richter is going to be ganking the solo lane onto the Severog. Looks like they're going to try and get the kill onto the Grux. Chimera was shown on the left hand side, so this should be a nice 2v1 for them. As we're not 100% sure what's going on.
I think they're trying to chase the Grux. He's trying to run for his life, but I think it will be rough. And in the end, he ended up dying. Here in this offlane, I think like Grux is a pick that you can abuse by ganking a lot. It's not the same thing for the Severog, so I think we will not see a lot of action from Team 6 in this offlane, but definitely some action from Alpha Wolf trying to shut down these Grux to have like a Severog that will be huge, because also Grux is a lane bully, but if he can't bully his lane, well, it's not that useful, and then it will fall behind and not be super useful in team fight afterwards as well, because he needs to be a little bit tanky to be able to frontline. And we can see that the dual lane pressure is kept despite having the Revenant died. They still going strong with the Bellica, the Revenant, trying to deal a little bit damage on the tower, taking advantage of the fact that the jungler is not present for now.
Yeah, especially because Deca has been trying to rotate a couple of times. They've been looking towards mid lane and as actually back as well, which has allowed other walls to have this pressure in the dual lane. And another thing that I found quite interesting is Revenant here has the sweeper. He hasn't got the actual ward. So he's trying to clear the business as much as he can for Team Alpha Wolves to allow this Richter to gank as much as he can. As I say, that Richter is actually getting killed by Chimera on his red buff as a nice invade comes out of Team 6 there, as Grux is continuing pressuring on to the Severog. It has got the clear advantage on that solo lane even with the death, as they can look towards the mid lane now, as Gideon does get away from the Chimera, but most likely that red buff is now down for Team 6, so that's a nice turn back on for them to get away from this dual lane. They do seem to be doing quite well on the rest of the map at the moment.
And
As a
that's
gank again into mid lane, sorry for interrupting, is going on to Gideon. Has got Blink, but is not going to be able to use it as ARP. Picks up another kill.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like when you play a Richter jungle, it's pretty strong, but you can get invaded. But like the jungle is getting very, very low, trying to trade with the Revenant. The Revenant is out of mana. They use the containment.
Chimera's not done. He's coming into duo lane as well. As he jumps onto the Revenant. Revenant does have to blink, gets away, but that does leave the Bellica to also have to blink out. Luckily, them both having those up does keep them alive, but this means that Chimera can look into their jungle, and if they go back in, it could be very dangerous for them, leaving the Richter on his own. He's about half HP, so he has got some HP still to survive, has got the deck in there, but they don't have much support from their ADC, so it's a bit of a conjuncted fight here. Maybe their mid laner is looking to come over, but at the moment it seems like Team Alpha Wolves are just going to give up that fight and give up some of the pressure in the jungle.
And that's a very eventful game so far. Like there is like gank invades all the time. They try to put the pressure, but from both teams, so that's a bit rough in terms of casting because there's so much going on all the time. But that's very interesting to see, and I love to see this back and forth aggression. And we can see that now the gold buff has been taken by Team 6, while the
In the duo
solo
lane.
not killed again.
Yeah, Ian managed to rotate over to the solo lane. Looks like Grux was caught unawares maybe, but that's a nice kill onto the server again, making sure that he can stack freely in peace. As Alpha Wolves is leading in the kills. We're not 100% sure what the CS is, but it is a rather close game. This seems to be the closest game we've had so far, nearly 10 minutes, and no real clear leader yet. As Revenant has finished his Malady, so he might be looking to try and start stacking that up onto the mid lane Howitzer. As look, are they going to give the green buff to mid lane? It looks like they are. As another fight comes out, the Decker again, nice stun onto the support. As Chimera does come in, Bellico coming in and trying to get one towards the. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I was going to say the Bellica trying to get towards Revenant in the mid laner, but the Howitzer coming in and knocking them both back into the death arms of the Drongo, and Chimera picking up 2 kills there for Team 6. And maybe looking towards the FangBooth, as we can see at least 2 of them in pit there. Gideon on his own and Victor over there as well, but they probably should contest. However, let's see what they do.
And that should be like a free FangBooth here. We can see that they secure it while the Serog is trying to box Tix Crux. And so I can maybe fall off, trying to bring him back into the tower. It's very close. And the subject gets into Warless challenge, the Siphon won it, and it finally falls off. And so I feel like the team 6 can have the advantage in terms of objective early game because of the Chimera pick in comparison to the Richter pick. But where the game is pretty close, what I'm super scared about for Team 6 is like this Severog is dominating completely this Grux. And so when we enter the mid game, when we have the 5v5 team fight, this Severog will have so much impact compared to this Grux that it will be rough to win those 5v5 later on.
Yeah, so it definitely seems to be winning in that solo lane, but when we were on his perspective, we only had 33 stacks at 11 minutes, which is not a lot. So that's actually not as good as it first looks, which can be a big issue later on, especially if he takes another 10, 12 minutes to get towards his max stacks. The faster the Several just come online, the better it is. Gideon trying to portal over the landmines, but fails, gets knocked back. He hasn't got any portal now, so he is in danger. Getting some nice poke from the auto attacks, getting another 2000 missile to the face, but does get away, has a nice pot, so he will live to, let's say, another day, but he has got very little pressure in the mid lane now. As we seem to be getting a bit more relaxed now, no FangBooths left, but our mini prime is up though, so the teams might be looking towards that side of the map now. As we get another gank by the Richter, does blink and miss the hook, so I don't know why he did that. I will be 100% honest. That seemed to be very aggressive for having kind of a 50-50, no real setup for the hook. As Revenant does ult onto the Decker, and Decker decides to run away smartly as he gets away, and the Revenant decides to walk back towards his team. A nice setup onto the knockup, but Howitzer there gets the ult, gets a nice amount of damage onto The Revenant doing as much damage as he can. He actually gets the kill. Bellica trying to get the kill back with her ult, but does not manage to, as Drongo does get the kill onto the Richter as well. Meanwhile, in the solo lane, both teams being very low. Drox having the revive from the Phoenix and the minions killing the Severwalk. Oh my god, I think that's the first time in my life I've ever seen Phoenix being useful.
Yeah, and the combination of Bloodlust and Minion getting there, like it's very back and forth fight. It could go like either way, and I think you shown a very good point. Like I was hoping this Severog like at 12 minutes in to be around like the 60 stacks, and being only 30 now, it's kind of really behind the curve, and that will have an impact of its efficiency, because that now you're Siphon dealing less damage, which means that you sustain less, and could be a problem. But in the meantime, they managed to get the mini prime while they try to catch this Drongo and just like
Link,
flash
he's on
in.
1 HP.
Yeah, but I think he's maybe out. No 1 HP, the Richter, and finally catching it.
I don't know if that's worth. They used at least 2 blinks, the Revenant blink and the Bellican blink, plus a lot of their HP, so they can't really push onto this tower now, especially with the Howitzer rotating over. It is a 4v2, but it depends on who has the mini prime buffers. We don't know it. However, Revenant gets picked off by the hook. He has got the mini prime buff. If they can get this, it's going to be a big thing for them as they get it onto the Bellican. Not the best person to get it onto, but they get rid of the mini prime buff, which is a big bonus for Team Alpha Wolves.
And right, they have a little windows to take a little bit of damage on this tier 1. So we can see that Dilly is coming back to defend, but against the 3 people. But the camera coming from behind, going
Oh,
in
my
with the
apologies.
girl.
Chimera has it. As we another ult onto the Decker. As meanwhile, Chimera is just going to kill everyone else. He already gets the Bellica, leaves the Richter alone as he's already dead, and decides to finish off the Revenant as well, as they get 3 kills in the duo lane and should be able to get that tower pretty easily now, as everyone else on the map is kind of not doing much. Gideon is on the solo side, might be able to get something on the Rux. They need to do something with this presser now. But if they just leave it as it is, they're not going to be able to do much. As you can see, Cyber saying in chat there is the FangBooth coming up soon, and they are nowhere in position to set up for it, as both the mid laner and the solo laner are in the solo side, and there is basically 0 wards on that side, as they've taken. Richter managed to slide away the blue buff actually, away from Team 6, but that is his own blue buff, as they get a pick on him. He tries to go for the skewer, but misses everyone, and they get a nice pick on the jungler just before the FangBooth is now up. So this should be an easy secure for Team 6 now, and their second FangBooth of the game.
Yeah, they managed to get like a pick advantage, and what a pick, because it's the jungler, which means that there is no hunt available for Team Alpha Wolf, and so that means they also like pressure the tier 1 tower. They're going to rotate to the FangBooth, and that's a lot of objective being taken out of the map. Let's see if Alpha Wolf decide to try something with the Gideon ultimate, the black hole. We have the Bellica that is present, we have the Revenant, and they're going for the fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, already gets knocked back to both of them, as Gideon goes for the ult, but doesn't have many people in, and by the time he gets going, he is dead. As the rest of the team is getting collapsed on now. Bellica being on about half HP, Revenant already been taken out by this Chimera, but Richter does manage to trade it back. Several going in from the side, as he's trying to just slow down everyone else. Gets a nice ult onto the Howitzer, who has no mana left. Gets knocked up onto the Bellica, but Epoch to try and survive as long as he can. Bellica has no ult here, so there's no real secure on this, as Drongo managed to kill the Richter finally, as they finally take down the Howitzer, but Drongo is going to be healthy, and the Severog is very much not. Decker is on 1 HP, does actually die to what looks like the Tainted Guard, as Drongo is on only a couple more hits to go, but it is a support Bellica, and Drongo is still surviving, does eventually die to the landmine of Bellica, but Severog dies to Drongo's passive.
Enough to finish this Severog. That was so close, but in the end they managed to defend the FangBooth, and they were going to try to get it with the respawn of their team, because I think most of their members died pretty early while the
Chimera's back.
Yeah.
Something's happening. I'm not 100% sure we're having a couple of issues watching the stream. Apologies. As hang on, there we go. As it seems that Team 6 has decided, you know what, it's the first FangBooth for them. We'll let them have it. As it seems to be an easy secure for Team Alpha Wolves. They may look for something else afterwards, as the rest of the team is starting to come back in now. ARP is looking. He is pretty strong on this Chimera. Has quite a lot of kills. As he jumps in, and gets a nice amount of damage onto the Revenant and the Bellica. Revenant actually dies. Gideon gets a good ult though, does unfortunately keep anyone inside of it. And the rest of the team is way too low to keep fighting, as Waldo gets 1 kill on the Bellica. Howitzer gets another kill onto the Gideon, as he was actually a 4v5 in the end, as Gavrog was in the solo lane. They managed to secure the FangBooth, but they have 3 more fall afterwards. As this is a very bloodthirsty game. 22 kills. No, 32 kills in 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's non-stop action all the time. Like it seems like people just die when they respawn. They go back into the fight. It's like feel like a team deathmatch at the moment, except this Sevarog that is chilling on the offlane. So for now, like I think now it will slow down a little bit. I think we will be looking. I'm not even sure the mini.
We're not slowing down. We have another fight in the zero lane, as we see that the Revenant is about half HP. Drongo is trying to push up onto their side, but it looks like the Bellica is going to push onto him and try and get a knock-up as they continue fighting. Right Round's doing a lot of damage to the Bellica, as both of them are about half HP. If someone comes around from Team 6, they can get duo kill here, but Gideon is rotating over to try and cover for them. As they actually get a kill, as the Avals loses their tower in the duo lane as well.
And we see the camera trying to go onto the Sevarog on the offlane. The Decker is also there, so there is 3 people trying to shut down this Sevarog. Yeah. Don't know if they will manage to do it since the Richter is coming, but also the Howitzer. That should be a 4v2.
A nice ult there, but unfortunately he doesn't survive. Richter left on his own. I don't know why he went in there. He should have just kind of left Sevarog to die. You're never fighting that 4v2. So that is 2 people dead, and that is Orb Prime coming up in 30 seconds as well. So Team 6 can definitely start looking at doing this. I think they get the mini prime to support the actual Orb Prime spawns as well, which is even worse for Alpha Wolves.
Yeah, but the saving grace, it was like here the timing was 30 seconds off for the big prime, because otherwise they could have gone for it. So it kind of feel like also like there is this non-stop fighting, but that means also like the timing for objective is not like completely perfect. Like they got kills, but sometimes you can't really like take much from those kills because like the objective is not up, or you don't have the wave with you. So here I think that probably we should be looking for Team Alpha Wolves trying to ward around this Orb Prime. That's the next contention point. The FangBooth is down, and you don't want the enemy to just like do it sneakily, especially since they have their mini prime that is up, so they have a little advantage to force stuff, and the camera is trying to look for this Gideon.
No, we're looking for more kills. We want as many kills as we can, as Gideon is going to look at against the portal, but Chimera has the slow, he has the ult, he has his cleavers, and he has the dead Gideon in his hands as they lose the mid laner. Again, just they continue looking for kills. They don't care about objectives, they just want to murder people. They're psychopaths.
Yeah, it seems like it. We see that mini promo has been put on the camera, and we have the Trongo that is split pushing left. Like definitely, like it seems that this team is not interested into the Orb Prime, but they managed to get the tier 2, and I think that now that everything has been taken on this left side, they would group up around the mid lane and maybe the right lane. You can see that there is a fight in the jungle.
Yeah, again, looks like the Sevarog and the Richter have been caught out again. Raldo is just looking in the mid lane, but again, this Sevarog only has 70 stats. He's not that tanky yet, as he does get out, but the Richter has died, as Revenant luckily gets the kill onto the Django, hopefully slowing down Team 6 for Team Alpha Wolves for a bit. Oh, that doesn't matter, because Howitzer's there. He's going to ult and kill the Revenant, and the rest of the team tower dies onto the tier 2, gets a nice route onto the Chimera, tries to go for the ult, but doesn't actually knock him back. Yeah, as they do manage to kill him and get the mini prime off on the way, and Grux is dying as well. As Gideon gets a nice 2-man old epoch for the Howitzer to try and survive as long as he can away from it. Survives, gets through. Gideon deciding to kill onto the Decker instead, as he epochs afterwards and does unfortunately die at the end, but Howitzer is traded out from the Sevarog as well. So a nice ace from Team Alpha Wolves. and
Yeah, it
looks like
feels
FangBooth
like
is
Team
coming back
6
up
was
here.
a bit too greedy here. They tried to be overly aggressive and they got punished for it, like diving completely past this tier 2 while the Sevarog was coming out from the side. And in the end, like they had a lot of pressure by the pick they managed to take, and they had an opening maybe for an R prime, but they just got wiped. And now it's getting the priority on this new FangBooth that Team Alpha Wolves is looking to try to get.
Yeah, both teams have one Fang 2, so the second Fang 2 for them is going to be the out of combat movement speed, which is quite beneficial for both teams. Allows for easy rotations, so I imagine both teams are going to be looking for this. As I say that, the Chimera appears from the jungle, as it is going down to about 4k HP. Both teams have smited 1 HP, so they're going to try and get it out as it goes back in. 3k HP, skewer in, 2k HP, 1k going down now. As the Witcher actually dies, so there's no secure from Team Alpha Wolves. All he has to do is press the hunt. There he goes. He gets the kill as the team fight continues. A nice Gideon ult gets the Grux, but unfortunately the Chimera does kill the Bellica, and the Drongo decides to clean up against the Team Alpha Wolves carries. As the camera work there was a bit hard to follow, I'll be honest, but they managed to get 4 kills there and detect the Fang 2. As several might outstay his welcome here. The Howitzer blinking in, ulting, and securing the ace for Team 6.
Yeah, and that should be a no prime now as well. And we can see here like one of the weakness of going like Rictor jungle as a choice, because that means that you don't have that much like damage on the objective. Also, it's very hard to tank the objective with a Rictor jungle, and you have a lot of CC on Rictor, but your main CC comes from like the skewer, and when you use your skewer, you can't hunt because you CC the other jungle, but you also CC in the meantime. And so like securing objective with a Rictor jungle is very hard. And we have seen that like on full display, and Team 6 like really taking advantage of that, forcing the fight on the Rictor that is low, can't secure the hunt, and then they wipe them. And probably they're on the Orb Prime, I would say, right now, trying to finish it.
Yeah, still being done. There you go, finally secures it. That was quite a long Orb Prime, so they are going to pick off the Victor another time. I think that's his 9th death now, as they have the mid tier 2 and the solo tier 2s to take. As they also decide there's a person, let's kill him. As they look for the Bellica, get some nice loot on to them, but that's not going to save them. Unfortunately, as Decker gets the nice page onto the Sevarog, does manage to blink out. Revenant not so lucky, does get destroyed by the Howitzer. See Sevarog not being the most happiest person in the world there. As this is going to be hard to defend now with only 2 people.
Yeah, they lose 3 people. They got catch on a situation against an all prime. That means that this inhibitor should go down. They have to wait 20 seconds
Nice
before
Gideon
engaging.
ult 4 people, but does get a nice gets bounced out and then gets CC'd as the Grux gets a good pull on 2 of them. And this is just gonna Sevarog looking to try and get engaged, but doesn't have anything else to engage after the fact, which just leaves the core open, and this is probably going to be GG for Team 6. Revenant is coming up, and Bellica, they have 2 more people, and it depends on the minions. We can't exactly see it, unfortunately, because of the situation, but it looks like the core is going down. Howitzer and the Revenant trading each other, but this leaves the Drongo still up, should be easily able to take it. Team 6 continues surviving this tournament, but Alpha Wolves, unfortunately, is our first team to be eliminated.
And what a bloodbath. That was crazy, like so many kills all the time, but yeah, that was entertaining to watch at least.
Yes, we didn't really get much chance to talk about anything there, so look, very fun game to cast though, very fun game to watch as well, as that is our losers bracket first game gone through. As I guess a couple of games have been done by then, but we should be taking a break hopefully. So we will be with you guys in a bit.
And we are back for another match for the loser bracket. So this time we're gonna watch again Team 6, and they will be facing Never Lucky. So both teams are still like fighting for a chance in this tournament. Like that's their last chance. If they lose this match, they're out. If they win, they can keep going on. And let's see if Team 6 like pressing their W again and non-stop action and fighting. Hopefully we have a little bit more time to talk about the game in general, but who knows? We'll see what happens. And now for this match I will be joined by Tails. How are you doing, Tails?
Oh, fantastic. I'm a little bit sick, but you can't miss Pred. Not once a month like this to get this kind of quality of match. It's just nice seeing players actually be able to play and not kind of hampered by this excuse or that excuse, 5 people versus 5 people.
Yeah, and the adrenaline will get you through fine, I think. Especially since here I think that we have like 2 teams that should be a very close matchup, like it can be anyone's game. And I'm surprised that now we are getting into the draft and the first ban is for Steel. I would assume since we have Never Lucky on the right side that it's the ban for Team 6 that are the first team, and we're looking for the ban for Team Never Lucky.
Yeah, this should be a really, really good match, to be honest. Team 6, I mean, it was a last-minute team, Belgium just saying, let's just get a team together and we'll just play for fun, but I mean, they've got some really, really strong players on their team. I found Waldo, Delhi, Belgian, I mean, the whole team is really, really strong as individual players. It just depends how well they can play together, but I mean, they're putting on a show so far. Like you said, they're just kind of holding W down, running at the enemy team and doing as much damage as possible.
Exactly. I think here we may be looking like for the usual culprit in terms of ban, like probably like Sevarog, Muriel, Rampage, and so they go for Rampage, meaning that now we have like some priority pick like Sevarog that are still open. That could be of interest for Team 6. And then we have, because like here we have 2 big frontlaner that has been removed, and so Sevarog is like kind of the only one that remains. But I know other teams kind of like Crunch or Decker, and so they go for the Decker pick. Interesting.
Yeah, Decker priority pick. I know both teams really, really prioritize this pick. Decker's very, very strong at the moment, kind of an enchanter, but also builds tank, so she's becomes kind of an invincible kind of CC mage. But I'd be very surprised to not see Sevarog picked up here, because like I said, it's one of the few frontliners, or few very, very good frontliners remaining with Steel and Rampage banned, and Sevarog just provides so much kind of frontline but damage as well in a team fight, with as long as he can maintain his stacks. And yeah, Sevarog and Crunch locked in, so narrowing the tank pool even more for Team 6. They don't really have much to choose from anymore.
Yeah, I would assume that we can see like Team 6 maybe going into the Chimera realm for the jungle, since now the Crunch has been taken and the Rampage is banned. There is an argument to be said about the Muriel. That could have been taken here from Team Never Lucky, because like the combo Sevarog Muriel is also very strong. Like you have a very strong front liner that can protect your Muriel that stay in the backline. But maybe also like one of the idea here is, since they're already picked Decker and there is like no big front lane, like the Muriel pick on Team 6 doesn't feel so appealing. So maybe they could expect it to get it later on, and that's why like they've gone for the Crunch first.
Yeah, they could definitely leave Muriel for a bit later on in the draft, because, I mean, Team 6 could potentially pick it up for the mid lane, not mid lane any longer by the looks of Howitzer, but they could possibly put her over to the off lane and maybe do some work with it, but she's very susceptible to ganks as long as the jungler is paying attention there. Drongo locked in as well, very, very strong ADC for Team 6. I know Never Lucky don't really put much value on Sparrow, because they're not huge fans of scaling, same as Team 6. They do kind of like to W key. Very, very proactive players, so I'd be surprised to see Sparrow picked up at all in this draft.
Yeah, I would definitely go more towards the Revenant, I think, here for Team Never Lucky. I think like the Drongo, Howitzer pick are 2 very strong picks to disrupt the Crunch, both with the Gag Grenade or the Landmine when the Crunch goes in. And we see now the Belica being picked, and here I'm curious about if it's a Belica mid lane, which, once again, I'm not a huge fan of Belica mid lane against an Howitzer, but maybe can be like the support, because we can see Belica support, and as we have called it, like the Revenant is now picked for Team Never Lucky. like you mentioned, that they don't like that much the Sparrow, and Murdoch kind of full of flavor, and Kira is banned for the tournament, so kind of a next pick that is still very, very, very strong.
Yeah, as you said, the Drongo, it becomes very hard for Crunch to play into a Drongo, and the same can kind of be said for Severog as long as Drongo kind of kites it out well. And Team 6 kind of rounding out their comp with a couple of very, very tanky boys there, Grux and Chimera. It's probably going to be Grux solo, Chimera jungle. Grux a very, very strong solo laner. I'm not a huge fan of him in team fights, to be honest, but he does apply a huge amount of pressure to that side of the map.
Yeah. But he needs to be kind of helped, I feel like, because if he doesn't get ahead, and he can be punished by ganks, so he has to be careful. And the last pick is Gideon. Like, to be fair, like the team of Never Lucky is very, very scary, but there is a lot of power also on team 6. A lot of power to be able to press W with the Decker, Grux, Chimera front lane, followed by an Howitzer and Drago right behind. So I think it's right up their alley from what they have shown in the previous game. Well, it's a little bit like slower scaling from the Sevrog, but still a lot of like pickup potential with the Crunch, Bellica, Revenant. Those three together, like one CC and someone is just deleted out of the map.
Yeah, if you had to put your money down now, who do you think won just from a draft angle?
To be fair, I prefer the draft from Team Neverlucky. I feel like it's pretty well rounded, and even if the Grux offlane can offer a lot, I feel like he can be punished so hard. And with a Severog Crunch combo, I think if Team Neverlucky decide to focus this Grux, is gonna have a very, very bad game. And in the end, we also have the Gideon Howitzer matchup that should provide the priority on the mid lane, which should open like all the mini prime side of the map during the match, putting even more pressure on this offlane. So yeah, I really like what Neverlucky have cooked here in this draft.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, to be honest. They've definitely got scaling on their side as well with the Severog, Revenant, Gideon. But the Team 6 do have a very, very strong early game, to be honest. If Grux isn't shut down and Chimera does play for his early tempo, I think they definitely could W key all the way to the enemy team's core if they're not kind of shut down on the way. Very, very strong into, and I know everybody's disliking Gideon again at the moment, but to be honest, I don't think it can be overestimated how useful his E is, just for map presence and utility as well in teamfight, because his whole team can take the portal.
Yeah. But to be fair, I think like Gideon here is not at his best, because if we look at the other team, we have the Decker that have the rocket boots, we have the Howitzer with the landmine, we have the Drongo with the shrapnel cannon, we have the Grux with the Crush, and we also have the Chimera with the ambush. So almost everyone in the enemy team has some sort of way to get out of the black hole. So that should limit the utility of this ultimate. But I think here like the Gideon is more picked in for the goal of dominating like the priority on the mid lane against this Howitzer and providing like fast rotation.
That's it. Yeah, you don't. It's not always just playing for the ult, like you said. In this situation, not great from an R button standpoint, but I mean the speed with which he can get around the map with his ease and his gank potential, but also he generates an immense amount of prio just with superior wave clear on most laners. To be honest, I mean even Howitzer has good wave clear, but it's not really a patch on Gideon's.
And I think like if Team 6 wants to really have a foothold in this game in terms of team fight, it will mainly come from this Decker, because like the containment fence here, we didn't talk about it, but it's very, very huge. Like that can block the Severog and the Crunch that needs to go in, but their main solution to go in is with a dash that the containment fence can stop, and also that can block a Bellica and a Revenant to be able for the enemy team to collapse on them. So I think like this ability, the containment fence, will be very huge, and if they manage to utilize that very well, I think they can have a chance in those team fight. But if they miss this ability, like that will be rough, because then the Severog and Crunch are free to go into the backline, and the Revenant and Bellica will be hard to catch.
Yeah, you're right. I'm possibly sleeping on Karma there a little bit, because they are a very, very proficient support, and they have it's a very, very strong pick in their hands, and just in general at the moment. And Severog, Crunch, nobody on the enemy team really having a blink except Gideon. Could be very, very a well-placed Cage could win or lose a team fight there.
And so apparently we're like ready to almost go into the game. People are going to pick the character and we will be ready to see Team 6 just trying to press W all over again, maybe?
Yeah, probably more than likely. I can't believe how strong Team Six is. To be fair, for literally a last, I mean, it was in the last like 6 hours that you could form a team. All 5 players on that team are very, very strong. It just kind of goes to show that if you're willing to like try and just form up a team like that, there's always players that are either being slept on or maybe just weren't in a team yet.
And also, I think like Never Lucky, despite being a team for a little longer, they had to have like some last-minute change when they had to find an offlaner, and Nisa had to step up on the support role at the last minute as well. So not at the best in terms of coordination and synergy. So that could be detrimental to them, but they still remain like a very, very strong team.
Oh, to be honest, I wasn't even aware of that. That's a shame because Nisa is, in my opinion, one of or the best offlaner in Europe. To be honest, don't tell Lauber I said that, but.
And so now we are going in. So we have the point of view of Team 6, and we have here the Howitzer, which is this Belgian, and that will be facing against the Gideon, which is Raven from the enemy team. We can see that they're trying to go for a little invade. We see the group up. We have the camera that is in the front. I think we need to have the Decker in the front if you want to get for a stasis bomb first. Trying to look for someone, but apparently Team Never Lucky is respecting the invade and nobody's getting caught. That allows just to put a deep ward on the red buff.
Yeah, as you said, the game starts, the whole of Team 6 just hold down their W key and off they go. Not much they can find from there to begin with, but I mean, they get a deep ward on the red buff so they can at least see where the enemy jungler, where Junior starts. Although, to be honest, that ward might have been a tad early, but should be able to see if he's roaming around there anyways.
Yeah, and we have seen nobody from Team Never Lucky, so what would have been fun is that maybe they've done the same thing but on the other side of the map, and nobody has seen nobody because of that. But now I think like everyone is going to just like reset to their lane, and we will have a normal start for the beginning.
As normal as it could be, I suppose, yeah. I'm not really sure who wins in these early kind of 2v2s in the duo lane. Revenant, I know, scales incredibly well. I would imagine that the Drongo Decker lane wins this, to be honest. Drongo very, very strong in the early game, but I suppose it really depends how they manage the waves. The waves doing a lot of extra damage at the moment.
Yeah, and I think the level 1 is definitely like on the Revenant side, but I think the level 2 is going back to the Drongo Decker lane. So that's a well play from Team 6 to be passive on this first lane and trying maybe to like look for this level 2 and try to fight with this level 2. But the enemy team is going for the engage with the Seismic Assault that is unfortunately missed, but the Void Bomb and the Drongo is already like very, very, very low. And you can see how strong it is when you manage to get like the level 2 first and engage on this timing.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, we kind of slept on. Me personally, I kind of slept on Revenant's early game there, but I mean, even with the Seismic Assault missed from Bellica, just a couple of shots from Revenant and Drongo is nearly a grey screen there.
And we see the jungler that is coming like from the side. We have the camera that is looking for a gank. The stasis bomb, nice, into the ambush, forcing the flash away from the Revenant. So a very well played. That's a quick gank that managed to get the flash on a target that have like no other escape in the early game than his flash. So now the Revenant has to be very careful, and we see that he immediately back. So that should provide pressure also for Team 6 for the probably like the gold buff afterwards once they crash this wave.
Yeah, I love to see that early aggression from Chimera players, as long as they can balance the aggression with farming to make sure they don't fall behind in levels. He's so good at early levels. The right mouse button doing a lot of execute damage, scaling with the enemy's missing health. But just that early gank gets a flash and secures gold buff for the duo lane, which is it's not a huge amount of gold, but it's a big swing to get the flash as well. Hopefully they can capitalize on that when possibly when Chimera comes back around.
And so what I'm curious about is where is the crunch? We haven't seen it for now, and the Grux apparently was kind of gaining the push because we have seen that he has gone for the Cyan buff. So also like this Grux seems to be a little bit ahead of this Severog. And so I'm very curious where this crunch is going to go. And he's on the mid lane going onto the howitzer. The forward crunch is used and he's very low. The howitzer flashing away and probably staying alive. But that's another flashed consume, and so now this howitzer needs to be very, very careful. But in the meantime, I think like this Sevrog and this Grux is still going at it, and this Grux is pretty fine in the off lane, so no pressure put there so far. And we see the camera is rotating towards the off lane, maybe looking for an invade or to dive this Sevrog.
Very, very nice mine there from Belgian, out of the flash out of the mine to live there. Oh, seismic assault comes in from Bellica.
Yeah, unfortunately it just disengage, but a lot of poke, and now the priority is on the duo side. I don't think they will gain a lot from it, but this Dragon needs to be careful. He has no mana pot, health pot left, and a combo can be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, that's such a deadly comp there with Bellica and Revenant. They just have not a lot else but damage, but boy, do they have a lot of damage. If you take one seismic assault there, you're gonna lose 90% of your health easy.
We have the crunch on the middle lane that comes back again. Like, no, the flash is done. That should be like maybe with the forward crunch we go in with the thorn space. Either almost out. Would it be enough? I don't think so. And yeah, the crunch managing to finally killing it. The camera is coming, but a little bit too late to be of any danger. We see that the Grux has rotated, but I trying to get onto the crunch. The crunch is very, very low, and the camera as well. The ambush is enough to finish it, and that's a 1-for-1 trade. Using the rotation of the Grux to put the Gideon not on the fight anymore. Probably Gideon was low on mana and couldn't really help here, Junior. That ended up falling.
ARP getting the return kill there. It was a bit of an optimistic flash from Junior there on the crunch. I don't think there's any way you're getting away from Chimera there. Ravan very, very low in the mid lane. Risky pressure there, but that's kind of the joy of picking Gideon, is you're never really in too much danger. I think he still has his blink up as well, so he can cover pretty much an entire lane whenever he needs to with his Taunt space and blink up.
And so we are approaching the 7 minutes mark, which is usually like the moment that team can start looking at objectives like FangBooth. Like early FangBooth at 5 minutes is pretty rare because that kind of puts your jungler a lot behind. But around 7 minutes with like the river buff that respawn, it's usually where teams are starting to look at that. We see the camera is doing the blue side. Maybe we will be looking into a fight in the duo lane. We see the howitzer rotating, trying to maybe get something before going for this FangBooth. But it seems that it's just like rotating back towards his lane and waiting slowly off for an opportunity.
Yeah, we've not really seen much of it because it's the solo lane. It's not a particularly exciting lane to look at, but Grux is doing a really, really good job of extending his lead here, forcing waves under tower and just getting every Scion buff on cooldown by the looks. There's not really much that you can do as Sevrog in the early game versus a Grux. Mid prio here from Ravan, they could possibly look for a rotation on left lane here. Waldo very, very low.
And you're right, we have seen the Gideon on the wards and now it's appearing behind on the duo lane. The camera was already there, so I think it's only like a 3v3, but I think like we're fighting now into the duo lane. The howitzer will be very, very late for this rotation, but Team 6 managed to just disengage just fine apparently, like no kills taken.
I'm amazed, to be honest, but yeah, it's the strength of Gideon again is not necessarily from the ult, it just his prio is ridiculous. He doesn't have to use his escape to push the wave. A gank over here in the right lane.
Yeah, we have the crunch that is coming from behind on this Grux. Apparently like the dash was a little bit too far away, and I think like the rotation of the howitzer will be enough to save him. Going for the make it rain, the whole damage focus onto the Sevrog. The Sevrog is very low. We have 1 second on the Rocket Air 2000, but it missed, and so it doesn't die. And now the crunch is putting the howitzer very low, and the rotation of Raven afterwards was enough to secure the kill. So pretty close. I think there was like an initial miss from the crunch that didn't connect with the forward crunch on the Grux, which could have resulted on the kill. But then like this last Rocket Air 2000 missile spell under pressure, not connecting, and in the end it's just a 1 kill for team Never Lucky.
Yeah, maybe slightly greedy there from Belgian. Not satisfied with just peeling. He wanted to go for the kill there. Just a slight miss on the R2000, like you said, and he falls down there. Didn't burn flash or anything because it wasn't up, but he's 0-2 now. So the W keying probably not doing too well. I think he's about even in farm, so not a massive deficit by any means. And Fang still uncontested by either team by the looks.
Yeah, it feels like neither team are really interested by any objective. We go in with the Seismic Assault, but the Void Bomb was a little bit too far away. But the damage from this Revenant like forced the Shrapnel Cannon away. Like if this Void Bomb touch, like maybe we're in range for an ultimate from the Bellica, and that could have been a kill.
Yeah, if I'm on Team Never Lucky, I'm kind of happy here because we've got possibly an engage happening here in the left lane. Chimera coming in.
Yeah.
The ADC not really interested, just wants his farm, so they'll just take pushing them out of lane, I suppose.
But they managed to get the blink on the Revenant on the ambush of the camera, so that's still like a win for Team 6. They're trying to contest this gold buff, but I think they don't know where is the enemy jungler, and here we see that Junior is on the lane. That's why they didn't commit for this gold buff, and they will just let it go for the Revenant. And here I completely agree with the decision of the carrier, just taking his farm. He can't lose like one wave and a half, even if the camera is here for the rotations. That's way too much gold and experience lost otherwise.
Yeah, always got to take the guaranteed wins rather than the possibles when they present themselves. I mean, you can't really just give up a whole wave under tower for a maybe. It's just not worth it.
But now we have the camera that is looking into the mid lane. That's been a long time that this camera is on the left side, but they try to go into this Bellica, a very nice Seismic Assault on the Drongo, dodging the Stasis Bomb, and even like in this 2v1 situation, she managed to survive, which leave time for the Crunch to rotate, trying to look for this Drongo, and that should be a dead Drongo, and probably the Decker just trying to get away. I don't know if she will manage to. But if she doesn't, that should open up a FangBooth timing for Team Never Lucky. Yeah, they managed to get both player on the dual lane. We have the crunch in the right spot, and that should go like directly for FangBooth. They have to be careful for this Howitzer, but because it's still a lot of damage. But I don't think he will go for the contest since the camera is on the right side of the map.
Yeah, that is a shame. It's a bit of a tilter. I wasn't expecting Junior to still be there, but I suppose he knows where he needs to apply his pressure. And it's just going to be a free Fangtooth going over to the enemy team there. Belgian showing off a little bit of his howitzer mechanics there, getting the buff and getting out with his mine straight away. But unfortunately, no river buff to actually take, but still looked very flashy.
Definitely. But that leaves us with a little bit of time to rest a little bit when they're kind of fighting in the middle lane, trying to get priority. The landmine is used. All the rest of the cooldown are on cooldown, so they can't use them. And we managed to get another kill on the dual lane, and we see that Crunch was still there. So definitely Junior like applying a lot of pressure on this dual lane. But in the meantime, this Grux seems to be winning on the right side, and we see that the camera is actually doing the mini prime in the meantime. Grux is invading the blue jungle. So the dual lane of Never Lucky is getting ahead, but that means that this offlane Grux it will be scary later on in the game and will be impactful.
Yeah, the dual lane is definitely falling a bit behind, slightly in the driver's seat there, but the right side of the map for Team 6 very in a strong position.
Trying to zone the Sevarog away, and now the Crunch managed to get over with the forward Crunch, which means that the camera will be very, very low and dying. We flash away from the Crunch. The Drongo very low, trying to stay alive because there is the rotation of the mid laner and the support. The fight is going all over the place, but so far 3 kills has been found by Team Never Lucky and the fourth one. So a little fight that was going like a little bit all over the place, but they managed to keep the low character alive while catching the people rotating, and I think that's a team wipe for Team Never Lucky, and that should be a mini prime as well. Very well played from them.
Yeah, instant caster's curse on my side there. I figured with Howitzer with his combustion finished, and that could have potentially been a really good fight, but I suppose not. It's one of the reasons I think Gideon is very, very strong, even in a versus comp like this, is just slightly off the floor. The Howitzer mine can't really take him out, and he gets a very, very strong ult off there to clean up the team fight.
And now they
His mid
manage.
tower off that as well.
Yeah, it's that they're opening the map. Like the mid lane is now open. We have this crunch that is with 6 kill on him, so that's very scary when you have a crunch jungle that can just like basically delete any player on your team in 2 seconds. You have to really respect that. And so yeah, a lot of pressure will be rough. I think now they need in the next team fight, it's a strong Grux that managed to CC a few key targets in the enemy team. Yeah, Team Never Lucky starting to get ahead in this game. Like we can see in the scoreboard, it's 1-10 in terms of the objective game as well. Never Lucky is ahead, so we need a reaction from Team 6.
Looking for a gank on the mid lane here though, sitting there, but to be honest, not really much kill pressure on a Gideon. Team Never Lucky definitely in the driver's seat here. I mean, Team 6 are a very early game centered team. Pretty much all of the members of the characters on the team geared towards the early game, but to be this far down could spell disaster, especially with Sevarog with the Prime buff. Grux is going to need some help there to keep him off of his tower.
And we can see that now the dual lane is just invading also the blue side jungle. And so, oh, a nice Lazy Bomb, but nice sidestep from the Revenant. We used the Make It Rain, but they were a little bit like out of range. When it goes down, there is a beautiful Seismic Assault, and that should be a dead Howitzer. Trying to go for the landmine, he's still alive, how it's possible, but finally Junior is here to kill him and shut him down, while there's still also the blue buff, and like, yeah. Team 6 jungle seems to not be Team 6 jungle anymore.
Yeah, it's now just an extension of Team Never Luckies, I'm afraid. But yeah, like I said, in the draft, they're just a very, very aggressive team. They will press every single lead that they can get. Junior is very, very adept. He knows exactly how much he can take in the enemy jungle as long as he's got his team to follow up there. So they don't really have many avenues of free income left on Team 6. I mean, they've got the mid lane to farm, but as soon as that's pushed past kind of the mid wave, there's not really a whole lot they can do to kind of generate income. But Karma taking out the Sevarog there, who I think actually had the Prime buff, so how he did that, I have no idea, but...
I think the Chimera was with him, so they managed to kill the Sevarog together with 2 people, and now they're pressuring the tier 1. I think they recognize that this FangBooth will be hard to defend, losing like the tier 1 tower on both the mid lane and the dual lane. So they will have like almost like no pressure, and we can see that Team Never Lucky is actually on the FangBooth. And so they decide to just like try to make a hole on the right side of the map for Team 6. And I really like this decision. Like sometimes you can't contest an objective and that's fine, at the condition that you actually try to take something else on the map and not just stay here saying like, oh, we can't take it. So very well played from them.
Yeah, like I said, very good decision making there. Sometimes you just have to accept that you've lost an objective. There's no point fighting for it when you're, 10 kills down. Just get some gold on some of your characters on the right side of the map there. Unfortunately, Waldo, it does fall there after the Fangtooth, but still, I mean, getting the tower is huge when they're this far behind. Just getting a little extra gold on Chimera and Grux. Belgian harassing the Fangtooth and just clearing out a couple of waves as well. Any farm they can get for free at this point is very, very valuable, because Never Lucky is just very, very slowly closing off the map, confining them into their base.
Yeah, and taking this right side of the map also means that now they kind of have like this side a little bit more open for the next R prime if it's needed. So I really like the decision here. We can see that they took the tier 1, the tier 2, a lot of damage on the tier 1 mid as well. But now we have Team Never Lucky invading the red side jungle, trying to get a kill onto the Grux that he managed to go away. Howitzer rotating to help him here. They have to be careful because it really feels like that they have no control in their jungle, so they need to have vision there to not get picked. Otherwise that could like very quickly snowball out of control.
Yeah, and again, Ravan showing the strength of Gideon here is just, you just play with such disrespect. Seismic Assault going a little bit wide there. Looks like he might fall though, a rough epoch there.
Oh, that was close, like trying to go for the Make It Rain. Now we have the flash away from the Bellica, trying to stay alive. I don't know what is going on in the fight, but I think yeah, they just disengage from the flash. The Crunch is coming back in, trying to deal some damage on the Chimera. Gideon plus Crunch trying to get the pressure onto the tier 2 looking into the Drongo that was on the jungle, but I think this is just a disengage. We have the Revenant on the left lane that tried to get a little timing, but nothing found here. And they probably will just like suffocate Team 6 by putting all the way very close to their tower, which will give them priority if like the R prime spawn or and that I think the only objective you have on the map. So I think they will just stay there, pressuring the wave and see what they can get from there.
Yeah, like I said, it's a very good word for it. Just absolute suffocation. Just pushing up every wave equally. Ravon looking for some harass here. Just absolute disrespect. As Gideon, he's never ever in danger as long as he's got his E up. To be quite honest.
And that's one of the problem with Howitzer. Like the hitbox is pretty huge against a Gideon. It's very easy to hit the Void Breach, and that means like a Void Breach plus Cosmic Rift combo is just like half of your HP as you have seen here. While in the meantime, I think there was some aggression done on the duo lane. The game kind of slowed down a little bit because there is like no objective to be taken on the map, and pushing tier 2 can be a bit risky at this time of the match if you don't get priority. And here we can see that we have a fight. The Chimera and the Grux trying to fight the Sevarog and the Crunch. We have a good smash and grab. The Crunch is very low but has to flash away, and they use a Colossal Blow to put them away, trying to disengage. The Howitzer is here. I don't think he will be able to catch this Sevarog, and so that's in the end a full disengage from both teams. Team 6 was a little bit ahead but didn't manage to get a kill here. They just gained a little bit of priority on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They gained a little bit of tempo, but Sevarog's straight back there, and they've still got Romo out just pushing disrespectfully on the other side of the map there. He knows there's 3 on the right side of the map. He can kill everybody else, especially with that ult. Just grants him such insane safety to take whatever farm he can, kind of with impunity. Same really as Gideon. He's never really in danger as long as he's got his R up, because whoever approaches first is probably just dead. And at least a 1-for-1 is pretty good pickings when you're that far up.
And so now we are still, I guess, looking for the prime. The Fangtooth is slowly getting back, and this third Fangtooth can be very important because either like for team Never Lucky, that means that you get the third Fangtooth, and the 8% stat buff is very important and very impactful, but also it's important for team 6 for 2 reasons: to deny this third Fangtooth for team Never Lucky, but also to have this Fangtooth in case they manage to get an R prime afterwards to get the extend buff duration, which at this moment, like having extended buff duration for the R prime is critical, because otherwise it's very hard to fully utilize this buff. And I see that both teams are kind of trying to get the vision around this Fangtooth. I think that maybe Crunch is already in the pit trying, and they got the third Fangtooth, no contest allowed, and that's rough for team 6. They should have been there here, otherwise that mean that this bonus will be very, very hard to contest, wields the lead that team Never Lucky already has.
Yeah, they really need to try and slow this tempo down, because right now it's just kind of objective comes up, objective dies. They're not really threatening the map at all. Karma trying their best there on the right side of the map, but for the most part, it's just kind of objective comes up, objective goes down, and as soon as the next prime comes up, your inhibs are going to fall, and after that, you don't really have a lot left to fall back on. You kind of have to fight eventually. Farm's still looking pretty good, but it's just kind of the kill deficit and the gold deficit now is just kind of almost spiraling out of control a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like now like team 6 must go for the next R prime and try to go for a fight in a 5v5, but unfortunately, as I said, that harps get picked up in the jungle. That means that the jungler is not there anymore, and now you have a 30 seconds timer when you can't really like fight here, but they have to, so they're trying to look for it with 3 people. We see that the team Never Lucky is already on the R prime. We have the Gideon trying to zone this Howitzer and this Decker. The Decker is almost dead, 1 HP, should be dead. And unfortunately, like here we're in a situation of a 5v3. They're chasing the Gideon, like getting on this Howitzer. We see the difference of damage, like the 3-level deficit, that's really, really huge. But the Gideon is maybe a little bit too eager, and the rotation of the Drongo managed to get the kill. But I think they got maybe the R prime in the meantime, or no, they're still on it, trying to finish it. And that's done, and probably like trying to contest, and the 2 people contesting will probably die.
Possibly if they've got there a couple of seconds earlier, that could have been an entirely different story there. Managing to clean up Gideon there, despite the fact Belgium was 3 levels down. Was a really, really nice play by FangBooth there coming in for the secure, but they just had a little bit too much damage for the Prime there, Junior 8 and 1 on the crunch, putting out some serious sustained damage. It's a shame because that might have been their route back into the game there if they could turn that, because Prime does do a lot of damage if you can contest the enemy team while they're trying to take it.
Yeah, especially the missile attack that can like chunk like 20% of every single player in the enemy team if you manage to engage at that timing. Some miracle can happen on this buff. Like this buff is scary, like this objective. Like you have to be careful when you go for it. I really feel like here they have like two solutions. Is trying to get like a few picks when they're out of the jungle, like they're trying to do here. We see that the almost there. If the landmine was a little bit more better angled, we can maybe have got a kill on Romaware, and that would have been like the Revenant out of the fight and out of the R Prime, which would have been very nice. Unfortunately, wasn't meant to be, so now you can just like heal up from the buff and the CC, but they keep going for it with a good seismic assault, and now we have the Revenant and coming from the side, and here like the Epoch was used, but that's a dead howitzer.
I don't know about the Epoch pickup this game, to be honest. Every time it's been used, it's pretty much just lined them up to be CC'd by the enemy team. They just have a lot of setup. So as soon as you Epoch, they kind of are just waiting there for you to come out of it so they can hit you with one of their many CCs. I think even Soul Bearer would have been better here just for the extra survivability, but it looks like they're going to have to give the mid inhib here. Not sure if they're going to push any further. If it was me, I'd just take all 3 inhibs. Left wave is pushed up quite a bit, so they might not get the left one, but at least the right one, and then just, as you said, continue the suffocation. Very, very kind of calculated play from Neverlucky here. That whoever's shot calling is doing a very good job of just keeping his team coordinated and all on task.
And it seems they're doing exactly what you just said. They take the advantage of taking the mid inhib, the right inhib. Now we will have a primal FangTooth that will respawn soon, but there is enough time for Team Neverlucky to go for the reset, spend all the gold they have accumulated by taking this tier 2, those 2 inhib, the All Prime, and come back even stronger for this fight. And maybe I think they will still have a little bit of time on this All Prime for the next primal FangTooth fight. So that will be rough. Here we see that Team 6 is trying to push as much as they can, like all the wave, trying to get a little bit of breathing room before, so they can actually fight this primal Fang to see if they decided to go for it, or maybe they will just try to go for a split push on the right side, maybe taking an inhibitor, but let's see what they decide to do.
Yeah, I think they'll probably just take what they're given here with the right side and just hope they don't get picked off here. No vision on the map here, so Neverlucky might be just rotating over to them, but Ravan looks like he's going to hold that, and everybody else will take the FangTooth there. I'm pretty sure they'll win the 4v3 with how far ahead they are in gold. But just a small thing, when they were retreating from the base there, they took pretty much all of Team 6's jungle, which is huge. It looks like a small thing, but it is a big thing because it just denies so much more gold from the enemy team there. While you're retreating, just taking their jungle, just starving their income at every single point. Neverlucky going to secure the primal FangTooth there, so there's absolutely no chance of a one fight here. That's doing some serious damage at 30 minutes.
I like the idea here, like, I don't know if you've seen, like, the Grux and the jungle was waiting behind the fog wall trying to get a trap, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be, and they just got picked up. But I like the idea because here you're so far behind, you have to try something, and if the enemy team just like face check this fog wall, maybe you get a pick, and that's remove a buff of the primal, and you open up like maybe a good team fight for you. But unfortunately, like, nobody face check the fog wall, and now you 2 player down with 2 inhibitor down and a third one falling, and people like the Sevrog is like knocking to your door on the left side. Everyone is in your base, and I think they're like Team Neverlucky is looking for the final push and to end this game.
Yeah, I think personally I would have liked to see them either try to fight for the primal or fully commit onto Ravan there for the inhib, but waiting for them to get the primal and then trying to fight them I don't think there's really much chance you come out as a winner there. The buff just does way too much damage.
And so we can see, like, I think it's the story of the game. Howitzer using Epoch, while there is a big black hole, like, on top of the inhibit of the court, killing absolutely everyone. And, like, the Grog's trying his best to do something, the Daycare as well, but only Daycare alive against a 5 team that have the Primal, 4 Fangtooth, and not all inhibitor down, though, but I think, like, with the next wave, that should be the end of the game.
Yeah, it's looking like that's all she wrote. Belgian getting in a little bit of BM there, just for anybody watching, but there's not really much they can do here, I don't think.
And so that will be the victory of Team Neverlucky, that will have the chance to continue their losing bracket run. And unfortunately, it's Team 6 that will leave us. As you said, there was a team that decided to just play for the funsies of it, because they just created, like, for this tournament. And here we can see that Team Neverlucky, from the coordination and all the Scream experience they put together, managed to get ahead and in the end winning this game.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the losers bracket, but I don't think anybody could say they played badly at all, especially for a last-minute team. Played very well individually and as a team. I mean, they couldn't have really had more than 1 or 2 games between them, like, together. So.
And on that, I think that now we will go for a little break until we get into the next match. And so stay tuned.
and we are back. I'm Falcon, joined by Cautionary Tales for the lower bracket Germans versus Cheap Clappers as we get into draft and wait for their bands to come through. How you been doing today? I think it's our first time casting together today, isn't it?
Yeah, today I'm a bit sick, so I didn't really want to do too much on the casting front. A bit of like a cough, sore throat, but you can't miss
You can't miss
FangBooth.
these games, can you? Nah.
Yeah, you don't get this kind of quality game. The matchmaking, unfortunately, not quite up to snuff at the moment.
Don't really talk about having 5 stack against you. It's always good fun, isn't it?
5 stacks, new players, people running it down.
That does sound
A
like normal
classic.
solo queue to me.
Yeah, solo queue in a nutshell.
But yeah, we'll see what sort of game we get into. Either we're going to be talking at 1,000 words a minute, or there might be nothing going on. At the moment, nothing's going on as we just wait for to start the bands. Are we expecting anything different from these two? I'd imagine it's going to be pretty similar.
A little bit of a rampage band there. To be honest, I've not played too much in the last month, and I've been surprised how much the meta has moved away from the last FangBooth, where it was kind of Muriel Gideon ban all the time, and now it's Muriel last pick, if at all. Same with Gideon. A lot more of kind of a move to bruisers and stuff, but even in the ADC patch, the ADCs aren't really getting picked or banned, and I asked Neverlucky earlier and they said, well, it's because they're all really, really good, it doesn't really matter which one you get. So I suppose when they're all good, you can kind of pick any of them.
Yeah, so we got these Rampage bands over Bang, both very good frontline tanks that we've seen today that have basically nearly solo carried team fights, so both of them are off the board. This does leave Muriel up, leaves Decker up, Steel up. A couple of good first picks. We'll see what Germans wants to go for though. And yeah, I think it's definitely a case of ADCs are something you can low priority wise, unless you want to go for this off-lane ADC like we saw Team Immune do earlier. But then again, you have to make sure you're doing that lower in the draft to make sure there's not as many counter picks offering. Get what I mean?
Yeah, personally, I'm playing mid lane, so I don't have as much interaction in lane, but I would be first picking or first banning Revenant every single game. That character is obnoxious to play against in a team fight, and obnoxious to play against in lane, but Crunch locked in from the Germans, so we've already got 3 tanks off the board. Well, 2 tanks and a bruiser off the board. So we'll see if CC responds. I'd like to see a Deco pick, to be honest. I think she's very, very strong in the duo lane.
Yeah, Decker's very strong. It also can be put in the mid lane and the off lane if they want to. I'd imagine it's going to be support 99% of the time though. Just too strong with the Cage and the Decker ball going through. Have I got hiccups going through? That's a good time to start, isn't it? And it's also very good against Crunch. Just stops any sort of right click engage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But we'll see if CC are likewise on this. I also think they might try and prioritize the mid lane, which is up on the board. You've seen a lot of play with him to good use as well. So we'll see what he does with that. As we see the Decker, as you said, probably going to support. And then the Steel, something we haven't mentioned yet, was on the board and pretty much the last big tank available to them.
Yeah, the bruises are pretty much all gone now, other than maybe a Richter. Or sorry, the tanks are pretty much all gone there, except for the Richter. I like the.
We're having no Richter. No Richter is allowed in this game, please.
I like the Decker pick. It's probably going to be support, although I do like the EU kind of. She could be mid solo support, just because EU are absolute nutcases.
We'll blame Empty for that one, I think.
Yeah, Empty and easy peasy McGull with his crit Decker, although I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, I played against someone else who went crit Decker in the offlane, but I can't remember who it was. Such a pain. But as you see, Germans picked up the Howitzer. No surprises there. It's probably the most contested melee laner so far in this tournament.
Yes.
See what else they want to pick up.
This tournament, I agree, but to be honest, I really don't put any stock into Howitzer at all. I don't think he's a good mid laner at all, especially compared to Gideon. Even Faye, not great in lane, but as a teamfight champion, she's insane. And to be honest, I don't see what everybody sees in Howitzer, and I'm still waiting to be proven wrong. I mean, Shin put in some work earlier on OPD, but it's not like the rest of his team wasn't winning just as hard anyway. And when your team's winning that hard, you can kind of pick whatever you want.
I think it's to do with just like the safety. He's very safe and throw his stuff out from a million miles away. Result basically takes him out of the team fight for a couple of seconds normally. So he's very safe, can do that, can basically always do damage in a team fight. So I think that's kind of where people go from. Obviously not going to be there to set up anything. but then again, his landmine can do quite a bit. As you see, the Revenant picked up. I'm sure you enjoy that one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Revenant picked up, to be honest. I really don't understand why it's not picked up earlier. It seems like he just denies so much counterplay at any point. Like, you can't dive him, you can't really 1v1 him because he can guarantee his 4th shot with his ult. He has insane lane harass, and he scales probably as well as Sparrow, although in a different way. So I'm surprised to see him not picked up more. I'd be interested to see what Immune do later on in the drafts versus later teams, see if they pick or ban him. I don't know what Neft's thoughts are on Revenant this patch, to be honest.
I mean, Neff always plays Revenant, so I wouldn't be surprised to see more of that. But I think Revenant's definitely strong early game. I think he's a bit weaker mid game. I think when he hasn't got all of his items online and he's just trying to team fight with the 4 shots, it is a bit weaker than some of the other ADCs. But once you get that 100% crit chance, he can just delete someone within that 4 shot period. So
Yeah,
it is definitely a strong character.
I would like to see some more tanks drafted for Germans as well, because I think Revenant does quite well in a front to back, where just some big tanky boys can walk at the enemy team and he can hide behind them and just kind of hold his ult until he absolutely needs it. Which, I mean, to be fair, is the same for pretty much every carry, but Revenant especially just puts out so much damage per shot that I think he really benefits from big tanks in front of him. But on the flip side of that, I mean, Steel's wall can come in absolutely clutch. If you can block even a couple of shots, especially a 4th shot, Revenant's value is diminished in a team fight massively.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you have your duo lane manage to get this Revenant down, if he takes a death at like P6, then his laning phase is just kind of ruined. Like, he needs that pressure on this duo lane as much as they can, so they do need to get a decent support for him. Muriel is still on the board. Same with Bellica, so I'd like to see one of those 2 picked up by Germans for the next 8th and 9th pick, as we wait for CC to actually lock in whatever they're going to pick.
Yeah, we saw some good laning phase from Revenant and Bellica last game. From, I think it was Never Lucky. Just as soon as the Bellica hits that seismic assault, whoever gets hit by it is taking 90% of their health from the Revenant 4th shot on Obliterate. And I wasn't a huge fan of the lane in concept, to be fair, but in practice it worked out immensely. Lock in Muriel Chimera for Team CC, which means possibly when the ADC's on the board, that's a really good Marshall game for Muriel. A lot of on-hit damage coming out from Chimera, and possibly Sparrow or maybe Murdoch.
I'd like to see Murdoch here. I think Chimera here is actually a really good pick, mainly taken away from Germans. Because when you look at it, they can take the crunch into a jungle, but they don't really have any solo options. Or they could put it in solo, but they don't really have any tanky options left in the jungle. You've only really got assassins left. Unless you want to go Richter, I've made my opinion on that plainly clear. So I think taking a Chimera away, which can go bruisery still, or can just go full damage if they want to, because they have got the steal already, is a good pickup. Muriel is just a good support. The shield should hopefully mitigate some of the Revenant's damage and poke in the laning phase, and obviously once you get 6, can interact with the entire map if he wants to.
Yeah, something I didn't touch on before, which you kind of called when they picked it, but it looks like it could be Decker mid or Muriel off lane, because they have the Decker and the Muriel locked in for cheek clappers.
I haven't even noticed that yet. Yeah.
No, I just noticed that there when you were talking about the Muriel offering some extra utility.
This is probably going to be a Decker mid. I think Decker mid is much better than Muriel mid. So we're going to see it. It's going to happen. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree there, to be honest.
And it's going to go like 0 and 10 probably.
Casticus in draft, man.
If we say it's going to go badly, then it means it goes well, right? That's how Casticus works.
To be honest, I would like to see more of Ray brought out earlier, but the Shinbi solo. I think, I mean, the Wolf is on such a low cooldown that you're not really in any danger in laning phase, and she's just such a menace in team fights because she can kill tanks and squishies just as easily.
Mm-hmm.
I think people are sleeping on Shinbi in mid lane and off lane, to be honest, but I suppose I've got to wait for Ray to be the savior of that one.
She can be quite tanky as well. She can just go, oh, God's sake. It's going to go World Breaker into Romans. That's a lot of HP right there, and you get a lot of regen as well going through as they pick up the Richter.
I was
Probably
wondering
in
what
support
the,
role.
I was wondering what the depressive sigh was, but it was the Richter locked in with
Ooh.
the Bellica as well. So they've got quite a tanky front line, but that looks like a Bellica support, no? With Richter
Yeah.
jungle and Crunch solo.
I'd imagine that is going to be where Germans is looking. Obviously, the first game we watched was Germans versus, I believe, Alpha Wars? I can't remember 100%. And they had the Sevrog against the Richter, and it did not go well for the Richter in that lane. So they're probably going to put that into the jungle. As the last pick for CC was Drongo. Obviously, it's the only ADC we didn't talk about, which is just hilarious.
Yeah.
But very strong, has the silence, so he's going to be very good against the Crunch and the Richter if they get on him. Has pretty safe with the shrapnel cannon as well, so that will bring some good damage. I am worried about CC's damage in a team fight. You've only really Drongo and Chimera dishing out damage. Deco has got quite a bit of dust, but once that's gone, she hasn't really got much left. But we'll have to see when we get there. So, what do you
Yeah.
think of these team comps then? Who do you think has actually won in this draft?
Like you said, CC's very low on kind of the team fight AoE damage front. But I think it really depends on how well Chimera can push his tempo and if Drongo gets fed. If Drongo gets fed, he's an absolute demon and he will just tear through kind of like Howitzer and Richter. It's just impossible to miss them, and you just charge up the red rounds and they just pop. But in kind of an even game state, I think Germans kind of have the composition advantage here. For pick potential, they've got Richter Bellica. I mean, you get hit by anything and you're just dead for the most part. And then they scale quite a lot better too with Revenant, and then having a non-conventional support with Bellica, she's going to scale quite well regardless. So it's a bit of an even one, but I think Germans have the advantage because they don't need to do quite so much to win, if that makes sense. It's kind of a less execution or macro heavy team comp. But what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely think that if we get into these primal fights or your prime fight, Germans has definitely got a better back to front. They got the Revenant and the Howitzer in the back line to properly get the damage out, compared to Cheek Clappers, where it is going to be the stronger mainly, trying to do as much damage as he can. But I think in the early game, if this Chimera can get going, and I push one of the lanes, I'm not exactly sure who they want, as we can see actually from this draft here that it is going to be the Deca mid. Then
Yeah.
it can definitely snowball quite heavily. They can get a lot of Fangtooth prio with this sort of comp as well. So if they can start getting this Revenant down, make sure he can't get into this game, then I think this is going to be good. Lee's still on an island. He's still, he doesn't need items. He doesn't need to get 4 or 5 kills. He will do what he wants to do. Focus on this duo lane, get the kills there, get the Fangtooths, start stacking those up, and get the lead through that way. But we'll see if that's how they want to play it out.
Yeah. To be honest, I think if they pick Sparrow instead of Drongo, I think I'd think the opposite here, and I'd be on board with Team Sheet Clappers because they've just got a perfect Protect the Sparrow comp. But saying that, the Revenant kind of counters that. I would have almost liked to see a Revenant ban and then a Sparrow pickup with this comp. I think would have been the absolute optimal draft for them if they were going to draft like this regardless. But I'd like to see Epps repping the Deco mid. I was saying it was an EU thing, but the one NA player here has picked Deco.
Blimmin' typical, isn't it?
Yeah. But I mean, we should see. It really depends on the macro and the team fighting. I don't think there's any really horrific matchups for anybody in the game at the moment. Sevrog's banned, so Steel's not going to have too much of a bad time. And I think Drongo Muriel does okay. Drongo quite likes on-hit damage as well, but as I said, if Bellica lands her knock-up, then Revenant is going to have a field day in trades.
Yeah, it's going to be down to that Bellica in the zero lane. If they can get the knock-up, it's going to be going well. If that misses, then they can definitely retaliate. Of course, with the Muriel seals, they should be able to do something. As we actually have a 5-man stack coming through the zero lane, looking to see if they can get a pick, maybe. They have maybe got the Deca Ball or the Steel, so they have got a lot of CC. It's level 1. looking for the solo laner as they actually see the crunch, but he is actually in a good part of the jungle for him, so he can walk out safely. And they are all spotted, so they're just going to go back and have a look at the rest of the map. This
Yeah.
should have hopefully given enough time for CC. We watching CC, aren't we? Yeah. So hopefully enough time for Germans to actually get a ward on to either the red buff or the 5-man camp, as they did on the Germans' side.
Yeah, just settling for warding the 5 camp there. One thing I didn't really think about, to be fair, is if Chimera goes for more of a damage-oriented build and manages to keep up his early tempo, kind of like Grux, you kind of have to maintain the tempo if you want to keep doing damage. But if he manages to maintain his lead, then he will do some pretty good damage in team fights.
Yeah, I'd actually be surprised if he doesn't go at least a couple of damage items. It is going to be the case that they are going to need to damage. Steel's not going to do much, and Muriel is going to be able to at least buff this Chimera, especially if they get Marshal, right click, or Alacrity. Or the attack speed plus is going to be very useful for him. As we actually have a look at Decker here, you can see that Decker's gone Warlock Crest, probably going to go Obelisk for the extra burst, which is normally how it's played out. And all you do as Decker is just one combo them. You hit the right click, you hit the Q, you hit the ult, and then you auto them with the Obelisk, and you hope they die.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
kinda how it
personally, I much prefer Time Warp on Decker because it's more of a risk, but somebody's dead if you hit them with the first stun. And they're really going to struggle with Prio this game because Howitzer is really good at generating Prio, and with Cage second especially. I mean, if I play Decker mid, I usually take Cage level 4 just to get an extra point in the queue. But you're just going to get pushed in over and over and over again because you don't have any kind of wave clear. And on top of that, your queue is very, very expensive, and you don't have a big mana pool.
Yeah, you can see Decker's already down to 2/3 of her mana, taking that down to a half with just another Q. So it is going to need these river buffs. Have just spawned 3 minutes in. Howitzer's going for his left. Decker's hopefully go for the left. We'll just go ward down, so it's just check for the jungler. But should be able to get that. Chimera's just keep an eye out for it. Does get the purple one as well, so that's kind of beneficial for them. Not
Purple
sure
very,
what
very useful. Yeah, you're right.
that gives ability power for Decker, gives getting better clear. As we actually see 4-man rotation on the duo lane by Team Germans there. The Howitzer just decided to continue walking over there. The Richter also being over there, so it looks like they did get out, but has used both of their blinks on CC's side.
That's a player as experiences in Venom versus a pick like this. He knows he has the Prio, so he got the River buff and the Roam for absolutely free there. He didn't lose anything because he knows he has such a long time in between clearing every wave because Decker just can't do it. The Chimera they're securing French's Blink though, which is quite big, especially because I don't imagine Steel wins this early. So getting him some safety.
Yeah, I wasn't really going to say anything about that because it was the case of Chimera just jumps on you, you blink out. There's not much else going to happen. There's no real kill threat as long as Crunch has Blink. But I think the lane is not going to really do anything until level 6. Crunch can really out Steel, but he can't really kill him. So it might be a bit of a CS advantage, but it's not. The XP is going to be about the same. As the early game is not doing much. We haven't got first blood here, nearly 5 minutes into the game. So the river buffs are going to come up for the second round soon. Decker has basically 0 mana at this point, though, so we're going to have to back off.
Yeah, as much as I love off-meta picks, I really don't like the Occult Crest pickup. And I think that Venom is just going to keep starving Epps out of lane here, just knowing he's got more push power. Epps can't really afford to back without a lane, although Decker doesn't need levels. Obviously, you want levels as a mid laner because you need to be outputting some kind of damage. The Azir Core picked up first because you have to pick it up because Decker is just so mana hungry, especially without the Mage Crest, Occult Crest giving you health on last hit instead of mana.
Yeah, this is very much of an issue. Luckily for Team CC, Germans doesn't have that much of a tank. They have Victor, but that which is definitely going to be building basically straight physical armor just to protect himself against Bronco. I don't think he's going to be too worried about the Decker damage anytime soon. So
I would
optimizations.
be-
Oh, there's a ball comes out, misses. R2000 missile also just misses, goes and hits the minion. Has got ult from Dekka's side, looks for the cave to just get a bit of poke out. As that's starting to do quite a bit of damage now.
Yeah, a small amount of poke there, popping a health potion as well. I would be surprised to see Richter and Crunch not building Unbroken Will here because, like we said in the draft, all they really have is CC and Drongo, right? So just proccing the Unbroken Will over and over and over again is going to come out to be very valuable in team fights.
Yeah, definitely Unbroken Will, I'd imagine. You might get a salvation from the Crunch as well, gets 30% tenacity. This is very strong. In terms of quests as well, Crunch is definitely going to go Warrior, so he has that. So he might go Brutalix just to get the cleanse, or he might go the Ice Cold Challenge as well. Hard to say right now. I would personally, against this team comp, just go Brutalix. No point really trying to get the Ice Cold Challenge if it's just going to be CC to death. But we'll see that. As Dekka's push is actually going through right now, but it has met the Richter. Gets a nice pull from the Richter. Silence is going through. Has to run away. Goes towards the dual lane where he's got most of his team is away from Howitzer. And managed to get to his Chimera. Doesn't use the blink as well. Very good preservation on that blink. And patience from the Dekka there.
Yeah, nice to preserve the blink, but it's the same kind of story, right? It's not a full wave or anything. They kind of cleared the wave, but you don't have a roam timer because you're playing Dekka. Your clear is too slow, and you turned your roam opportunity into your team having to come and save you, which is not really what you want as a mid laner, and it is unfortunately kind of the case in kind of supported mid laners in Predecessor at the moment. Just because a lot of them don't really have the wave clear that they need, especially with the removal of Time Warp. They can't just spam their abilities like that.
Yeah, plus minions getting to lane so fast in the mid lane, there's basically very little time if you can't instant clear it. Another interesting thing I've seen is Steel's gone Horn Plate. He's going, maybe not finishing Taken Guard, but has got the anti-heal ready.
Ooh,
So
I
he
don't
has
think I'd
not-
like that at all.
I don't personally like it either. I don't know if he's going to finish Taken Guard, but if he isn't going Fire Blossom has been buffed with the HP increase this patch, so it's up to 275, I believe. But if he doesn't want to go that, I would like to see Stonewall, honestly, against the Crunch and the Revenant. Quite a lot of damage is probability based, and he can get the stun off as well once he gets low, so I would like to have seen that picked up. Maybe not first, but very early on, instead of this sort of anti-heal that isn't going to be too much of an issue. As Epsis actually rotates over, here comes the Dekka. That's a nice ball. Still ult up and down. Dekka ult down as well. There's still Crunch is still about pretty healthy, so does have the ult to get away with the double dash.
Just not enough damage to finish it, but yeah, like I said, if he's just going for the anti-heal, then personally I would have gone Tainted Bastion because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Crunch does magical damage on his passive auto, which obviously applies the Tainted Bastion, but then the entire enemy team is pretty much magical except Revenant. So you're not really getting any value from Tainted Guard because even Revenant isn't really auto-attacking you too much.
No.
So personally, I would have much rather see the Tainted Bastion or Leviathan pick up.
I don't even think you need the anti-heal this early on. Like, Crunch goes Mutilator, but it's not going to be that much of an issue. He's not going to get it that fast, and it's not going to give him that much healing until he gets like level 2 ult, level 11, something like that. Because he actually has finished the Tainted Guard. I don't know. He's the player. We're the casters. He might know something we don't. But we'll have to see as the game goes on. As it looks like Duo Lane is having a bit more fun. As First Blood goes in for the Revenant on worst carry. V2 Low has got the First Blood onto the Muriel, and gets the Second Blood onto the Chimera. That is very bad, very very bad for CSD.
I mean, like I said, I'm not an offlaner. I'm barely a mid laner, so would trust the Tainted Guard pickup for now. But yeah, the 10 minutes into the game, and those are the first kills, is pretty insane after we watched that Team 6's couple of games, and they're just W keying from spawn. So it's nice to see the Revenant get the first 2 pickups as well. It's going to be a lot of gold, and his first item power spike is going to come a lot quicker
as well.
And the Fangtooth, yeah. I mean, first Fangtooth not hugely important in this meta, but obviously it is nice because you've got it and they don't, and it sets you up to snowball. But 50% longer lasting juggle buff's not a huge deal.
The best thing about first Fangtooth is it allows you to get second and third Fangtooth.
That's exactly it. It gives a small amount of gold, I think, as well, right? And XP. But yeah,
I think it's some XP, yeah.
not a huge deal. Setting up a freeze here by the look.
Yeah, he's
So-
got Lightning Core, so he's got a decent amount of boxing potential. It depends on how much Revenant CCS was. I thought he got a decent amount of CS at 87 at 10 minutes. It's not too bad at all. Just below the 10 CS a minute mark. But probably has to be a bit careful now with the Revenant. See how that goes on, as the rest of the map has been quite quiet. You had the gank in the solo lane, but that wasn't really... didn't have blazed any blinks or anything like that, so it's just going to be nice and chill for a little bit, I think.
Yeah, their opportunities are very narrowed because you could maybe kill Decker, or sorry, Belica if Chimera comes mid, but Decker can't really roam to offlane and get a kill because they just don't have any damage. So you kind of have to leave that left side of the map. I would have liked to see them prioritize the right side of the map a bit more, or even mid lane, to kill the howitzer, because it's just the mine and it's on quite a long cooldown. So
Yeah, well, he has ult now as well, so that's going to be a main thing. They definitely should have tried to focus him pre-6, but that's kind of gone out the window now.
yeah, very true. But that is one of the things Decker is very good at, to be fair, because howitzer is a very fat little boy. It's very easy to hit howitzer out of his ult with the Decker R&B as long as you're holding it. But then of course you don't have a lot of your damage when you're playing Decker mid because you need that to set up everything else.
Yeah, don't we mean that mean to Howard? So he's probably on a dive, because we get a nice trade on dual lane. Both AD carries going quite low. Seal's coming out a bit late for a bit more damage from Muriel, but it seems to have gone pretty fast. Yeah, I mean most of Howitzer's like body is just a machine. Like himself is quite small.
Artificially a little fat boy, my bad.
Has to get a nice damage onto Jonko. Oh, the Belica ult securing it, not going away to the Rampage. The Rampage is the Revenant, but gets the thing. As we see a slow motion fight between the Chimera and the Victor as they slowly walk up the stairs.
An action shot of them 1v1ing.
As the Chimera sadly killed the Victor, Deck is on 100 HP, and the Howitzer's on about the same. Looks like they're all going to just reset.
Oh,
But
come on,
dual
you
lane
gotta
has-
ego this now. Surely you ego this. Oh, come on. One stun, he was dead. Is howitzer. Personally, I would have stayed, but I probably also would have died, so.
Yeah, I mean, if we looked at the map, we didn't know where the Belica was. They could have been resetting or heading towards mid, so it's the same thing. Was just the back. That does lose the tower, unfortunately, but it's tier 1. At this point in the game, it's not too much of a loss. So you can probably get it back quite easily. Hopefully, with a Howitzer back in here.
Yeah, the only thing about mid lane is when the tier 1 tower goes, you lose a lot of map pressure just globally because it just opens up the map. And because it's Decker mid, I really don't want to sound like a hater because I like the pick, but she just doesn't really have any push power or any power to kill the tower. So it could be a little while until we see that fall, until really Chimera decides that he wants that tower gone. Decker looking for a rotation here on the right lane, but I think they're just going to respect it. They have no real reason to force a fight or anything. They're just stepping into the wall there to go back to base.
Fang 2's not up for a bit. Mini Prime's up. Seems like Solo Lane is still fighting off on the things on the map. But in the meantime, I would like to see Duo rotate to mid, maybe. Try and force that mid tower off, whilst Decker just tries to farm in the Duo lane, because that tower is going to go down soon anyway. That's going to be a matter of time. If you look at the HP on that.
Yeah, I don't disagree there. I think the Wraith leggings pick up again. Weird pickup, because Decker mid works, but she doesn't really want magic power. She wants cooldown reduction. I mean, her best scaling I think is 50%, so she wants to cast her abilities as much as possible, more than build as much magic power as possible. So Wraith leggings is a bit of a strange pickup.
And in the solo lane, actually, we get a solo kill on for Steel against the Crunch, which is very surprising. In the meantime, Duo lane has got to be taken out. 7-1 is going in on the back as Chimera, trying to do as much damage as he can. Epps coming in, Muriel ult on top of the Chimera, trying to keep him alive. And Jongo in the meantime does as much damage as he can, does eventually die to the Belica. And meanwhile, Zonko going in with a blink and ult onto the Revenant, getting the kill as the Richter's also gone down. But Belica and Murdoch, Howitzer is still quite healthy and does take him out, as I believe it's only Decker and Muriel left. Muriel is going down very fast, and that takes him out. Only Decker left alive, and unfortunately we're not going to be able to tell, but it looks like Decker's also going to fall here. There's
I thought that
only
was going to go horribly, but that was a very, very nice flash from Drongo to secure that double kill. And you could kind of see how they wanted to play the team fights there. I mean, Chimera went in very, very early, it seemed like, but then Muriel on top of it. The whole team's focus is on Chimera, and then Drongo kind of comes in for a bit of a cleanup afterwards. But unfortunately, it doesn't quite go their way, and they all fall. I think it was a 4-for-2 in the end. But I could see what they're trying to do with the comp. I just not sure they have the right AD carry for it, and I think Decker really should have gone Time Flux for the increased CC.
Yeah, I think having Sparrow there would have definitely been better. A pre-cleanse there by the Chimera just in case that he did get caught by the hook. But that means he can't actually engage anymore. It is technically a 4v3 with the 1v1 solo kill in solo lane, but it doesn't really matter for this Fangtooth, as Germans is most likely going to get this second Fangtooth on the board, meeting cap point, Fangtooth point, I guess, whatever it's called, for the big buff at the end of it, as Team CC is just going to let that go. Germans going to do it eventually, right?
Even Murdoch, I would have liked to see a Murdoch pick it. Like you said, he's got a lot of self peel, but just with the extra pen on his passive, they've got a tank and a bruiser. He does a lot in a team fight if people aren't hitting him. You know, if he can run through a team fight, he will kill everybody. Sparrow would have been really good, but obviously then you kind of have to play with the mental aspect that the enemy team is going to be looking to kill you at all points.
Yeah, but I think that's fine. Like, you have the Muriel, you have the Decker, you have the Steel. Like, they have to get through so much to kill you, as they should get the kill onto the Howitzer. I mean, this is what we talk about the Howitzer ult. It's just a get out of free card. Chimera has got the E, but unfortunately the Richter and the Bellica does mean he doesn't get the kill. Drongo actually finishes off the Howitzer, gets the kill, but now they are very much outnumbered and need to run away. The drone has come out and gets a lockup. Decker with the cage, but keeps the Drongo on the wrong side of it, leaving them to the wolves.
It's a very nice epoch, but to be honest, I'm more upset with Cheek Clappers than impressed with Envenom there. With all of the CC on their team, they couldn't CC him as soon as he comes out of the epoch, which I feel like should have been a death sentence, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. They had Decker ult ready in line. They should have pre-used that. Maybe not known in time exactly, but it's something you should know as. And meantime goes down, goes onto the Richter, so it's not the most important person to get it on. But they have got it as the Steel is tanky, gets a 3-man nice ult up and does disengage. Doesn't lose anyone, but has lost the ultimate for another 90 seconds. And we'll see what Germans can do with that mini prime from now on.
Very nice disengage. It looks like Steel's going to have the Dynamo here. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, he does finish the Dynamo. But the enemy team is all AP again. Or sorry, all magic power, pretty much. So the Dynamo, while the Shred is useful, the armor is not really so useful. Because, I mean, sure, Revenant's doing a lot of damage, but Howitzer and Bellica are doing a lot more damage together. At least until Revenant gets a couple more items.
Yeah, what would you like for, like, an item for magic damage then? Like Void Helm or Crystalline Cuirass?
I really think Unbroken Will here is just insane. Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm looking at the wrong team. But honestly, still, I think Unbroken Will is very, very strong here. All they have a lot of CC. CC on every character. I mean, not really Revenant because it's his ult. You're not going to auto steal, but still CC on pretty much every character. You're just getting a lot of damage mitigation and regenerating a lot of health.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think Void Helm is definitely slept on. It is a lot better than people think. But especially against like stuff like Crunch Uppercut, his left punch, that is going to be used quite a lot in teamfights and does enable the Broken Wheel very often. So stuff like that is going to be very useful, especially if he's going to be in that 1v1 lane for a long time.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Unbroken Will obviously crunches mainly magic and true damage, or sorry, physical and true damage, but Unbroken Will providing the damage mitigation and healing, even though it's physical damage is still, is still helpful, even though it's a magic defense item.
Plus, I believe since the change from Unbroken Will, it actually does increase the physical protections, or when it's activated. So it actually gains. Yeah, so when you're in your realize, it gains 30% increased total physical and magic armor and magical armor. So
rather than mitigation. Sorry.
Yeah.
Cool.
No, it's only changed. I think it was changed last patch, or it might have been changed in the ACC patch. So wasn't here last thing. last tournament. A bit weaker than the Slap 30% mitigation, because Penny is going to be more useful, but does work quite well. As we get another team fight, Muriel ult has already gone up, as Howitz has gone on to the Drongo. They can try and appeal from as much as he can, as the Revenant does have free fire onto the Chimera, as Epoch comes out of the Howitzer and managed to blink out. Still on the front line, still going through, has popped away to back from the Richter, but Richter is popped by the Muriel as he gets an ult onto the Howitzer, does die for it, but Howitzer's gone down to very low. Drongo is still alive with the Muriel. Muriel's got to go down. But everyone on Germans is on about 10 HP. Unfortunately, so is Cheek Clappers, as Crunch is continuing to push on the left-hand side. And look at that range from the Revenant Q and the Howitzer Q, taking them out of range of even auto-attacking.
Yeah, it didn't go their way, but there was a very, very good display of front-to-back team fighting there. I mean, Drongo was never really in danger because Decker and Muriel were kind of just forming a gate between them and then Steel with the front line. But just unfortunately, I think Drongo's the wrong carry for it, and they're just falling a little bit too far behind now. But I think they have the right tactics, but maybe just not the right comp. Because again, if Decker has Time Warp there instead of Obelisk, she has less carry potential, obviously, but she can keep the whole team CC'd for a lot longer than, I think she Obelisked there, but Howitzer Epoch, so she didn't even get the auto attack off.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. This is risky, but they kind of have to do this. Hopefully they got enough damage as we got the Crunch coming in. The rest of the team is coming in. Germans guts to smite, does secure the Fangtooth, but the team fight is going to be inevitable. Can they kill the Crunch before the rest of the team comes in? They do. As the rest of Germans is actually going to start running away. Gets the nice stun onto the Howitzer. The Chimera jumping back in, gets a bit buggy there. It gets a nice ult onto the Attica. And still actually finishes off the Howitzer. This is 3 kills. This is something Cheek Clappers can come into. As Richter is still out of position here. He's on the tier 1. They should at least get this tier 1, if not the prime. Let's see what they're going to go for.
Yeah, that was lovely. I mean, said it's risky, but to be honest, with their comp, I think that's the best situation they can ask for, because they want Drongo at the back of the pit and the enemy team walking into them. You've got to walk past four players on the enemy team and the objective, so he can kind of just almost free cast. It would be weird with any other comp, but with 4 supports and an AD carry, I think it's almost optimal.
Yeah, there's something good. I would like to see just swap the Icicle on here just to get this down as much as they can. They're actually going to start turning on. They need to really get this down before the rest of Germans is back up, just so they can get out. They do have this. They got smite backups. 1,000. There we go. So they have all prime. Fangtooth is down, and they got every single tower to take on Team Germans.
Very impressive macro there. I mean, to be honest, I think if that was me, I would have just taken the mid tower and been happy with 200 gold. But they said you can keep you 200 gold, and we'll get five players with prime buff instead. So they get both objectives off the map. They get even longer to scale now, and hopefully Drongo can get a couple more items under his belt. Chimera is going into the full tank kind of aspect. Just a little bit of a hiccup there with the Overlord in the early game, but they're in a really, really good spot now to take back the game.
He's got 2,000 gold. He is going to start looking for his left side. I'd like him to just reset. I don't know what he's going into next, but I mean, his tank is fine. As Chimera, he's the one primarily engaging. He's actually going for Bone Saw, so he can have a bit of damage here. I really like Bone Saw on Chimera. I think it's pretty good, underrated item. But yeah, if he's engaging, he's definitely do this. Give the red buff to Drongo. He wants that. Looks like it's just going to go to the Chimera though. And they need to get as many towers as they can here. Steel's slip pushing on the left hand side. If those minions should be able to take that eventually, they have to force this mid tower, and then they can rotate onto the dual lane as well. But the problem is Germans has a lot of wave clear. Like Howitzer is very good at clearing the wave. He has the landmine, he has the minefield, so it might be a bit difficult to take these tier 2s, maybe inhibitors, depending on how aggressive they will get.
Yeah, again, it's kind of an offshoot of them doing the kind of protect the Drongo comp. Is they can't really 4-1 because they don't have anybody that can split push. They kind of have to just fight around objectives.
Yeah. I'd like to see Chimera split push. I think that's the only character on their team that can split push, but again, he's on full tank, isn't he?
Yeah, I suppose with the Overlord he can split push, but he doesn't really win a duel versus I mean, you could kind of say he wins duel versus crunch, but
He doesn't lose,
it's not
does
a
he?
guaranteed win. Yeah, it's just kind of even, which you don't really want in a push. So they kind of want to play more around objectives, and now that they have both of the objectives, they're a bit stuck. Although they did just secure the tier 2. So
Yeah, so they
I'll
got
eat my
3
words.
towers. They got 3 towers so far. They've also got all of Duo to take, and actually Duo's minions have done quite a lot of damage to their inhibitors, down to nearly half HP now. So that's probably quite a lot of gold lost on their front, which is not the best macro play. As they are starting to scale though, so maybe in the next team fight, because next team fight is probably going to be in Primal, right?
Yeah.
Nothing else
Yeah.
is else coming up.
Yeah, it probably will be. Deco, by the way, with a 7 out of 9 KP. I mean, I feel like I'm disparaging him at every opportunity I can get, but he is playing very well. 7 out of 9 KP, nearly 100% KP is pretty crazy, and he can push with the Baron minions. Oh, sorry, the primed minions to get a push going. Can secure the tier 1 tower and right here for a little bit of extra gold on the Drongo there.
Yeah,
and then
Muriel
they're in
has
a-
Marshall as well, which is really good.
Yes,
for Storm.
if you have a Chimera, then you kind of just go Requiem Marshal every game, in my opinion, because you're just giving so much value to your team with the lifesteal and the on-hit damage. It's just a no-brainer. It kind of delays. I assume this is Wellspring next. Kind of delays Wellspring.
Happy, yeah.
And Wellspring is a very, very strong item, but just the extra damage you're outputting to your entire team is pretty good.
Yep. You don't really need to heal if everyone else is dead, so
That's it. Death is the best CC. Doesn't matter that Muriel doesn't have a stun. She can kill people.
yeah, that's exactly. Oh, that's a lot of damage though. As we're getting a bit of a Steam's not struggling a little bit, but should be okay. Prime was come up. They haven't swept inside the pit, so they're not 100% sure if there's Vision in there, and they are being very careful. Not haven't started it just yet. Just going to press out the wave so far. As it looks like Prime buff has fallen off on them now, so they haven't got any Prime buff. They kind of can't give this over to Germans, because Germans would get the third Fang and the final Fang. As they start going engaged, and there's taunting happening. We can't really see too well, unfortunately, due to the camera angles. As they just seem to get a bit of poke on. Chimera not taking that much damage, but it looks like on the other side they didn't take too much damage either, Rick's taking a bit of damage. But as a tank, he should be able to regen that up quite well with Railment.
German's in a decent spot here because mid's pushing and they don't have the damage to take Fangtooth with it's only Drongo and he can't front to back in this fight because Fang will just kill him.
Yeah, Deco looking for a pick potential if they can. Unfortunately missing the Revenant just. As they again are looking for this Richter, is a bit disoriented as they go and Steel and Chimera working together, but blinking out, that's quite a big cooldown. Can definitely use that as they're looking for anything else. Steel, Richter going back in, has got Steel. Right click, gets 2 in the thing, gets a double ult as well. Drongo getting the full 3 hit on him, but Crunch has now come on with the Brutalix, blinking out for the Decker as we get a 1-for-1 so far. The Drongo has gone down though. So Chick Clappers has basically got no damage left. The Muriel is taken down as well, as it is only a matter of time until the rest of them are being fought out. As soon as that Drongo was dead, that was basically GG in a team fight.
Yeah, you can tell as soon as
Oh no.
as soon as Stronger died, Epps turned around and he was like, "We're out." But I think against his better judgment, turned around and tried to fight that. But I mean, you don't have anything after Drongo dies. You cannot afford to let Drongo die in this kind of team comp, which is kind of why I'd prefer either Sparrow just to all in and win it, or Murdoch because he can at least peel for himself after they get past your front line. There's going to be Primal Fang down, so they're going to win the next team fight almost guaranteed. And then I'm not quite sure what the timer on Prime is, but I assume it's not long now.
I believe it's
because
only
they
a
secured
minute
the last
after.
one. Yeah, so
Might
it's
be
up
up
now,
now,
so they'll
yeah.
probably take Prime, and then you can't. It's going to be rough to defend an inhib because you don't really have the wave clear for it.
Yeah, this is coming back to take the draft, really, isn't it? Having a gadget out there would have been amazing. I feel like,
Yeah.
again, Decker does things well, really good pick potential, but you saw in that team fight, he got a couple of things, he got a good case for the Steel ult, but then didn't really do anything else.
That's the thing. If you're playing for like a protect the AD carry comp, then they have 2 tanks, and all Gadget does is stop tanks walking at you. So Gadget is doing exactly as much as Decker is in this kind of situation. You already have enough shielding and stuns and healing. So, you know, Gadget to put down a ult on top of Drongo and just let him free cast is just colossal. To be honest, I wouldn't even be contesting this. I'd be pushing right lane because you don't win this.
Again, you can go for a lucky pick or lucky steal if you want to over the Chimera, but the rest of the team, I mean, you're basically stuck there. Oh, that's about. Oh, nice blink for the Jongo, but shouldn't have been there in the first place. Still, can't still getting on him with the double dash again. A nice amount of knock up, gets the ult out, but still has been taken out because of it. Winks your ult, getting onto two of them, gets a nice reclamation though. As Muro ult is on top of the Jongo, keeping on alive still, but he's going to go down as the Revenant ult cannot be CC'd and cannot be cleansed as he is taken to the underworld.
It's just not. It's not. You're not playing towards your team's advantage there. I mean, look at right lane is pushing by itself. You just send one person there. You send 4 people to look at the Prime. Prime does a lot of damage. Maybe you can mess with them while they try and do Prime, but you're not at the end of the day really going to be contesting it. Brongo unfortunately has to blow everything there. Really unlucky that he gets hit out of pacifier, but as soon as Revenant gets there, he just presses R on you and you die. Really, it doesn't really matter how much peel you have because you can't cleanse the Revenant ult.
Yeah, I mean, the main issue with that is he was way too up front. He wasn't behind any tanks. He was in the lane trying to push out, and Howitzer managed to get in and then just knock him back and get him even further out, forcing him to blink.
The fact that they would nice
yeah, the fact that the House had to do that in the first place meant that Steel was left on his own. Their tanks, I mean, they can survive for a bit, but they're going to need someone to kill the people killing them. And if Jongo has to run away like that, that ain't happening.
That's exactly it. Yeah, if he's facing the other direction, you're not getting any damage put out, kind of thing. I don't know. It's gonna be it's gonna be an uphill climb now after the last 2 objective takes.
Yeah. So at the moment, Germans has about a 28% increase in their stats, just from the Fangtooth and the Primal. The Prime even, plus the burn, plus the minions, is gonna be very hard to keep these inhibitors alive, let alone team fight. So good luck to CT. This might be a bit hard. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, it's
As
nice
already
to see
a
these
tier 2
games
goes
kind
down.
of play out to more macro decisions rather than skill issues, though. Like everybody in this community is getting so much better every single month. It's kind of insane.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're also getting better with their mouse, which is a bit annoying. But you know.
It's just maybe a slight ego issue, some would say, but
Yeah, turn off chat. That's what I do. Just ignore them. Like, if they want to have an ego, ask leave solo carry. There you go. That's how you do it.
But no, it's very, very nice to see, and again to see people kind of forming teams because of who they play with, rather than just trying to form teams to win. If that makes sense. Like, I think you'll win just as much with people you play well with than you will with people that are as good or better than you.
Yeah, it's all about synergy nowadays, and it looks like Germans is trying to push on this middle and hit. Victor going in, gets a nice ult on the Jongo, but no follow-up is followed afterwards. Gets a pacifier out and does a decent amount of damage to Jongo, Victor on the way out, but that does allow them to get the mid inhibitor, and the pacifier has been used already. Jongo still has no blink. He has got the ult still, so he has some sort of escape, but it is a very do or die at this point for CC. As a nice mine gets the Muro further away. Steel is left on his own, gets a nice knock up from the Crunch, and Revenant is going to take him out. Oh, Revenant, get a blink! Oh!
Unlucky. He immuned the root there with the ult, but unfortunately there's no immuning Hell, and he takes him to Hell and just one-shots him.
Yeah, Demolisher Vanquisher, that's damage. As this looks like it's going to be GG for Germans. They're going to continue in the lower bracket, and Team Clappers are unfortunately going to be eliminated here for their first tournament.
Very, very nice back and forth, though, to be fair. I mean, that fight around Fangtooth specifically, where they just kind of put Drongo in the back of the pit and just fought out of it, was very, very well played. But in the end, I think kind of you have to perform so much better than the enemy team to win with your comp.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's really worth it a lot of the time, to be honest.
Yeah, this definitely comes down to the draft to begin with. We've talked about this many times, but I definitely think that they put themselves on the back feet with that Becca and the fact that they went for the Drongo as an ADC as well. But that is all for this game. We will be back for the next losers round bracket, which will be something I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out for you. But until then, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a bit.
We're back. We got OPD versus the Germans. How you doing, Mugiwara? How did you think the last game was? Did you think that the Decker mid team was going to win, or?
Well, it's always interesting to have Decker. She brings so much and can surprise with the damage, but it's also like kind of a wonky pick from a normal standpoint. So it comes out to if the team really know how to play that pick or not. So, but that was interesting to watch.
Yeah, it was definitely hard to call it from the draft there. It was, and to be fair, it was hard to call it in the game because it was going back and forth quite often. But we'll see the picks and bans. Are you expecting anything in particular from OPD or Germans?
I know that our both team that can adapt quite well, and they don't really have like very specific signature pick. Like the champion pool of every single team is pretty deep. It's not like, for instance, a team like No Names that really like to have its Muriel. So I think it's pretty open. We'll see like similar draft and each of the team trying to get like a good front line and then trying to get an edge on who is having like the winning lanes. And we see that directly we go for the crunch. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's Germans. Okay, so we have Germans that is first ban, first pick, and they go directly for a ban for crunch.
Crunch ban. That's interesting because I don't really value them too highly. But again, as you know, the howitzer ban from OPD, I don't really value that either. So not really a ban that I'd expect from either team. But I suppose we'll see what the first pick opportunity is because I assume they had a plan for the first pick there.
I think with the ban crunch, like the rampage become directly like very interesting, but also that mean that would have left Sevarog Decker to the enemy team, which is maybe too much. So we see that we go for the Sevarog, and the answer is directly rampage. And I would assume Decker. Like I know that Omeda Post department really loves Decker, and Cynic is very good at Decker. So.
Yeah, I'd expect the Decker here. I mean, neither team messing around with their picks there. Straight away, Sevarog, one of the best characters in the game, easily now. And then Rampage, again, has been incredible since the start of the game. And yeah, as you said, the Decker locked in, probably the best support right now. Kind of, the CC is just too valuable with the reliability of it now with the speed increase last patch.
And then drafting super fast because I was willing to make notice for the people watching us that this will be a best of 3, so also like we can get a little bit interesting like for future games, see what each team are drafting and trying to maybe see the evolution during the game. This is one thing I really like, and also that's a match to get into the final of the loser bracket, which means that you guarantee the 3rd place, which means that if you win this match, you're already guaranteed to have a prize pool. So that's a very important match for both teams. And I think they will like fight tooth and nail to try to get over and win it.
I'm really hoping Ray pulls out something borderline grief, to be honest. I mean, I really like the Shinbi offlane. I like to see those kind of not grief, but kind of borderline meta picks. I'd like to see him pull out something really weird, like I mean, Feng Mao Kalari, not necessarily weird, but not really played in a competitive environment. At least I just want to see off meta stuff. I really like the Decker, even though I was kind of BMing it quite a bit.
And we have the Belica pick that can be flex on mid lane, but it's also like a good solution to the Decker in the dual lane. We have seen that a lot of dual lane where basically Decker on one side and the Belica on the other side. And you talked a little bit about the Feng Mao, and I know that a few teams tried it the past week during scrims as a counter of the Sevarog off lane, so maybe something's going to try to go for that. And we see the Rictor again, like Rictor being picked pretty early, which I think kind of locks, no, maybe it can be Rictor jungle, but maybe that can lock the Rictor on support and the Belica on the mid lane, which I'm not a big fan of showing so early, that type of thing.
Yeah, it was nice to see the kind of the Decker in all the different roles there, but I know Germans, I'm pretty sure it's Germans play Richter in a couple of different roles as well, so that is a very flexible role. Same with Belica, and I have seen Sev jungle for them, I'm fairly sure too. Steel and Chimera and Rampage for OPD. So
Wow.
They're kind of closing in on, they're kind of rounding off all of the tanks now. There's only really kind of Brux and Narbash unpicked. So very, very tanky style game here. I don't know what I'd like to see from Germans here, because Belica could be the mid laner, but this is a very, very good potential gadget game, because what she's good at is shredding a front line.
Yeah, but I'm super, super confused right now. Like, Rampage and Chimera in the same team? That means that one of them is jungle and the other one is in a lane? When I know I've seen Omeda Police Department pull out a Chimera off lane against a Sevarog in one of their scrims, so maybe that's their secret pick to manage to control the Sevarog. And if that's the case, that could be interesting. But where I'm a little bit scared is with Rampage, Decker, Steel, and Chimera. They really need the last pick to be like a huge, and not even huge, but humongous damage dealer, because otherwise I think they will be lacking a little bit of damage.
Yeah, this could be Ray fulfilling my wishes here. I mean, he definitely is. He's either playing Chimera offlane or Rampage offlane by the look. So either way, I get my wish. But I mean, their last pick is an ADC. So if she locks in something like Murdoch or Sparrow, then they have a hell of a front line for her. And I mean, she can just kind of run them down as long as she gets a little bit of an early lead there. I mean, Murdoch, especially with his armor penetration passive, is just going to shred through Richter if he's not ahead. Sevarog is going to be a bit more difficult, but as long as they can keep up the front line, Decker with the extra CC as well, Murdoch should not really have a problem here. The same with Sparrow. A Muriel locked in for Germans here, and Murdoch taken away, so that penetration is off the table.
I'm also a bit scared for one thing, is almost no, very few mobility on the side of German's team, and they have a Steel with the Shield Slam that can almost guarantee a hit on the Belica, the Rictor, the Muriel, and the Murdoch if they don't have Flash. And also, like, every single character on German's team is kind of locked into the containment fence of Decker, which is like very scary. And also, like, only one Phantom Rush against a Chimera. I have to say, like, I feel like Germans got very, very outdraft from the OPD's team, but they have the scaling on their side with Sevarog and Muriel.
Yeah, you're right. Come to think of it, they are a very, very immobile team versus a lot of CC, which could be rough. But again, same as last game, the ADC in Protect the ADC comp blocking in Drongo. And I mean, Drongo is strong this patch, don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's really the ADC that you want when all of your damage is reliant on him. I'd really like to see Sparrow. I know teams aren't really favoring Sparrow. And the thing with Revenant is he kind of locks himself out of the fight, which can kind of lose you the team fight if he has to ult early. So I do like the Murdoch pick from Germans here, because it takes an opportunity away from Julie. And I think she picked Murdoch in the last game that she played, so I think it's a decent draft from both sides. Again, I mean, what do you think? But to be honest, I think that it's quite even, and it really depends how the game plays out again.
To be fair, I'm a big fan of the OPD side for two reasons. I think, like, they have like very strong counter pick with the Decker and the Chimera against what the enemy team is bringing, and just for the fact that we have a Chimera offlane, like, I'm already in love with what they're doing. Like, I want to see fancy stuff different that maybe works, maybe doesn't, but they already won my heart by doing the Chimera offlane.
And we got the second Decker mid of the day. This definitely is an EU tournament.
Yeah, and but we still haven't. Did we already see the Decker offlane? Because I don't think we have yet, right?
I think there was a Decker mid earlier, or possibly I'm thinking of the. I played a scrim earlier. It could have been that, but I think we saw a Decker mid or Decker offlane earlier.
Okay.
In one of the very beginning games. I could just be lying to you, though, to be honest. But yeah, it is pretty impressive that Europe will just play any character anywhere they can possibly get away with it, to be honest.
Yeah, but Decker mid, I feel like it do a lot of sense. It's not maybe like that much for kill potential, but that means that it's almost unkillable. Like the rocket boots on the mid lane it's amazing. Like you can just move wherever you want with that. You can like contest river buff without any risk, and that's just a simple passive. You don't even have to use any abilities. I don't understand why EU people are doing Decker mid. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and the other thing is Decker in the offlane especially is very, very annoying, and same with the mid lane. And I mean, let's face it, we're in a very ego-dominated game state at the moment where people will do dumb things just to try and teach you a lesson. And Deca kind of encourages that kind of play because she's very annoying and you just want to kill her.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this annoying part. Like, you feel like you try to engage up, stasis bomb, you're stunned. You try to keep engaging up, photon disruptor, you're slow. And you keep going, containment fence, and you can't move. And if you're still going, well, ion strike and you're slow or stunned. So yeah, it's the never-ending onslaught of CC, either hard or soft. So yeah.
Yeah.
And this-
SEM and Steel having a little bit of a recall battle here. A ward dropped there. But it doesn't look like we're going to have any action in the early game. Pretty traditional laning phase. And it's Chimera off lane, Rampage jungle import on the Rampage as usual. But the mid lane matchup is I'm pretty interested in. Is it Balaka, is that? Versus Deca. So, I mean, again, she's going to get out-priored massively. As long as, you know, the lane is played traditionally. But see how it plays out, because I don't think you can really afford to give up this much prio in a mid lane in this kind of meta.
But to be fair, I don't think you lose that many prior with the Decker because like double Void Bomb is pretty fast, but also like double Photon Disruptor is very fast. Why the Bellica is trying to go in, trying to catch the timing of the ward, but Rocket boots away, and that's very smart. I see a few junglers starting to do that. He's not going like for red 5 comp, 2 comp, they go for the 2 comp first, so they have a timing to catch the mid laner while they try to put this ward. Almost worked out, but unfortunately like the Decker is a little bit too slippery.
Yeah, a very clever counterplay to the kind of the sundown ward where you prio the first wave and then ward to see where the jungler is. If the jungler is there, then you just die. But it's very nice restraint from Shin there not to blink import. Just instantly getting SCM's blink there, coming mid, not even really doing much, but getting the flash for free.
Yeah, and now this Bellica needs to be very, very careful because no flash means that the Rampage can come back, and the lockdown you have with a Rampage with a Daker can be like very rough. I think they will just trade like River buff in this situation, depending on where is the enemy jungler. And now in the dual lane, as expected, we have the Muriel and Murdoch that have a little bit more pressure compared to the Steel. The Steel has to wait a little bit, like around level 3 to be able to engage, and so they have the priority crashing the wave and going for the gold buff with the pressure they gain.
Yeah, Bellica does have to be a bit careful here, but to be honest, I don't think they really have the damage to kill her, to be honest. As long as there's a well-placed Q, then they're really lacking damage in the mid lane with Decker and Rampage, at least until he gets a couple of, or at least maybe a first item. But yeah, the dual lane really suffering in prio at the moment, giving up gold buff, but the scaling also kind of on German's side here. OPD, I don't think dual lane scales particularly well compared to a Muriel Murdoch, which I think is just incredible.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that OPD really have the early and mid game, but if the game like start to take a long time, like this Sevarog and this Muriel with the Murdoch, and will be a problem later on. So they have to be careful. And we see maybe a rotation towards the dual lane with the Decker and the Rampage. No, the Decker is staying mid lane, but the Rampage is going back to his red side, while the enemy dual lane is just disengaging for the time being.
I don't like to see that 4-man rotation for sure. The enemy ADC would not have been able to play with a Rampage Rock into Decker stun, into Drongo silence as well. That would have been a very, very sad day. I don't know how Decker's managed to get prio here, but they do, and Bellica misses a whole wave for this.
Yeah, well, the Photon Disruptor, like, curiously does a lot of damage on minion, and the cooldown being not that high, you can like easily have double Photon Disruptor and then the wave is kind of cleared. And that means that the Bellica, to have the same amount of clear, can also use the Seismic Assault, but then you don't have your defensive cooldown. That could be risky. While we see that in the off lane, like the Sevarog and the Chimera, like just eating each other, having a fun time, both very, very sustaining characters. I don't think there is like a lot of kill potential unless some junglers comes into the lane.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a slap fight until somebody shows up, I think. I mean, even then, it's probably just going to be a little bit of a slap fight. Import setting up for a gank here.
And going in with the bull rush into the shield slam, we have the slow, the containment fence. The bull or throw, I think, is still available. And we have the whiplash that saved almost this Bellica, but then the Decker was enough to finish it. And now they're trying to just disengage from the team OPD, and they got the first blood.
Whiplash securing a couple of flashes at least, but yeah, just a very, very nice CC train taking down Bellica there, no flash. It's one of the drawbacks of playing a mid laner with no mobility. I mean, you have the peel with your seismic assault, but if you just get stunned from out of range, then you just kind of die.
And now everyone is going back, I think, to the farming. And we see that the Sevrog is under the tower for now. The duo lane, like this Drongo managed to stay like very ahead despite the still making the rotation into the mid lane. So I'm a bit surprised that Germans didn't use that timing to aggress a little bit on this Drongo, especially with the Muriel. But now they're kind of chilling, to say the least, and I think here they have to be careful for the next timing that will be very aggressive. It's a level 6 on this steel, and that can result in an instant kill if Team Germans is not careful enough.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen more invades from Import or the duo lane, because Richter jungle early is quite not the strongest character, and he does struggle if he just gets invaded, but obviously they're not confident in their early team fight. Maybe with the Decker mid, they struggle in damage with the rotation. So they're letting him farm for now, but it's not doing anything bad because they possibly fight for the gold.
Going in, trying to get onto the Murdoch with the force shield to protect it, with the rampage that is now, with the BMOs that was used. The Muriel is definitely dead, but maybe not. Maybe not. 1 HP. The rampage trying to catch the bull rush in. The shield slam that missed because of the slow from the Serenity, and this Muriel that was definitely dead, like I said, is apparently just going away.
Yeah, it was a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, Cynic did the right thing there. He was already looking for the flash, but then she flashed in possibly a direction he wasn't expecting, and then he just completely whiffed that right mouse button. So she gets away, unfortunately. But I mean, at least you burn both flashes on the duo lane, right? And they're a relatively immobile duo lane, so.
It seems on the rotation of the rampage they also managed to pick the Bellica, so this Decker having like a cruising mid lane so far, and this Bellica having a little bit of trouble, like losing the flash on the first movement of the rampage early on, like kind of started to be costly. I think now the flash is back up again, but that's 2 kills for Team OPD.
Yeah, this is kind of what you want when you're playing Decker. Obviously, I was wrong about them not having enough damage. She stuns, and then the enemy mid laner dies. Is kind of how you want it to go. Usually, flash again from Bellica just on cooldown. Steel's gonna have to take a base, but I mean, Bellica without flash again, she's liable to die another 2 times in that 5 minutes. So it's they're putting a lot of pressure on mid here, which is it's what you want when you're playing Decker mid, because all you have is setup, right? I haven't seen what crest Decker took. I'm not sure if it's Occult or Wizard, but
I think it was Warlock's crest, so
so she's probably going for that obelisk pickup as well then.
I would assume so. Here I would have preferred to see the Bellica trying to just go for a seismic assault onto the steel, so it doesn't have to burn the flash, but decided to not take any risk, which is fine for this gank, but I think that with the rampage and the steel roaming and the Decker in our lane, that's super risky, and I think they're gonna try to keep abusing that, and we see that the rampage is diving in the mid lane, and that's another Bellica dead.
Yeah, straight away just dead again. It's the kind of story of how mid lane goes in this game. If you're playing in a mobile mage and you don't have your flash, players that are paying attention will just farm you, because there's not a huge amount you can do unless you have a good amount of vision around your lane. That's why I think personally Gideon is so strong, and even Howitzer with the mine has a decent amount of self-peel on reaction rather than Bellica. She has the seismic assault, but Rampage can throw the rock from way, way beyond that. Same with the Decker stun, can just come out of nowhere and you're just dead before you can move.
And here we have the level 6 that should be like very, very soon for this duo lane on this steel. And maybe they be looking to force something. I think he's just missing like 1 creep, and they're going for the gold buff. Unfortunately, they won't have the shield slam for this fight because the Goldbuff is of course going onto the Drongo. Maybe he has been stolen. I can't really tell. And maybe on the fight of this steel, if they manage to get a few picks, that could be a FangTooth afterwards. And here we see the level up. And the Victor is going in, but very, very good reaction from Cynic. Bull rush away, spotting the force shield, trying to stay alive, but the Murloc was enough to finish it with the buckshot, and very, very good counter timing by the Germans that know that the steel was getting the level 6, and so likely OPD team was looking to get far into an engage, and Richter said like, yeah, you know you're going in, I'm gonna punish you, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, wow, that was played really well by Cynic, the wall and the bull rush as well to peel for Julie, but he goes down. I think they are going to opt for the tier 1 tower rather than Fang here because Import has had plenty of time to react to the Fangtooth here, so I don't think they can just take it for free. I think it's going to result in another team fight. So we'll see here. I mean, Cynic still has his ult if they do decide to go on it. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to wash here. They're just going to say we're okay with the extra gold from the tier 1 tower. Make it harder for Julie to farm here. If she steps up, she's going to be much more at risk of dying, especially with the Richter jungle coming out from nowhere with the skewer and the Riplash.
And I definitely agree with this call. I feel like with the Richter jungle, it's very hard to secure and tank and damage the objective. And so I think it's better to go for the tier 1. Also, taking this tier 1 can allow you to open up the map later on by pressuring further and opening like a better priority to go for the FangTooth. And since the Rampage wasn't there on the fight, like the Rampage BMOs could have just go in and basically, I think, kill the Richter. So I really like knowing what your composition is able to do and not like forcing the wrong objective. But that means that now we have a priority for Team OPD that are trying to get into the FangTooth, and already 3 people are there and like very strong ultimate available if Team Germans try to contest.
Yeah, that's the thing about not just taking the objective off the map is Ray is winning on his side of the map. He just took the tower. And I mean, you took your tower on the right side, but that's still going to be there later on, whereas the objective isn't. And now that you've all backed, they've all got their ults, they're just going to take the objective. First FangTooth not
going for the Bellica, of course, like we use the BMS to try to go onto the tower dive, but a good disengage from the Bellica, and nothing was gained here besides a little bit of damage on her.
Yeah, just using the Behemoth from Rampage there, but not really a huge deal. Yeah, the first FangTooth is not really a huge deal, but it can kind of lead to a snowball later on, so they'll see what they do with it. But yeah, I like the tier 1 take, but I think the FangTooth would have been just as good, even just to deny it from OPD in the later stages of the game. Richter somehow securing mid there, obviously a pull into a knockup maybe, and she just dies.
Yeah, that's the thing, like Decker is a very slippery target, but if you manage to hit her, when she's playing mid, most of the time she's going like for damage build, so you can just like CC her to death. And they're trying to go in with the bull rush into shield slam, only touching the Muriel, but double shield bash into the gag grenade, the Rampage bouncing in, maybe the boulder throw, but good disengage. But that's a very healthy 3 people on the right side when both the dual lane are kind of low, but a lot of ability has been used. And in the meantime, it seems that the Llama managed to secure a kill on Ray on the camera, and I think it was like a solo kill. And we can see that on the off lane, the first tower of OPD is already done. Sorry, the first tower of German is already done. So I think Ray maybe sacrifice himself to get the tower here.
Yeah, that was very good engage from Julie in there just to get some extra flashes. Pretty much all the flashes just seem to be on cooldown all of the time. At the moment, Import is just running around lanes collecting flashes. But the thing with Decker into Bellica is she kind of, similar with Gadget, is she has to build a zero core or she just can't really lane. And obviously Bellica does really well if you have to build a zero core because she does so much extra damage to you. So the ult will just absolutely shred you if you can't manage your mana correctly. Again, the Wraith legging second, I'm not a huge fan of, but obviously it's a favorite among Decker mids currently, so.
Yeah, looking to have like a lot of poke and trying to just like burst people as much as possible and trying to go in with the boulder throw on the containment fence. The high-end strike was used and also but the reversal of fortune as a defensive option and the flash. So like you said, like I feel like the strategy of OPD is just like, oh guys, we have so many crowd control in our team. Just collect every single flash, and when the enemy team doesn't have flash, they're dead.
Yeah, I would like to go back and watch this after the fact and see if anybody flashed when Import's not in the lane, because it it really seems like he just shows up, collects the flash, and leaves.
And here we see the camera is actually trying to contest the mini prime, but the Sevrog managed to kill it. And I don't think the mini prime was up. I don't know exactly what was happening, but yeah, another death on the camera. The Sevrog starting to get a little bit online. It feels like after having a rough early game, I would say, since he lost his tower. And now we are like in the moment where I think Team OPD is the strongest, with like these combos you see in the first team fight around the 17-20 minutes mark, but they have to really use that timing before the 25-30 minutes mark, where like the Muriel and Sevrog will start to be a big nuisance.
Yeah, the looks like Ray traded maybe the there's no FangTooth there, but he traded himself to get the mid tower there and open up the map a little bit.
And combo, this time the Bellica doesn't have flash. She tried to use Epoch, but I think she's gonna die, despite like the Muriel using the Alacrity to give her a little bit of shield. A lot has been used. Like I think we've seen the Iron Strike, we have seen the Shield Slam, so that's a lot of big ultimate invested to kill a Bellica. But that means that it's on the timing of the respawn of the mini prime, and so I think they're going to simply secure that. And like we said, like they take advantage of this timing where they have the stronger team comp in this specific timing. And let's see what they do with this mini prime. I think probably securing a second FangTooth. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see the mini prime either on camera to be able to split push and force reaction there, or just having it on someone that will fight for this FangTooth.
Yeah, I said they didn't really have much damage, but Import's really been the star of the show this game. He's not really doing anything particularly flashy, but he's just going from lane to lane collecting flashes, and he's just so far ahead now that they don't really need Julie objectives to do them, because they're just nobody has resources to contest anything, because he's just always draining their flashes, draining their ults, draining their crests, just so they can get away. They pick up Prime there, and now they probably will not be able to contest FangTooth because OPD have the Prime again. It looks like it's on Ray. Yeah, it's on Ray, so this should just be a free Fang, and that's 2-0 Fangs and Prime down. So they're just slowly, I wouldn't even say slowly bleeding them out, they're just jumping to a lane, sapping the resources from it, and then taking an objective on repeat.
And this Bellica running away, I think she knew that the bus was coming for her, and so she decided to say, okay, maybe my salvation is on the left side, so just running away from like every single like murder intent from OPD.
Yeah, you guys can have the mid lane, I'll go over here.
Ooh, flashing, bull rush, shield slam, combo, but the gag grenade was a little bit late, which let the Murdoch pacifier away. But also the reversal of fortune was used immediately, so not a lot lost. We have the rampage at is here, but the Rictor as well, so that's a 3v3, trying to put pressure on this tier 1 tower on the right, and a very good force shield that allowed the Drongo to put a few auto attacks, but not much more gain.
Yeah, I think the reversal of fortune kind of interrupted the Rift Walkers there, or that could have been very, very bad, but it looks like they're rotating onto the Rictor here. He should just die for free. There's not really any counterplay here.
And the flash away. So once again, like the CC chain is very, very dangerous, and every time someone got CC, that means that the flash is used. It feels like it. And at some point, like flash is a 5-minute cooldown ability, so at some point your flash won't be up.
Yeah, I mean, for someone that wasn't quite as experienced as Import, I'd imagine this would be immensely tilting, that every time you hit someone with a rock, they just flash away. But at the end of the day, he's just keeping flash off of everybody in the game. I mean, it's like they're playing without their 4 key, to be honest. Because every time anything remotely interesting happens, they don't have any resources to kind of contest it.
And this is where like I feel like OPD is a very strong team. Like they kind of keep the pressure on. Here we can see that the camera managed to get the kill, and here they didn't kill anyone, but that created space on the mid lane, so they put damage and on the tier 2 tower, also killed the Bellica. But in the meantime, we can see that the Sevarog is just like chilling in the off lane and pressuring the tier 2 of team OPD. And here we go again. Shield Slam is out of cooldown exactly, and another flash is used.
A little bit of miscommunication there by the look of Julian, not quite ready to follow up on that, but got the flash, so not the end of the world. And this is such a... Oh, they're going in, and they managed to secure the kill anyway, so Cynic will pick up the assist there. But it's kind of a low kill game. It feels like very high octane, but very low kill. There's only 10 kills in 20 minutes, at least as long as I can read that screen correctly. But yeah, just constant action, but just not really many people dying and just ending up.
Bulwark's throw, Riftwalker, and another flash. I feel like that's just what we were saying, like CC into flash, CC into flash, or CC into this sometimes, but...
Yeah, and then they don't have the flash, so they have to give the objective. It's just really, really concise play from OPD, never over pushing anything. Just, you want to flash away, that's fine, we'll take that, and we'll just go take Fangtooth, or we'll go take Prime, or we'll go take your tier 1. It's clinical, it really is. Which, I mean, you kind of expect from a dev team, I suppose. But...
Yeah. And what I really like is like their timing. Like most of the time they kind of start pressuring a tower. That's where like I think OPD is like one of the best team, if not the best team at doing so. Is just like they keep people kind of hidden, and then they just explode at one moment, forcing everyone to just retreat, and either they get kills or they get the objective. And it's very, very hard to counter because you can't really anticipate what is going to happen.
Yeah, it's abusing vision a lot of the time. A lot of the time in these kind of tournaments, you see not really anybody showing on the map, but then people kind of show up everywhere. But OPD all show up in one place, and then you die or you flash.
I think like they're looking maybe to force something in the mid lane. They wait like the Orb Prime is up, and now we're at the timing that it's a big Orb Prime. We have the Decker and the Drongo in the mid lane. We have the Rampage trying to look out also to flank on the right side. And so they're grouping around this Fangtooth. This Fangtooth will be the third of the game. They have to be careful to not get collapsed on, because we see that the Decker is pretty well advanced, and they're trying to go in the back line, but we have the Sevarog going in, but protected by the Steel and the Rampage. This Decker is trying to disengage, and she's in a very bad spot, so I think OPD will counter-engage on that. And we have the Bull Rush on the Richter, the Shield Slam on the Sevarog, the Bull Rush to try to zone people away and try to disengage, while in the meantime we have Ray that is split pushing on the left side. Cynic kinda sacrificing his life to letting every single people on his team to just disengage and letting Ray take the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, like you said, it was well noticed. I think they're fine with Cynic going down. Oh, they might even secure a kill here. Yeah, Valika goes straight down. Sevarog has to flash away.
They're chasing that, like the Sevarog is very, very low. The Muriel is trying to keep everyone alive. A very good skewer to stop the attack, but everyone is very low. Ooh, a nice Daisy's bomb right next to the Richter that managed to catch the Muriel. That was very well played, and I think here they're going to try to chase onto, I think that's the Murdoch, and in the meantime, like, I think Germans got a little bit scared because they saw that Ray was split pushing, and so they managed to do a little bit of like lazy backing that got punished very, very, very hard by Team OPD.
Amazing counter engage there. It turned from Cynic dying to the entirety of Germans dying and Ray getting an inhib, and I think a tier 2 as well. It's just insane macro from OPD there, like just very, very slowly peeling away. I thought Shin was dead for sure there on Decker, but obviously he still has his flash up because he's not really been pressured too much in mid, and they just kind of take it very slowly, let Ray push, and then re-engage on a 4v4. And it's just kind of insane macro decisions.
Yeah, I feel like OPD is amazing at their understanding of timings. Like sometimes they know it's not about the kills, it's not about winning a fight, it's about like the time you provide to your team and what you gain from this time. And this is, I think, one of the only team. But now we have another engage. The Sevarog is kind of out of position, but that's a Sevarog, so maybe he will be able to stay alive long enough for the team to collapse, but he finally dies. The Drongo is under the shield slam, body blocking, sorry, the Murdoch, and in the backline we can see that the Richter has been dead, the Bull Rush to chase the shield slam, like two huge monster on your face that is still and Rampage gonna kill you, and the poor Muriel that is alone will finally end up dead. And here we can see that the OPD is pinging the core, and I think they're going for the win and trying to finish this game already at 25 minutes, not entering into any scaling territory from German's team.
Yeah, that should be just game then, to be honest. I mean, they just played their team to absolute perfection there. Peeling for the 2 damage dealers. Shin actually putting out a lot of damage that game. Maybe I should eat my words on the old time flux decker, but he definitely had to build for it as well. And yeah, they just kind of took that game, not, I wouldn't say it was easily, but they just kind of tightened their grasp and then just kept tightening and tightening and tightening. That masterclass at the end with the Ray split pushing to open up their eventual avenue to win was a little bit insane.
Yeah, that was very well played, and I feel like they knew what were the game plan, what they shouldn't let Germans do, and they just like applied it, and in the end it works very, very well. But Germans is not out of the tournament yet, because it's a best of 3, and they will have another chance to redeem themselves into the second match. And OPD, if they want to secure this third spot at least, and their spot into their loser bracket final, they need to win another match. So even more enjoyment for us.
I think, like you said, it's OPD and Immune do it very, very well. Where not only do they draft well, but when they draft, they have a game plan for how they want to play their comp, and they stick to the game plan. And more often than not, it plays out that way because they're not just looking for how to win a game. If that makes sense, they actually have like a strategy for how to win the game.
Yeah, that's what I love to call like playing with intentionality, which I feel like since the game is pretty new, most of the team are yet at the level where they try to get coordination, talking together, having a good synergy, but they're not yet at this level of intentionality when you have a game plan, you know what is your team, you know what is the enemy team, so you know how you are going to play the game, and then you try to execute this game plan at the best level. And I'm very happy to have like those team like OPD that actually showing how it's done, because that will, I think, inspire other team to try to get to this level and start to implement that in their own gameplay.
Yeah, it's definitely the next level of kind of where the teams will get to. It just kind of provides you with such a streamlined win. Like not necessarily an advantage, but like when you're winning, you win so much quicker, and when you're losing, you have you have a much clearer avenue into winning the game.
I have a question for you, Tails. Is Germans just lost the game? If you're in German shoes, like, what do you think was like a big problem for you, and what you are going as a band maybe to try to address that? Because like that many CC was a bit bigger of problem, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily the band. There's just so much CC in the game. I think I might get rid of Steel just because of the flex potential it has, and because Immune obviously favor out on Cynic. But I think it's more the mid laner. I think what you need. I think if you can, you take Gideon mid, because they obviously putting a lot of pressure on mid. They know that Shin is proficient at both the laning and the rotating. And a lot of the pressure that game centered from getting a pick in mid and then rotating to an objective. And I think if you have Gideon, it just becomes so much harder for them to pressure you out of lane, because you don't really use a whole lot of mana, and obviously you've got basically a flash on an 8-second cooldown. So I don't know as much about the ban. It probably would be Steel, but I think it's more important for me that they pick Gideon or somebody equally as safe. But what do you think?
I think like one of the things I would try to remove from OPD is like the Decker. Like they play almost every single time Decker, and so this is why I'm a bit surprised that Germans decided. I think that's their team that choose who is going to be first ban and first pick, and they decided to go again as first ban first pick. And I feel like it's much easier to secure yourself a Decker when you're the second side. And that would have been interesting, I think, maybe to try to go for this Decker and remove it from OPD, because like that's the flex pick. We know that Cynic is super strong on it. We know that Shin is super strong on it. And here we go again from the Rampage by removing the Sevarog. Once again, a Ban Howitzer, and like immediately we see the Decker again. And the fact that you can have Decker with Steel, it's also like very hard for Germans, because Steel is a very strong pick, but Decker kind of nullify a lot of the strengths of Steel. But if Decker is in your team, like you don't have the possibility to counter pick into the Steel.
You asked me who I would ban, and my answer would not have been the character we played last game. I would not have banned Sevarog after picking Sevarog. To be honest, I would have banned something that the enemy team had played almost definitely. I know Ray is very good at Sevarog, but I mean, he can play everything. I don't think it's worth trying to ban him out. And Germans are locking in the Gideon, so maybe they're, maybe they think the same thing. The Rampage pick as well, and the Crunch gives them kind of a front line. Not sure it really matches up to the CC potential that OPD have. Looks like that's going to be Shin on Lieutenant Bellica and Julia again on Drongo, so they have an immense amount of CC. The Containment Cage with Drongo's Gag Grenade, Bellica's Seismic Assault, Steel's Shield Slam. It's shaping up to be very much the same kind of game plan where they just CC you to death.
At the same time, I think like now Germans has much more answer to the Decker and the CC with the Gideon that have the Torn Space, the Crunch that is a very slippery target with the double forward Crunch, the Rampage that is pretty tanky, and also having the Pounce to go away. So this time they don't have every single time they get CC to flash away. So they still go like for this CC EV comp, but I think like now they have a better answer on German's team to actually resist that much pressure.
Yeah, very true. And I think the Revenant, while he is kind of immobile in lane in a team fight, he's kind of almost immune to the CC because he's just going to ult and kind of get away from the frontliners and the CCers. But the Muriel with it, I'm not quite sure about. And then Feng Mao locked in from OPD. I'm hoping that's Ray, Feng Mao solo, because I love watching Ray play stuff that I think is grief and then beating people with it.
But I think that would be on import. Like Feng Mao on import is absolutely like devastating. In many scrims, he just like go away with 8 kills early on, and then he's just an unstoppable force. And when you have a Muriel in the backline, if the Feng Mao is pretty fit, you can just like go on the Muriel, she's deleted, and you don't have the Muriel anymore for the team fight. And to be fair, there is like a lot of juicy targets for this Feng Mao as the Revenant and the Muriel. So I think that will be the game plan here is probably important on the Feng Mao, and I really like the pick into the enemy composition.
Yeah, they do have a lot of squishies there. So do you think OPD wins the draft or Germans?
I kind of like the pickup potential with the Crunch, the Revenant, the Muriel, but I don't like the fact that the Gideon has a bad matchup into the Bellica, and I really like this Feng Mao like want me to go once again into the OPD team just because they pick like an unusual pick, and they probably gonna play the draft to perfection. So I have to go for OPD once again.
Yeah, the Rampage pick is big to get off on Germans, and I do like Germans comp, but if it was anybody except OBD playing Feng Mao, then I would kind of be more apprehensive about it. But because it's OBD playing Feng Mao, and it kind of adds the little bit of damage that they're missing from their comp, I think I'd be tempted to agree.
The only interaction I have is it Decker offlane to have a solution to the Crunch and still support, or is it the other way around? I would assume the Decker on the dual lane, but who knows with OPD.
Yeah, I don't know too much about offlane, to be honest. I don't know how well Steel does into Crunch. I wouldn't imagine it's too well until he gets like 1-2 core, but to be honest, yeah, I wouldn't put it past either player to play Steel offlane, Decker offlane, Steel support, or Decker support, because we've seen Cynic play both of those already. And they're both decently solid picks in both roles, so...
And so this time, I think we have the point of view of Team Germans. So now we will have Team Germans as blue and Team OPD as orange. and we will see how it fare. So we remember that team OPD is already 1 game up, so they only have to win this match to advance into the tournament, while Germans is against the wall. They definitely need to win this match, otherwise they are out of the tournament.
It's the Steel, Ray on Steel off lane, and then Cynic on Decker support. So more of a traditional kind of matchup. As I say, I don't actually know who wins this matchup in offlane at all, to be honest. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's Crunch and see if he can push the lead. We'll see what Rampage can do. See if it can kind of pull out what Import was doing last game and just burning a flash in every single lane and then rinse and repeat. Because he does have that kind of potential. Rampage as a character, just a 2-second stun from a fog wall, and you're either dead or you're flashless. One or the other.
Yeah. That's one of the strengths that now Team Germans has. The Rampage can really like dominate a little bit. Those gank very strong. We have already like trading a little blow, but Ray getting the better of that trade because he managed to use the shield bash once the Crunch didn't select any ability, so couldn't react. That was like we can say first blood for Team OPD here.
Yeah, Ray has top player damage. He wins.
Exactly. Like, and maybe it will matter. Like this 5% health lost could be interesting. So they're scared about the potential invade from the Feng Mao. So they put a defensive ward to see the passing towards the Bulu. And like once again, the Crunch trying to go for the left Crunch, and Ray being annoying with like, yeah, shield bash in your face, cancel your ability, and so far they're just gonna farm a little bit, probably trying to get the level 2 first, but we can see that the Crunch has a much better clear early on than the Steel.
Yeah, the thing with Steel being in the offlane though is it means it does delay the kind of CC train that they experienced last game until a lot later on, at least until level 6, when he starts roaming like a madman probably. But it means they have a lot longer to go before they just start getting CC'd to death. And hopefully they can kind of make use of that to kind of demonstrate their laning, because their laning is very, very good as individual players.
So I think like the level 2 will be taken like by Team Germans, as we have seen, and immediately like very good disengage from Team OPD to not open any opportunity of hard poke until they get their own level 2. And now maybe they will look out for the engage. We see that the Decker is advancing a lot onto a position, but a nice juke of the Stasis Bomb, answering with the Obliterate, but since there was a lot of minion on the lane, not much damage has been taken as a result. And we have the Rampage, I think, looking for a gank on the mid lane. On this Bellica, as we know, Bellica doesn't have a lot of escape, so maybe they can force the flash early on.
I didn't see if they actually got the flash there, but it was very pushed up for Gideon, for Bellica there, early game, because you know the jungler is going to be around there regardless. And he's looking very low, about a third health now, so possibility of a regank there.
Yeah, and I think Germans managed to secure both river buff, which makes me like put the interrogation of where is Feng Mao? Probably is going like for either a full clear, or did he manage to make an invade because he wasn't present at the river buff, which usually like a lot of jungler are at this timing. So I'm wondering what is Import doing?
Yeah, possibly maybe did get an invade of that. I kind of think that these days, or in this kind of, with the way the XP lies, if you don't get a couple of camps with an invade, a lot of the time it's not actually worth it. Just because you spend a lot of time walking over to the enemy jungle, like unless you get kind of the buff and maybe an XP camp, gold buff going down there to OPD.
And here the long stasis bomb. I think we've seen Import just quickly like here. I think he was there to secure the gold buff in case the enemy team was contesting. I think like Import simply have done like a full clear of his all 6 camp, and now he's just like resetting. And probably like looking for more ganks afterwards. To be fair, like there is not like a lot of very juicy ganks like the Crunch. I can just dash away. The Gideon is very, very hard to catch. Only this dual lane, I think it's a very juicy target for the Feng Mao, but they're playing pretty safe. So, and a long Boulder's Throat tried onto this Bellica. Just a way to say hello, I think. There was like no key potential in this situation.
Yeah, nobody's particularly killable here on the German side, which, to be honest, could have contributed to the Fengmao pick.
Ooh, the crunch got caught, maybe trying to provide him with a torn space. That was very, very well played by the mid laner of Germans, but unfortunately, like lacking a little bit of health to reach that blink.
I
And
don't
the
know.
first
I think
blood.
I might have gone for the refrag there, to be honest, because he used everything to get onto the crunch by the looks. I think the torn space possibly just denied you a refrag, but yeah, if the crunch could have got to it, then he might have saved him, but maybe just a bit too pushing a bit too hard. But yeah, we were saying not really any kill potential, then he instantly gets a kill, which kind of will propel Fengmao into mid game just off that one kill, denying mid laner vision as well here.
And here we can see like the Fengmao is not even trying to go on this Gideon. He knows that there are not much that can be done, and they're rotating towards the blue side. We can see that the Decker is actually putting a ward pretty deep into the red side of the Rampage and trying to come from behind. Germans dual lane staying like well under tower. They have the vision from the wards, and so they're not taking any risk. But that means that can maybe like opens a timing for the FangBooth, because having such a strong prior on the dual lane can allow for rotation.
Yeah, I mean they have very very strong prior on Duo, and Bellica very very strong here as well in kind of early levels. Fangmao with a kill as well is going to have a very early spike, so it's looking like a very early Fang, but again, the Fang doesn't do a huge amount early. It would be nice to have it for later, but I think Import's probably...
Let's rocket boots into the stasis bomb. The containment fence to stop it is very low, like the Muriel trying to put every single shield she has, but the Drongo is very, very low. Does the Muriel will manage to trade? She's juking. Ooh, 1 HP, but in the end also like now the Decker finish. So it's a 1-4-2 trade, very well played by Team OPD. They saw the opportunity and they just punish it. In the end, Julie died, so it's not as perfect as it could be, but very nice aggression here.
Yeah, Revenant missed, I think, one auto there, and it cost him. I mean, Muriel got the refrag, but it's not really what you want. You don't really want Muriel with the gold rather than Revenant. Unfortunate. And Import manages to take down Crunch as well. Looks like they might be able to take down Rampage as well.
There is the rotation from the Gideon, a nice black hole, but unfortunately it was cancelled, but he can cast it again. But they have to disengage, and Import managed to just delete this Gideon. And the flash away from the Rampage managed to allow him to stay alive, but I was like convinced they would manage to turn that around with the Rampage and the Gideon and the black hole on 2 melee, but like the damage of the Fengmao, holy cow.
Yeah, I'm kind of calling hacks on that, to be honest. He looked so dead when Gideon got that recast off. I didn't think that would get refunded, but when it did, I thought they were dead for sure. And then the red buff, I think, taking Gideon out was very, very lucky.
And so little by little, like we called it, that Import is absolutely a monster on Fangmao jungle. And it seems like the prophecy is realizing right now.
Yeah, it's hard to shut down Import from just being everywhere. He's just so, I mean, it's in his name, right? He's just proficient as a jungler. And he's just very good at applying pressure evenly around the map.
And it seems like the trying to steal the gold buff, but I don't think they got it. And no Import is here again. Huge damage on this Revenant. Nothing has been taken, but it's starting. I think that Julie is almost getting every single gold buff on cooldown, and on the long run, that results in a lot of gold. And now the Revenant is a little bit advanced. Julie engaging directly using the shrapnel cannon with the Radraund and the Westlander passive was enough to kill it. The Muriel is very, very, very low. The Rampage is nearby, but can't really like aggress. And this priority on the dual lane, like despite having a Muriel in lane that normally is very strong to be able to bully the lane, is starting to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, from securing kills in the left lane, Import instantly shows up in the right lane, and it turns the Revenant's attempt at stealing a buff for free to him having to burn flash, and then he's just in a really, really awful spot, just straight away, just from jungle presence everywhere on the map. is just so good at applying pressure. Isn't it kind of
Nice
just coming
blue
for
throw
harmless moves?
combo, Cosmic Rift. We have the Decker that okay, Rocket Boots and Flash away. So, but that's a flash on the support, so it's not like as strong. Like, what do you think that we should see like from Germans from this position? Like they're starting to have the game that slip away from their hands, and based on the composition, like where they should apply pressure to try to come back and get priority back to the map.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because I mean, you're not killing Steel, and I suppose you could kill Balaka, but Gideon is not really in a good spot at the moment, and he's just finished his combustion, to be fair. So a Rampage Rock into Gideon ult could just spell the end of him. But I think you should just apply pressure to the duo lane here. I mean, it's Drongo Decker, right? If you can get a good Rampage Rock off, and Revenant can go ham with the amplified damage from Muriel, I think they should be able to claw their way back in. It's just hard because they're so far behind in the duo lane now. Forced to ult on the Decker as well just to live, which is tough.
Yeah, and here we have seen like Import gone for a gank on the off lane, forced the reversal of fortune from the Muriel, but that didn't matter. The Crunch died, the Muriel died, which means that you lose the pressure on the off lane, but you also lose the pressure on the dual lane because now your Revenant is alone, and we see that OPD take the mini prime as a result, which is normal, and like yeah, you have nothing going on for you. Trying to fight that, the Revenant is very, very low, but they managed to do a lot of damage on this Drongo. Unfortunately, they can't really follow up, and we can see that the Rampage is in the middle lane, and so like no kill potential on Julie to try to get any shutdowns on that.
Yeah, it is hard, but I do think that their team outscales pretty damn hard with Revenant. I think Gideon scales really well, and I think Muriel scales very well, although not as well with Revenant because she can't really apply her passive to quite an extent. But I think they do scale very, very well. It's just whether they can get there without losing too much, and OPD have shown that they can just really... They're just so efficient with taking everything on the map at all times.
Yeah, here they like Cynic is unrelentless. Like he just when he has a little edge, he's just like in your face every single time on the dual lane. You can see that this Revenant has a huge trouble farming. Once again, a new gold buff has been secured. Every single lane is pushed on the German side. I think like Abelica managed to get a kill on the Rampage, and I think that was in the middle lane with the Feng Mao. The Decker is rotating, having the priority. The Feng Mao is very low, the Bellica as well, but maybe this Revenant can catch something with the Obliterate. Iron Strike as a result, they use the Reversal of Fortune, and despite using like this very, very long cooldown, nothing happens. So clean, another kill with Import, I think, at their origin, and they just cleanly disengage.
It's a shame there's no flash on Revenant there, because I imagine Import has a bit of a bounty right now. I almost definitely would have flashed for that bounty, just to kind of try and get back into the game. Because he was low enough for a flash Q, I think. But unfortunately didn't play out that way. Did get the Iron Strike from Decker, I guess, but that'll be up pretty soon. A little bit of a slap fight in the solo lane. Llama
And the
doing his
Rampage
best.
is coming. So nice bulldozer throw, the forward crunch, force the shield slam away, pounce, but the flash from the steel was enough to put it into safety. But maybe they had a timing to force something, but since we have no priority on the mid lane, we can see like that immediately the Bellica was rotating to protect this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, just instant decision making. You just knew he was gonna die if he didn't, and just instant ult flash. I mean, you do get the ult and the flash, but you're not getting any gold, and you're in desperate need of it.
So in the meantime, I think that now like the game plan will be keep the lane pressure, wait for the respawn of the Fangtooth, and probably like try to force that. If you have opportunity to get some kills, just go for them. I think like Germans need to manage to force something maybe on one of the lane that is like pressuring a little bit too much. But as I say that, like the dual lane just disengage and doesn't offer any opportunity for Germans to find anything in this game.
Yeah, I'm not a jungler, but I would really like to see Rampage kind of almost just camping duo lane, just to try and get some kind of advantage, because they're pushed up a lot, but he's pretty much always farming, and it's like, you know, you're not going to be able to contest the Fangtooth anyway, more than likely. So I would just be trying to get my dual lane back into the game as kind of like a Hail Mary almost, rather than just trying to farm my camps to get the hunt upgrade. But I don't know. It's a tough decision either way.
I think here they kind of have to try to go for an all-in play using the dive, because they have pretty good like dive possibility with the Rampage, the Reversal of Fortune, the Black Hole, and the Revenant unfortunately doesn't have like any great target because he's too far behind, so the Reckoning doesn't allow him to win any 1v1, but maybe he can remove like maybe the steal of the equation, so that leave the rest of his team like a little bit freer. But as we can see, like they just like gave away the second FangTooth. But at some time they will have to try something. But like a very nice stasis bomb from Cynic into the containment fence, into the gag grenade, and this poor Revenant was like wondering what was happening, why the ability wasn't working, and it just got picked up and deleted.
Much cleaner this game. I mean, the last game was pretty clean, but this game they're just dropping even less stuff. I think they've kind of tuned in to how Germans want to play, and they're just not letting them play their game at all.
And I think I'm kind of blocked onto the coming back. Here, I think we have seen like a fight that was going around the mid lane. Now we're nearby the mini prime. I think everyone managed to disengage quite cleanly, and they will just reset. I think the next objective on the map is the mini prime that should respawn like pretty soon. And I would assume that's another objective that probably OPD will say like, okay, you're not contesting them, don't mind us, we're gonna take it.
Yeah, it's hard to strike a balance between when you want to give objectives and scale, and then when you're giving too many objectives, right? I mean, I don't think they're in any kind of position to contest any objectives at the moment, but it's hard to get back into the game before they take too many objectives. They've already got 2 FangTooths, they've had mini prime. So like, you know, Rev has his crest now, he's got first item, it looks like he's going for maybe Demolisher. So you've got to kind of look for a fight around 1 or 2 core for your team. Gideon should be around 2 core as well, I would assume, so maybe soon is the kind of do or die.
Trying to go in, we can see like the combo on this Revenant, like the Seismic Assault, Void Bomb, Neural Disruptor, and the Revenant is deleted with the arrival of Import. I like the idea trying to go in, but we have seen they lacked a little bit of damage. We saw that the Revenant at 17 minutes in didn't just finished his quest, but didn't back before, so I'm not even having that for him. And we see that now the lack of damage is starting to hurt them, even when they try to go for plays. And a new mini prime for team OPD, and I think like the way they played and the way they managed to get the timing, I think they're definitely gonna try to force a few tier 2s on the map with this mini prime.
Yeah, it might have worked out if you committed the ult, because I think the Fegma ult took him out there and finished him off, but yeah, he just doesn't really have the damage, especially not with Pacifier from his crest. He didn't recall in time, so I mean, it's just going to run it down mid here with the prime buff minions. They're going to have to give up tier 2. They shouldn't be able to get in here, but I wouldn't have thought. Gideon trying to put down all the damage he can, but you get a really good amount of regen from the prime buff as well as the anything.
And here they're just like waiting a nice Seismic Assault that I think will just be some poke, but that means that the Rampage now has to go away, and that's definitely like a tier 2 for team OPD, opening even more this mid lane. Once again, like I said it in the previous game, but OPD is just suffocating German's team.
Yeah, here I think, to be honest, they could have just pushed out the other lanes, let OPD take that mid tower, because they're going to take it regardless. Maybe push out left and right lane and at least get some resources. You know, there was no real need for them to all be in the mid lane just to watch it go down. But yeah, you're right. They just kind of set up the net around you in the first 10 minutes, and then they spend the next 10 tightening it, and you don't usually make it another 10 after that.
In the meantime, we see like this Rampage trying to farm what is left in his jungle. There is like no objective to be taken on the map for the next 40 seconds while we wait for the big orb prime to spawn. But as we can see, like OPD is back again in the mid lane. We pressure the wave on the dual lane. We pressure the wave. Like you can't go further the half of the map. Like you're not allowed. you're stopped.
Yeah, especially with that tier 2 down in the mid lane.
Ooh, the Rampage getting caught, but I think like we've seen Import like going away, but it doesn't care. It just want to go for the Revenant as we have seen, and the Rampage probably will get away, but we force the BMOs and the flash from the Rampage. We managed to pick the Revenant, and now maybe that's opening like a pressure on the tier 2 on the right side. And that's what I think like is so amazing about OPD is like it's rarely like kills for nothing. It's kill to open a timing on the map and get an objective. Like it feels like every single time they get a kill, something is gonna fall on the map.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of think like play how they play, but they're always somewhere they should be and you shouldn't be, and then you die and they get something off of it. But like, you never think that you're somewhere that you shouldn't be until you're looking at a gray screen.
Exactly right, and we see that now that the third FangBooth has been taken, and so like here, like they pressure the right side lane. They know the area they're going to, and they manage from like a few kills. The one fight that is won is immediately like a few kills, a tier 2 tower, and the third FangBooth of the game. And now we have seen that Sticky they're regrouping around the Ore Prime, and if they're like it's super rough now for Germans because they have to contest the Ore Prime, but they can't really. But if they let the Ore Prime, they won't be able to defend the inhibitor. And like here, you're in such a spiral that is very, very hard. And try to maybe get a few picks, but that will be rough.
Yeah, they've kind of hemorrhaged too many resources now. Where if they don't contest all prime, then OPD will just kind of run it down into their base and take inhibs and then take core. You can kind of give away the first prime if you still got some towers outstanding, but
And here the Rampage got engaged on. We use the Shield Slam and the Rampage is done. That's the main front line that is not available anymore. And that's also the Hunt that is done. So that's definitely like open up like completely the Ore Prime. We see the Crunch trying to look for something, keeping a little bit of map control, like not abandoning everything. But here, like realistically, with the Revenant on the right side, trying to get a little bit of farm to maybe have a little bit of damage for the defense against the inhibitor. But if that's the case, I feel like all the other people should just be like trying to farm and not watching this All Prime. That falls off into the hands of OPD.
yeah, it's the same again. See, they know they've lost it, but they're too reluctant just to go and let it go. Like they could have pushed out mid and left lane here rather than just kind of watching the Baron being taken. So I think that's definitely something they could do. They could improve on for, next time. But yeah, it's just kind of again one pick into an objective, just on repeat, on repeat, on repeat every 5 minutes, and then you lose the game. Just the way they're doing it is, you can't really tell that it's happening until it's already happened a lot of the time.
Yeah,
Hard to play against, I imagine.
yeah, and exactly what you were saying, like they just keep doing it. And I feel like that they, like here we can see they go again, the Revenant is dead. And since they do that like all the time, it really feels like that you don't have any time to collect your thought and say, okay, calm down, what can we do? Like, what is the solution? You never have time to think because they just like press forward all the time and just pressure you all the time. And that's also like very hard to not mental breakdown against a team that just like puts you under the water all the time.
Yeah, and like I said, mental breakdown and surrender vote comes out. I think they know it's all she wrote now. I'm not sure who popped that, but I imagine it was Daily Carry there.
And so
Not
here we have like inhibitors are falling, left middle, probably not even going for the, right middle, not going for the left. And now here we have like only the few people trying to defend, but the core is definitely going down. And that's the victory of Team OPD. And that will be your team that will advance into the loser bracket final. And then unfortunately, that's where the run from Germans end up, despite like almost reaching the top 3 in the prize and the prize that was available for the tournament.
Yeah, very good games from Germans leading up to here. They kind of I think they got figured out here in these last couple of games, but they still played very well. It's just OBD kind of played to a formula and kind of dismantled them, unfortunately. But very, very good games.
Yeah, I really like about like I really feel like from the previous months to this month, like the level have stepped up, and that's very interesting to watch. And I can't help to see the game tomorrow because now we still have No Names, Immune, and OPD, which are all three like very very good games that start to play with intentionality. What like I was saying, and so I can't wait to see the game tomorrow. But I'm also like super stoked after watching this afternoon to see like the tournament like next month when all team have scaled up even further.
Yeah, it was like I said to you before. I think it was before the tournament started, but just every single month the teams get so much better in the players in the teams, how well the teams play together, and the players' mastery over their different characters. Um, it's so good to watch. Every single month you just come back for even better matches. To be honest, it's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah. So I think that we're done on our side. We will let Kana take over to go for the closing thought, and thank you for having us here.
I get channel points for raiding. Hell yeah, I'll raid.